this morning, the process of preparing for this, there were a couple of people who put in calls to ask that same question. Which
really?
Ayo has just.
But then the information was there days back, and I talked about it. If you have moved, your pocket certain number and check. This was done. I mean, I did mine a couple of days.
I tried to check my SSD or whatever, waiting for the reply. Well, maybe it has come, maybe it has not.
Well, it might prove to be a difficult task for you to get off here and go conclude.
Unfortunately, I can't. So I have to wait another 4 years with you.
Indeed. The surprising thing is that it's not just, and I think that's something we need to possibly emphasize, it's not just in Nigeria that there's a lot of attention on this election. As we've been reporting, Nigerians everywhere else, and even non-Nigerians, have been expressing a great deal of interest, their expectations, what they hope will happen, and what the challenges will be for this new set of leaders that are being elected today and will be elected on March the 11th. So in that regard, let's go to the United Kingdom, shall we? And our correspondent, Teniola Shobowale, is able to talk to us.
Now it's Ayo.
Now it's All right, so let's take Teniola Oyetayo's report about expectations from there.
Nigerians in the United Kingdom are watching the 2023 presidential election closely and expressing their hopes for a better Nigeria. With no diaspora voting yet, a number of Nigerian professionals have traveled back home to cast their votes. Those who are unable to encourage Nigerians at home to exercise their rights to vote.
We have the option to make the choice to say this is the direction we want the country to be. If you don't come out to vote, then you've not really said where you want your country to go. And that choice is in our hands.
As well as inclusion in the political process, there is also a call for the incoming administration to push for a better environment for investment.
One thing the diaspora will want, number one, is representation. We also want to be able to vote, and technology will help us to do that. And I think we should be moving towards that now. It is, our president in Nigeria is still our president here. So we must be able to participate in that electoral process. That's number one. Number two, in terms of investment, the diaspora want a trustworthy government. We talked about a lot of times where African countries are scarce, they don't have US dollars and things like that. The diaspora has that money. Remittance alone is over $20 billion, as statistics is saying. So the money is there. There are a lot of people that don't want to stay here in the UK in the winter. They want to go back home and stay in Nigeria. You want to make the environment good for them. You want to make them feel comfortable and say, come and spend your money, help us to improve the economy. We saw Ghana do the year of return, which we saw the positive things around that. We want Nigeria to do things like that. And the thing there is trust. If the diasporans trust the government, they want to open a fund, they want to open a diaspora bond, they will commit to it if we know it is put to good use.
The issue of education, insecurity, and power is another major concern that many believe needs to be tackled in the short term.
For those of us in the diaspora, every time we talk to our loved ones back home, it's a big concern because you keep hearing of newer terms, unknown gunmen, unknown men, banditry, just newer terms, but it still all points to insecurity. There's also the issue around power, right? Power just seems like something we can't, it's almost like rocket science, but it isn't rocket science. It's a lot more about willpower and the political will or the political capital that a leader needs to expend to actually fix that sector. I think those are like must wins. And there are longer term wins, right? In terms of understanding our role in geopolitics and helping to define an economic blueprint for the nation. Because I think one administration comes, we say we're all going off oil and gas, we're going into agriculture. Another administration comes, says we're all going into tech. That lopsided approach to forming a blueprint doesn't really work. And unfortunately, the world is moving fast, not waiting for us.
For medical doctor Elizabeth Peters, she says she hopes for a leader that prioritizes healthcare and the welfare of citizens.
Nigeria is a beautiful blessed country, but it also has many places for improvement. And we need a president who can acknowledge these places for improvement, who doesn't use them as points to just score every 4 years, but actually cares. A person that cares for the health of the society, cares for the health of the nation, would focus on funding the nation's health system in a way that would transform it. Help fund it not only by salaries, it's by resources, it's by computing systems, by making everything actually work. Putting in the machines, putting in the working machines, putting in the right staff who can work on these machines as well. It needs a transformation, and we need someone that cares about human life. Because if you value human life, you will value the purpose of making sure the health is optimal. So yes, funding to health system should be a top priority. 15% GDP is what we need to actually get it through.
The keen interest shown by the diaspora community shows that Nigerians abroad remain committed to the development and progress of their home country and are eager to see a positive outcome and changes in the years ahead. Teniola Oyetayo for Channels Television News.
We'll stay with Channels Television as we bring to you minute by minute, polling units by polling unit, state by state update of the general elections here in Nigeria. We've just come in from the United Kingdom back home here, and this is in Lagos. Our correspondent, Shola Shirley, has been monitoring the situation in the Ikoyi area of Lagos. Let's take a look.
I am at the Falomo Ikoyi area of Lagos, and if you can see behind me, there are about 3 or 4 polling units around here. Voting started around 9 a.m. and before the voting started, the INEC officials read out the instructions. Voters had questions which were clarified, and voting has started. People had to check their names first on the list that was pasted on the wall. After finding their names, and then approach the INEC tables and cast their votes. They were told not to go with their phones, and so far so good. The process has been peaceful and calm. The turnout has been very impressive, and a lot of people here are confident that their votes will reflect the wishes of the majority. Shola Shirley, Channels Television.
Well, from Ikoyi, let's go straight to Surulere, where we have our correspondent Chris Illems telling us exactly what we have right now.
All right, it's the D-Day for the presidential election in Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria will be assessed to make a choice of who becomes the next president that would lead the country for the next 4 years. Of course, we do know that it's not just the presidency that is being vied for today. We also have the National Assembly seats. Actually, over 15,000 candidates are vying for about 470 positions across the as of when we went out this morning, the first polling unit that we went to, voting started past o'clock at 22. There is another one here, voting just started, but it's been quite orderly. The road, by some people have decided to exercise their franchise here, and in several other polling units around this place. You'll find that some young people have also decided to make the most of this day to exercise their legs in the game of football. And if you can see further down the road, you see those young people who have decided to use this day to play football.
Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power.
Good afternoon. I am Aaron Akirojala. I want to say we have a special coverage of the 2022 Nigerian presidential and National Assembly elections. My colleague here is with me.
Yes, good to have you with us. And as we make progress, our constitutional lawyer, Liberos Shoma, who is here with us in the Lagos studio, and from Rise, we just to the Professor Adele Jinadu. Good to have you both.
And from Chris in the area of Lagos. Let's go somewhat to the hinterlands now and to Ekiti, to be precise, where our correspondent Babajide has the latest on the situation. Babajide, what's going on?
This is Unit 6 Ward 3 in Ikogbosi, Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State. And this is the unit where the governor of the state, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, will be voting very shortly. And I can tell you voting had been on air, even coming from Ado Ekiti, the state capital. We've been to Ilawe Ekiti, we've been to Erijinyo and some other towns, and we noticed that the exercise has been quite peaceful and smooth. People have been getting accredited in good time. As for the working of the beavers, from those we spoke with, there hadn't been, even at some locations, no complaint at all about beavers. People just get there and they get accredited in very good time. And we've also been trying to keep our eyes on incidents of vote buying, possibility of vote buying, and we have not noticed any of that as at this moment, but we continue to keep our eyes on every situation at every point and at every unit. But voting is in progress, and security is also at its best for now. There is safety at all the places we've been to. From Kogosi, in Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State, Babajide Agbeyo for Channels Television.
Babajide Agbeyo for us there in Ekiti, southwest Nigeria. But let's go over to the southeast. We understand there have been some situation in Anambra, the situation of no beavers. Let's listen to this particular audio of what's happening there earlier today.
Go out there and then vote and then exercise my right to choose my leader who will take me to that promised land that I've been hoping of for years ago.
Have you voted before?
I think this should be my first time, although I have not been putting myself to vote because I've not been seeing any need for it. But this, I have seen the need and the interest. That's why I took the bold step to achieve this, so that I can take back this nation. So that when I'm talking tomorrow and tell that I appoint the leader, I know that I did that myself too.
I need change in Nigeria. So I have to go from very far. Like from my house to my polling unit is like over, let me say, 16 kilometers. But I want to vote for change.
I'm looking to my polling units to vote.
Okay, how far is your polling unit from where you live?
It's a little bit far, but not that far. I'm ready to make it.
Okay, how many minutes have you been walking?
I've walked up to 20 minutes.
And you're already determined?
Well, Millicent probably meant Eastern region.
South region. Rivers. Okay. That was actually Rivers.
But now go to the real southeast. According to what we've had in recent time to Anambra State, some situation report from Nigerians.
The situation here is simply that the INEC arrived quite on time, but they are not here with the BVAS machine. All the sensitive materials are ready on ground. The BVAS is not here. So we felt that there is an attempt to sabotage the effort of people who care without the BVAS machine, any vote. So we felt there is actually an attempt. If you look at the other side, you see that it's exactly the same situation. So INEC should do something to provide the BVAS machine so that people could start voting.
I have just been informed that there is no BVAS machine here. In a couple of units I visited this morning, they either don't have the BVAS equally or they don't have the charger. which is not proving a problem now, but later in the day it could. So we tried to relay back to the office, that's INEC. But you could see me, or could hear me asking to the exact number of this place so that we could actually give a real-time report so that if there's any remedy, they'll start working towards it.
All right, situation report from several areas there, Ekiti, Lagos, Anambra, and then, of course, other places that we had in the course of the day. Quite a lot happening. It's, as always with elections like this, it's a mixed bag.
And it's quite a huge logistics that INEC has to deal with. Too many moving parts, if you ask me.
Actually,
Literally
moving parts.
Too many moving parts at the same time. I said about 10 minutes before we came on air, someone in Okwebi here in Lagos was telling us that even as at that time, their electoral officers hadn't arrived.
Indeed.
Well, the reason I wasn't able to vote was because as at the time I got to the polling unit, the electoral officers hadn't arrived. So, well, they got there at about 9:20 something, because I was saying, if I don't see them, I'm just going to come to work. Next thing, about 9:20, 9:22 or thereabout, they got there. As at about 9:42 when I left, they were still setting up.
Indeed. So
that's about 30 minutes. And I don't know what's going to happen with, because there's a rule we all know. The last person at 2 will be able to vote on the condition, and I don't know if that's part of the guideline, on the condition that voting started as and when it was supposed to start. Now, for those whose voting hasn't started at 12 o'clock, will they also still close at 2 p.m.?
What happens?
That's a question that maybe INEC will be able to speak to eventually.
Indeed. It's always difficult at this point in time. This is a big country with different kinds of challenges, if you like, in different parts. One is not holding brief, of course, for INEC. And the voters, of course, want to exercise their franchise. That's one thing that seems to be all the reports that we've been receiving. I don't know if while we are waiting, because I know that there's some reports that we're waiting for from our correspondents right across the country. Perhaps if we can now go to a river state where the governor, Nyesom Wike, of course, also has his views about what has happened thus far in the electoral process today. He's disappointed that, according to him, the Beavers have not functioned optimally. Let's listen.
I'm highly disappointed. Told that INEC had expressed confidence that for the election, the voters are working. They can set the crowd here. I don't believe that most people will be allowed to vote with the slow working of the beavers, because I stayed over 25 minutes there, and yet I couldn't vote, and I was told to go and come back. And before that, and they would have rectified the beavers. So I'm highly disappointed. Well, if a number of people have been disenfranchised, I mean, what do you expect? People will lose their temper, and anything could happen. And that's why we say that INEC ought to have been fully ready before letting the public know that, completely ready, and that they believe that Nigerians will be happy with the way we ballot. No need to show for it at all.
All right, Governor Nyesom Wike of River State expressing some level of disappointment in the functions of the Beavers. Now, I was saying before we went to Governor Wike there that it does appear that it's a mixed bag, like we've had in previous elections. He's complaining about the functions of the Beavers. Earlier, I remember listening to Dele Omoyeni in Alu in Anambra saying that, look, yeah, we've got no problems at all. Everybody's been accredited. Everybody's
same thing.
But then in the other side of Anambra, which we also took, they had Beavers problems.
So I mean, again, it tends to be a mixed bag. And as Ayo was trying to point out earlier, there's room for some level of flexibility in all of this, bearing in mind all the logistics. We just need to know what it is that is being done, what is being planned. You heard Governor Wike there saying he was asked to go and come back. So that's to give the officers some time to fix whatever it was that was wrong with
that's also
the
hoping
Beavers.
that 2:30 window is there from now to 2:30 for that to happen.
How do we ascertain that the Governor Wike's polling unit wasn't moved elsewhere without his knowledge? But
again, I mean, they'll tell him. Now, I understand that Linda Hibe is on standby at the International Conference Center, which is the National Collation Center, and where, of course, we have been receiving briefings from the Independent National Electoral Commission from. So, Linda, what can you tell us about the status at this point?
We probably will come to Linda
shortly.
We'll
come to Linda in a
but
moment.
Just a quick, update. Watching the vote findings, they did a quick sort of biochemistry vote of what when INEC got to where. And according to them, they say that in the South, it was about 6%. INEC arrival was around 7:30. The number of INEC officials that got there. On the other hand, for places like Northwest, I believe, by 7:30 a.m., INEC officials had arrived 27% of the polling across the country, as at 7:30 a.m. today.
27. That's just a bit under 1/3.
Welcome to Face to Face, the program
that frontally discusses
political and social issues in Nigeria. The weekly program brought to you on Wednesday by 6 p.m. Nigerian time, anchored by Prince Ewemade, Concourse powered by GCSDN.
Join us.
I'm looking forward to it.
As well as
I really am looking forward to it. And then, there's a very, very interesting conversation that started with our colleagues in Abuja earlier in the day. We're talking about the fact that many of us probably home now, probably have gone out to vote, probably just right now at the polling units waiting. Do we even know the job description of the people we want to give jobs to? It's a lot of focus on the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I know, Ladi, I recall that you would know this, but it's interesting that many people don't pay attention to the fact that the federal government, according to Bernard Kabweze, has 941 ministries, departments, and agencies. This figure was as at 2 years ago. I don't know if it's increased.
If it's increased in number, because
and there are more than 500 corporations of the federal government. Who controls them all? One constituency, Federal Republic of Nigeria, but with supervisory oversight by those people in the National Assembly. How many are there in it? Because I always have a problem.
360 in the House, 109 in the Senate.
Those guys are the ones who have oversights, right, on all of this. More than, I did the calc. 1,484 ministries, departments, agencies, and corporations of the federal government. And one person is responsible for ensuring that they all work. And that's the guy that we all flog when the job doesn't get done. But what happens to those other guys? On the average, each of these agencies have one head and maybe board members, 5. 1,484 multiplied by 5. I've not done that calculation, but just imagine that's the number of people that run the federal government, and we employ someone to take. Do we know that? And guess what the Constitution says his qualification is?
Well, SSCE.
SSCE
attempted.
Attempted, yeah, absolutely, yeah. For a long time, I was saying SSCE until I was corrected that it's just the attempt.
Just
that
attempt.
matters.
So even if you have F9 parallel, as we say back in time, that's the guy.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, there is nothing wrong with it. Only how many small businesses employ anyone
who
to
just
run the
attempted.
marketing with attempted school certs? And how much more of Federal Republic as Nigeria? I don't know.
Perhaps at this stage, because I can see him in our Abuja studios. I don't know if we can talk to him. Honorable West Idahosa is in our Abuja studios. Honorable Idahosa is a former member of the National Assembly. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. Honorable Idahosa, thank you for your time. What's been your experience like in Abuja? Did you vote? That should be my first question.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. I didn't vote because I had a prior engagement with the studio, and that would mean that I had to keep my obligation. So I stayed back in Abuja for this assignment.
Indeed, indeed, and we thank you so much for that. Perhaps give us an idea, a sense. We're getting reports from across the country, and it's a mixed bag. Sometimes within the same state, there are different sides of the same coin. Some say, look, the beavers are working excellently. In another part of the state, well, yeah, we're having problems with the same machine. And then in other places, real electoral materials and officials arrive late, haven't arrived in some instances. Is this, I mean, par for the course? We've gone through 6 circles already. This is the 7th under this dispensation. This is expected, right? Am I right to say that?
Yeah, you're correct. Ideally, we ought to be making progress. But one good news is that from reports reaching us, the accreditation process itself seems to be quite fast. And that would mean that the technology deployed may be in order. The only snag there is that in some areas, the BVAS itself is either faulty or is not available. But either way, I think the law has taken care of that. And the position of the law is very clear. Where that does not get rectified before 2:30 p.m. today, the automatic position of the law is that that election should be repeated within 24 hours from today. So I'm not too sure that those who are suffering the BVAS setback now should lose hope yet. I do believe that there will be rectification mode going on now. But if they do not rectify before 2:30, the provision of the law should be obliged, and people should be given the opportunity to cast their vote by repeating the exercise within 24 hours.
Well, there's a concern we raised earlier. I don't know, I hope you were able to catch that one as well. The fact that in a number of places, maybe few, depending on where the location is, a number of places, the officials, INEC officials aren't there at the time. Even maybe some of them haven't even arrived now. Some arrived quite late, some arrived an hour, 2 hours after schedule that they were supposed to be there. Yet, according to INEC guidelines, voting is supposed to terminate at 2 p.m., but those who are on the line before 2 p.m. should be able to cast their vote. Do you see a chance or a situation where INEC adjusts for the hours that they lost, or you think everyone who still, that the 2 p.m. termination time should still be maintained?
Well, I'm not too sure that is equitable in the circumstances. I think INEC has some powers to ensure that this exercise reflects its own vision and its mission for the Nigerian people, which is to conduct a credible, fair, transparent, and equitable election for the Nigerian people to elect its leaders for the next 4 years. So if a machine provided is unable to function within the voting period designated by INEC in its voting manual or in its guidelines as proposed in 2022, you cannot punish the voters for that. I think the equitable thing will be to get the proper machines and repeat the exercise the next day. And now, if, of course, there's been some lateness in getting this situation compared to those that I have some inherent to those who are online or who are available as at the time that the correction was made, get the chance to vote. Because to say that by 2:30 or thereabout, according to their guidelines, the security officer should queue behind the last man, and then nobody else should be allowed to be on the queue to vote is massive disenfranchisement in an area where by 12 o'clock, voting has not started. Ideally, the exercise ought to pick up by 8:30 a.m. So if an area has lost about 4 hours, not to a fault of theirs, due to the intervention of a third force, it will be difficult to justify disallowing those persons to exercise their civic responsibility, in my view.
Also, as you say that, I understand that we are getting in pictures at this point of some notable personalities voting. We start off with former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo is there. He is. Yeah, we have former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Of course, we all remember that former President Obasanjo was Nigeria's first president under this dispensation, having been elected in 1999 and then re-elected in 2003. I also understand that we have some visuals of former Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, that was the immediate predecessor of the current president, Muhammadu Buhari. There he is, arriving at his polling station in Bayelsa State. And now you have former transport minister, presidential aspirant at some point, and former governor of River State, Rotimi Chibuike Amechi, there also preparing to exercise his franchise. In Oyo State, the current governor, Seyi Makinde, is also exercising his franchise. Large crowd accompanying him there. We'll talk about that a little bit later. In Bayelsa State, Governor Duoye Diri is also exercising his franchise. Perhaps we are able to listen to Governor Diri, having cast his vote earlier, to get his first impressions of what's happening. Governor Diri.
Delayed voting here for about 2 hours, and I'm informed that it's as a result of logistics problems. But my plea is that they will equally extend the time that has already been wasted, about 2 hours that has already been wasted. That's my plea. Then insecurity. Yes, there's so much that has been done in terms of security by INEC, and we have not had any major security breach. We are collating the security reports, so to speak, and we'll deal with them accordingly to ensure that everybody is allowed to cast their votes peacefully. Bimodal voting and accreditation system is one innovation that everybody's applauding, and it took a few seconds for me to be identified. And I think if it continues, that it is one development that has come to stay.
So I guess it is a mixed bag for the different persons who are voting across the country. Well, let's hear from the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, who says the commission is working hard on ground, the different areas in the country, saying that they're working with the other security agencies to ensure the elections are credible and not influenced by any political actors. He was speaking earlier on our election coverage program, where he talked about the fact that the commission has already intercepted some suspected vote buyers, and guess where? In Lagos State and in Kaduna. He also clarified that the presence of the EFCC officials at the different number of polling units is indeed preventing vote buying. Let's listen to him.
So investigating, and at the right time, Nigerians will get to know about it. But what I can tell you is that arrests were made and recoveries also were made. There are several ways in which, EFCC can cause an investigation. You can write a complaint via intelligence, whether anonymously or somebody has written his name, whatever it is, and the EFCC has the powers to cause an investigation, when somebody has acted contrary to the provisions of the Act. But when somebody's lifestyle is, not commensurate with his sources of income, we can cause an investigation without complaint, whether it is by complaint, whether it is by boss, whether it is by intelligence, whether it is the EFCC that caused it. I think the most important thing that is the fact that we have seen that the laws of the country have been crossed, and we have commenced an investigation.
Oh, we mentioned that. Well, that's for both banks. Yeah, Abuja, back to Abuja, correspondent Lynn is there. All right, so there you are. So far.
So we are at the National Collation Center here in the Federal Capital Territory, which was opened on Thursday, and where election results from across the country will be collated and the winner of the presidential election will be announced. Now, as expected, there's heavy security presence in the ICC and its environs, and you cannot get into the ICC without a special identification card, different from what was given to other election observers and journalists monitoring the elections across the country. Now, but there's calm outside the ICC and surrounding areas, and there are some polling units a few kilometers away from the ICC. Now, since this collation center opened, INEC has been using the center to inform Nigerians on developments or updates on the 2023 elections. And by 12:30 p.m. or in a matter of minutes, Professor Yakubu said in time officials 8:30 a.m. but reports from different polling units across the country tested that voting did not start in some of these polling units, and INEC staff when did not come on time to some of these polling units. So there's obviously a logistic problem, and INEC chairman is expected to give details or to explain why this happened and what the plans of commission to address this problem, and to also answer questions. So if voting time might be extended for those areas that did not start voting by 8:30 a.m. Now, INEC also has a situation room right here in the ICC where its national commissioners are monitoring developments on the field and giving solutions to issues as they occur. And we that this collation center, maybe in the evening, will be quite filled, because for now we don't have much people here. But we results will start in. We'll have more local and international observers here and more journalists here later in the evening. So we'll be here throughout the day, throughout time. We finally announced, and we're keeping you up to speed with regards to presidential elections. Indeed, and Linda, you mentioned that update expecting from the INEC chairman. One other thing would also be, if it is true that for presiding officers who came late to, the polling units, if there is something in the law that says they shouldn't have a fine, or if it's an offense, it would be nice to clarify exactly that, because these are some of the reports we're getting from some polling units across the country. But then talk us through really the mood, the atmosphere. We saw pictures of people sitting by, looking at their phone, tag up for today, and with all that's going on at the moment. And so for the collation, you just have few is happening outside. People are observing what's been happening across the country, but in the evening, we'll begin to see, maybe some election results trickling in here, and that's when the real,
like I say, drama, the action will start. So for now, it's just going to be calm here. We might be having, INEC commissioners coming to time if there are developments on the field. So that's what we expect for now.
Do you have any security things today?
The security briefing saw the IGP came and talked about how the police and in collaboration with other security agencies are trying to maintain law and order across the country with the cooperation the military. So that was yesterday when the IG gave his brief, but I don't think he's expected to come here today. But the IGP might be going round the FCT. Typically, that's what happens during elections. Different security outfits go around the FCT to monitor, and so that's what we'll see outside, but not here.
Come and ask. Let me ask you, Linda. When you say that, that calm, where is, and you say that the action will reach the you probably PSL arrest because at that point we will have you on tents all around the club. But perhaps I should ask you, a lot of people have asked us here that during the 2019 election process, where you are now was the scene, as you said, of a lot of high drama in 2019 and even in 2015. Do you get a sense that this time around, we might witness some of that going by what you know, and the fact that you have also been a witness to some of this in the past?
Well, in terms of drama, we really didn't see much drama in the 2019 elections, where the election, which was quite dramatic, was in the 2015 elections. I remember then we had the former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, express his displeasure at the way the elections were going. So that was, and that was a very, very interesting election, because for the first time we saw the ruling party lose power to the opposition party. So 2019 was a bit calm. Today it's up in the air. What we know, we can say, is that there's a lot of people are really, really interested in these elections. People are coming out, PVCs. We've seen the increase in the number of PVCs being collected. So there's much interest in the elections. What that would translate to later on in the day here, we can't tell. We're just going to be here to give you updates as it unfolds.
Thank you so very much, Linda. As I said, enjoy the respite. We'll be coming to you much later, and of course, we'll be back to once we have the information that the INEC chairman is ready for that briefing that you mentioned, which the whole of Nigeria will be waiting to hear what his views are on what has transpired so far, and what, if anything, is going to be done to address some of the challenges already experienced. Thank you, Linda Akibe from the ICC in Abuja. All right, let's come back here. I understand we have Senator Ahmed Lawan, the current Senate president. There he is. Of course, he is a candidate in this election. His name, of course, coming up at the very last possible moment for this election. It's this here he is trying to, of course, exercise his franchise. I see his hand. I don't know whether that's him voting or actually indicating. All right, so let's hear from him what his impressions are. This is, of course, in his ward in Ayobe, where he cast his vote.
One of the major reasons is what the 9th National Assembly had done to produce an electoral act, an amendment to the election. This INEC sufficient latitude to introduce technology, more technology for the election process. It didn't take me more than a minute to cast the votes. For democracy in Nigeria, because the process cuts out any tendency for compromise, for fraud, for multiple voting and so many other things. And I believe that this process will produce leaders that the voters would have decided to have them lead them. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. President for signing the Electoral Act that we worked on, and this is a joint success story. It's one of our legacies that the 9th National Assembly would have really been proud of, and the President himself would be proud that here we are at this juncture in our democracy, journey to democracy, that we have an Electoral Act that has all the safeguards so far.
So that is a happy voter in the person of the President of Senate, Ahmed Lawan. Not a first. Well, that's where we're headed to. First-time voters, we understand also about 40% are under the age of 35, talking about for the PVCs collected. Here we have a number of them. I believe we will be listening to their experience today.
My name is Uday, first-time voter. I'm Tobichukwu Dogu, first-time voter.
I'm Emmanuel Blessing, first-time.
My name is Gideon, first-time voter. And could you just share with us some of your experiences so far? Maybe we'll start with you.
It's been amazing. Everybody is working together to make sure that the process is very peaceful. Although there was issue with the beavers, which INEC should take note. There was issue with the beavers, and the accreditation started very late by past 10. But you can see accreditation is currently ongoing, and people are casting their votes.
And I heard you shared your data as well.
Yes, like when we came, the bus was not working, so we even asked for the spare one. They said they had no spare, so we had to find a way to get the beavers to start working. We shared data with the PO, the presiding officer, and then we started pretty late, but then I think this so far.
And how excited are you about this?
Very, very excited. It's been peaceful. My vote will be counted.
Yeah. It was okay. We thank God for it.
It was okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much.
I just feel like saying high five. First-time voters, you know.
Quite excited after this first experience.
I mean,
Does it remind you of your first time?
No, it doesn't remind me of my first time because it was supposed to be today. I should have shown my own purple finger. Every time we're having elections, I'm in the studio.
Yes. I sympathize.
Since 1993.
I sympathize with you.
That sympathy is not accepted.
Let's thank Honorable Weston also for staying with us. He's in our Abuja studios, and of course, we've since been joined by Professor Kayode Shola in our Lagos studios. Thank you, Prof, for being with us. Welcome. Did you vote? I can't see any ink on your hands.
You have also kept me here. I've not been able to vote.
You have not been able to vote. But I mean, in terms of what we know, Millicent highlighted it when she was introducing the first-time voters. They're going to be pivotal in this election if they come out in the numbers that were registered, both in terms of registered voters and in terms of those who collected their PVCs. They're going to be pivotal. And from those ones that we just watched now, they seem to be excited about the process. Challenging, no doubt, in the course of it. But do you think that perhaps their impact on this election was overhyped, particularly because on the basis of antecedents, their participatory level has been quite low coming from previous elections?
I think the impacts are going to be very high. You could see the spirit, you could see the enthusiasm, and the summary is just more and more aware of their fundamental responsibility as citizens of the country. Impact is going to a few ones with whom I have interacted seem to be very excited, and they seem also to be voting in one direction. I don't mention the name of any candidate, but they will always tell you, my son, my cousins, my colleagues, we vote this way. And that's for me, it's surprising. President,
so
I absolutely think so, and that could lead to very serious surprises.
You want to?
I was going to say I was going to go to Honorable Ida, who's been in the Abuja studio, but this is also to tell us that we've just been joined by Group Captain Sadiq Shehu, who is a retired military officer and also security consultant. Welcome to the 2023 verdict.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, guests.
All right, welcome. But maybe let's go to you, since we can hear you just now. Your thoughts on, what you've been seeing or what you've been hearing on as to the earlier moments of the election accreditation and the different parts of the country.
Come again, please. I didn't get your question.
Group Captain, your experience from what you've been hearing, what you've been seeing. Did you go out to vote?
Nigeria is now or never. You either love it or lose it forever. Nigeria is now or never. You rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. You rather win it and keep it for good. Let me hear you. Sigahozi, Jai Kama. Sigahozi, Anjabana, Jai Kama. Ajabeke, Sigahozi, Jamabana, Jai Kama. Anjabana. Jai Kama, Angelina, Jai Kama, Angelina, Jai Kama. Africa is now on level. You either win it or lose it forever. Africa is now on level. We rather win it and keep it for good. Nigeria is now on level. You either love it or leave it forever. Nigeria is now on level. We rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now on level. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now on level. We rather win it and keep it for good. Kanje Sigahozi, Agamawaha na Jai Kama. Kanje Sigahozi, Kanje Waha na Jai Kama.
The situation with voters, have they been able to exercise their franchise? How easy has it been? Have there been any security breaches that you can report?
As far as security is concerned, around the Kaduna area, I took a ride around the town and I did not see any security incidents. And I can say the turnout is relatively very impressive. So people have already voted and left. A lot of people have done so. I did not witness any, security breach. And just for my own professional calling, I have people that report to me from various areas. As of now, as I'm talking to you now, that is 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. I have not heard of any security breaches. I've seen any.
Let me put you on pause there and come to Honorable Idahosa in our Abuja studios. The group captain talked about the fact that they were told that, if this Beavers thing is not resolved, as Millicent asked, that, what's to happen since they seem to have a problem with the Beavers. And he was told, that's Group Captain Shehu was told at his unit that, there are other methods, shall we say, that can be used. Is that actually true? Are there other methods? Because we've spent the last couple of weeks hearing no beavers recognition, no vote, no incident form, nothing like that. So what are the other methods? Can you enlighten us if there?
Okay, first of all, are guided by the Electoral Act and the manual with which police officers all elections were trained. It appears to me that there is an alternative action for this election because the commission are clearly choosing beavers. Not only have they chosen the beavers mode of accreditation, it has been included manual of precious items of that manual. It's clear that they did not contemplate any other method of accreditation. So it will appear to be that the only alternative will be where the beavers is not working and is not likely to work before 2:30. Then, of course, if the commission considers that those who have been left out of the voting exercise are significant enough to affect the voting in that area, then within 24 hours, the exercise will be repeated in that area. But other than that, there seems to be no accommodation of any other method of accreditation for now.
That would create a bit of a conundrum, except, of course, you did point out, Honorable Idahosa, that if it remains like this, within 24 hours, they can repeat the exercise, hopefully non-functioning equipment they will probably have secured from other locations to be able to repeat the exercise 24 hours. So that does not leave the option of using any other method. We are still going to end up with the beavers. I just wanted that clarified.
Correct.
But when you think of the numbers, the number of reports that we've been getting, the number of persons who have been told to go back home, come back again, and, you know, it's really close. It's past 1 now, an hour, 30 minutes to 2:30 when it all closes. Honorable West, what do you think the numbers could be in those that might not get the opportunity to vote, to be accredited with the BVAS?
Well, it's a mixed bag of successes and difficulties for now. But the thing is the discretion to make that decision, you know, with the commission. I think the commission have been given enormous powers, just as the Senate President said just now, this time around, to make a success out of this election. So if in a given polling unit, for example, there are 500 registered voters, and only about 50 had voted before the difficulties developed with the technology. And one can say that substantially, a greater number of persons have been left out, and that could significantly affect the election as far as that polling unit is concerned. That could be an invitation to repeat the exercise. So it may vary from unit to unit and from the numbers of affected persons as each polling unit may present.
And the visuals we're seeing now, Professor Mahmood Yakubu is arriving. He's just sat down to brief entourage. Yes, indeed. His team. They will be briefing very shortly, and who knows, he might have, definitely will be talking to some of these issues which we are discussing. Honorable West, just to quickly ask, and this is, you know, with what you've talked about, what could happen, the question I was coming to, I think I missed it somewhere.
Well, you have to find it back, but let me come back to Professor Ishola very quickly. So this is what we have now, of course, as Millicent has just mentioned to you. Anytime from now, as soon as the INEC team have a thing or two to say, we'll go to them. But let me quickly ask you, from your assessment so far of the reports that we've been getting from all over the place, what is your take on the conduct of Nigerians generally? We've been to places where dignitaries were there. We've also been to places where there are no dignitaries in all elections. What's your take?
Well, I think the conduct has been quite impressive. when the driver of the
Let me pause, Professor Oshola. I understand the INEC chairman. Please hold that thought. Please hold the thought.
It is our honor and duty to bear about how things are going, the challenges we have encountered, and the measures we have taken to address. As all Nigerians and friends of Nigeria around the world are aware, today is election day in the field of Nigeria. Nigerians are voting for a president, 109 senators, and 60 members of the House of Representatives. From our situation room, we have the processes nationwide. We have received reports from state offices. Nigerians are aware the prevailing conduct of the election is a bit challenging, but there is also a sheer determination on the part of the Commission to ensure that the elections hold and that they are free, fair, and credible. As Nigerians are aware, or most Nigerians I should say, this is the first time since 2011 that a general election has not been postponed after it was scheduled. It's part of the Commission's determination to ensure that we continue to do what is right. So we considered it auspicious to address the nation at this point, and we are going to continue to do so throughout the day intermittently until we formally open the collation center tomorrow. So far, so good. Generally speaking, is on wide. The bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS, deployed nationwide for the first time, has been functioning optimally in most parts of the country. And we hear actually less and less of complaints about the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system than we hear about our other processes. The reports that we have received from the various states of the Federation and our office in the Federal Capital Territory, some challenges were identified, one of which is the inability of the Commission in a number of places to open the polling units at the appointed hour of 8:30 a.m. Some of the polling units opened late, but in line with our policy, any Nigerian who is on the queue will have the opportunity to vote, no matter how long it takes, until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes, no matter how long it takes. Some of the reasons why we couldn't open the polling units on time are, one, the perennial problem of logistics in spite of our best effort. I think in 2023, we have conquered the challenge of getting election materials to various locations. Yes, there may be complaints here and there, but generally speaking, we have delivered the hundreds of millions of ballot papers and result sheets that we are supposed to deliver for the election. But another contributory factor to the late opening of the polling units is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. For instance, we couldn't deploy early enough to Alawa in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Bandits launched an attack, not necessarily on INEC officials, but in the area. So on the advice of the security agencies, we tarried a while. But I'm happy to say that we were able to deploy to Alawa, and voting in that location is ongoing as we speak. Similarly, in Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 beavers machines were lost in the process. But again,
anyone. Where are they going? Tell us no. Baba. This one.
This weapon when this guy is, I'm not sure if this weapon.
Which one?
One guy when they saw say weapon.
Gbogbo weapon ti wà ní mọ́tò lọ ńbẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
What is weapon?
Ní gbogbo weapon ṣá ti wà ní mọ́tò.
Buhari voted for Labour Party. They just showed it now.
Labour Party.
And they even happy.
Hey, Obi don't win. Why vote for Labour Party? Why vote for Labour Party? Obi don't win. Obi don't win.
Even they show them.
Labour Party. Everybody there. Come and play. Obi don't win.
You can see some elders sitting at Unit 17. Unit 17 is the polling unit in Obafemi Owode local government. You can see the crowd waiting, and there's a very long queue too. And INEC officials are still not here at 10 minutes after 5. So that's the situation report. But I must commend the doggedness and the determination of the people to vote. It is quite encouraging. People are so determined that they want to cast their votes. You can see the long queue.
Nigeria is now or never. You either love it or lose it forever. Nigeria is now or never. You rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Let me hear you. Zikaozi Jai Kama Zikaozi Anje Bahana Jai Kama Ajaleke Zikaozi Kama Bahana Jai Kama Anje Zikaozi Anje Bahana Jai Kama Anje Zikaozi Jai Kama Anje Zikaozi Bahana Jai Kama. Africa is now under. You either win it or lose it forever. Africa is now under. We rather win it and keep it for good. Nigeria is now under. You either love it or leave it forever. Nigeria is now or never. We rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Can't just sit down. Agamawaha na jai kam. Can't just sit down.
My fellow Nigerians, my brothers and sisters across the world, I greet you all today, especially on the current happenings in Nigeria, our great country. This is election update. We are going to be updating you from this channel for the rest of the day. Stay tuned and continue to watch at the events of unfold in Nigeria. Nigeria is now on ever. Whether we make it now or forget about it. We are sure victory is already ours. Obi is already the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Victory is certain. God bless you all. Stay tuned.
Ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For results polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the commission will retain the top copies, the first top copies, and each polling agent at polling unit level at one copy to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot. Additional blank rows. And the purpose of these two additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those two additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to, provided accordingly. And the presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia state that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia state. We are also aware of the situation in Imo state. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu government areas. In whole of Osu, in all the 11. In the case of Olu, is 6 wards out of 11. In the case of Okigwe, is out, and in Okta, with the Inspector of Police this morning, as well as the military. And our officials have been escorted to location. Action will hold intermittent throughout the day. So we go and review the situation further. Almost 1:30. Should we say 4? Will be provide. Yes, we may be just, you are above all Nigerians. There are things you might have heard room, have several platforms that contact Nigerians using different platforms also relate to the community reports and that we are in the middle of an end. So if there are 2 questions or questions or suggestions, I would want questions before we go back to the situation room. Thank you very much.
Please, if you have any question, quickly indicate. By raising up your hand, please.
Good evening, report for Arise Television. Sir, my question is regarding polling units, especially the ones that were reassigned. Will polling units, what the commission thinks, especially because Chairman, you assured Nigerians that no one will be disenfranchised. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Mia Ogidi of NTA. You have acknowledged that polling distribution of materials arrived late in some polling units. And that is not a fault of the electorate. And their time has been taken off. Are you considering extending the time beyond 2:30? And secondly, we just got a report that Boko Haram terrorists launched an attack in Goza in Borno State. And injured, including the electorate. Have you received any information and any action has been taken? And secondly, of the vice presidential candidate, governor of the state, went to their polling unit in Borno State. As of 11 o'clock, your men were now on ground. So are you taking action regarding some of these issues? And if I state at Apo, as of 11:30, no materials. Same thing in federal housing estates in Lube. Can you please respond to some of them or all? Thank you.
Okay, I crave your indulgence to respond to these issues quickly so that we go back to our situation room. The next briefing will be at 4:30. So let me start with Arise TV, the difficulty locating polling units. That is why before the election, we embarked on a campaign encouraging citizens to identify their polling units. We have 6.7 million citizens in that respect, and quite a number of them have done so. I actually expected that the complaints that we are going to receive from people who could not locate their polling units will be louder than that. We tried to solve a 25-year-old problem in the history of Nigeria by expanding voter access to polling units, which we successfully did in 2021. Before then, the delimitation of polling units was the one done by the old NECON, not INEC, in 1996. Doing so means redistributing some voters to polling units. The law empowers the commission to create polling units and to allot voters to them. There is population increase, movement of people up and down the country, and so we did so. But what we did in the main was to redistribute voters from congested polling units in proximate or same location. In other words, voters were not in the main taken out of the locations where they have voted consistently since 1999. So what did we do? We published the entire list. We worked with the mobile telecom network operators in Nigeria and sent bulk text messages to the affected Nigerians. We encourage our state offices to engage in publicity in the local languages. And then we came up with two simple ways by which citizens could locate their polling units ahead of election day. One of which was our website. But the other one, which is simpler, is we provided two telephone numbers to which you can send a simple text message indicating your state, your surname, and the last 6 digits identification number, and you will receive a message telling you that this is your polling unit. We appreciate that not all Nigerians have access to the internet, and that's where when we send the list to the states, we ask them to engage with those voters that we may have redistributed to some of the polling units, and also engage in publicity in the local language. So these are some of the steps that we took. In fact, very interestingly, a friend of mine was very angry. We moved the person from one polling unit in Abuja to another polling unit, and he sent me
If you don't be vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call Luca. If I see you vote another party, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you get na APC, go your house. Go relax.
Okay, live report from Welfare Junction. There's no votes because the Beavers machine is not working, and we have over 750 votes here. As we can see, nobody could vote. So at the polling unit at Welfare Junction, election did not hold.
To vote on election day. Our intention was never to disenfranchise Nigerians, but to make it more convenient for Nigerians to vote easily. Unfortunately, some of the polling units are still congested, because when we contacted some Nigerians, they preferred to be left in the congested polling units, some for security considerations. More secure while we've been voting, even if the units are congested, than taking us to a less populated polling unit, which may be some distance away from our comfort zones. So these are the steps that we have taken, and this is the rationale for voter redistribution. Mayor Ogidi, I have answered your question partially in my opening statement. I said that no Nigerian will be disenfranchised. Yes, we opened the polling units late, and we admitted that in some cases the polling units were opened late. But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes. So no Nigerian will be disenfranchised on that score, provided that person is at the polling unit before 2:30. You talked about one of the vice presidential candidates unable to vote in Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. We are following and tracking the challenges we have in 2 locations in Borno State, the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council and Jeri. So we are tracking that. Voting hasn't ended. We are sure we'll overcome whatever challenges, and every Nigerian will have the opportunity to vote. Then finally, you talked about the attack on some of our officials in Goza. We are tracking that one as well. There are some, should I say, bandits or some insurgents that were firing from the mountaintop in Goza, just firing at random. That was what we were tracking before we had to come to brief you. So we'll continue to track. At 4:30, we should be in a position to give further update on that. I thank you very much. The work continues. See you at 4:30.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Please, we all gather again here at 4:30 for the next round of update from the Commission. Thank you.
At the IC Abuja, he spoke about a number of a few of them were the issues being experienced here today in some of the polling units across the evening of the BVAS, which he referred to as optimal, said that everything was nationwide. He spoke about a few reports that had come in from some states, some of the challenges, which include late opening of polling units, some logistic problems. He also spoke about a few of the perennial delays which was experienced, security issues in areas like Shiroro local government area, and also another place in Delta Oshimili, where he said 2 BVAS were lost, but then spare machines were used in their also about an identification where he spoke on a portal was created for agents and the description, you know, to their tasks to sort of simplify that, because I believe he mentioned some of the nominations for political parties was around 5 million. And then he spoke to
talking about the polling agents.
Yes, polling
because
agents.
You know, there are so many contestants. National Assembly elections, State Assembly elections, governorship elections. I think that's the collage of all of those agents.
Indeed. But then, you know, the portal sort of simplifies who is an agent, who is what. But then he did say that only INEC accredited, you know, agents will be admitted to the collation centers. He also spoke on the unfolding situation in Abia specifically, and also Imo State. But then I think there he clarified what was happening in Imo, talking about Olu, Osu, Oguta, Okigwe, saying that, you know, voters who are on the queue before 2:30 will definitely be allowed to vote, which, you know, reminds me of the questions I was asked if there will be an extension by one of the journalists beyond the 2:30 p.m.
halfway vote scorecard that the INEC chairman has just delivered. But just before we do that, I understand that we have yet another prominent voter, shall we say. I'm not seeing it yet. Okay, there we have. This is the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed. Here he is. Perhaps we can listen in. I believe he's exercised his franchise here at this point, and would like to know what he thinks.
As long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done. If you think deeply, like some people often do, the withdrawal of cash from the system just before election is more or less a statement on the entire Nigerian society that if the government does not withdraw cash, you're likely to sell your votes. That is most unfortunate. And let us see an election that took place without cash. Let us compare it to those that held with cash. If it is a simple matter of traveling around, people have always been able to travel around with or without that level of cash that you have seen.
Well, we also have the governor of Ogun State also performing his civic duty right there in Ogun State. Location, I don't know what his own experience is. I guess we'll be able to hear that as well somewhere in.
Yeah, he was standing. He's joining. He's on a queue here. Oh. He's joined the queue here. And we didn't see, we are not seeing some of the less than totally organized situations that we saw earlier on. With some,
but I think with the dignitaries, you have a lot of people, you know.
Yes, going along with them, waiting for them, and wanting to follow them to and fro. In spite of the fact that this is against all the regulations that we have spent time repeating over and over and over again. But this is Prince Takwa Abiodun. I wonder if he said anything.
I just exercised my franchise in full public way. And I believe that the exercise itself, from all that I have been told so far, appears to be going well enough. There were a few hitches early this morning, which centered around the issue of agents identification tax. I am told that INEC did not provide enough cards for agents to identify themselves as they presented themselves in various communities. I'm yet to confirm what caused that. I'm not sure that this applies to OPAS. Our party agents have complained that they were short quite a few agents. But I believe that summary vote has been worked on. Voting has started. The voter turnout here is impressive, which is very exciting. And everything seems to be going for life.
Thanks for staying tuned there, Ogun State Governor Dakwa Abiodun, giving his impressions about this voting exercise following his successful attempt to exercise his franchise. Now, let's go to Olu Phillips, our correspondent, who is somewhere in Lagos, in a suburb, I believe, of Okota. Olu, you've been traversing that area for much of the day. What can you tell us? What's the status report at this point? Olu, we are unable to hear you. I wonder if you're muted. Perhaps you could unmute yourself. All right. While we wait for Olu to do his thing in Okota, let's cross over to Mary Alile Yusuf, who is in another part of Lagos. Good afternoon to you, Mary. What can you tell us?
Residents are getting accredited and voting peacefully. They were off to a slow start as accreditation did not start in time. Nevertheless, they are formed neat lines, the young and even the very old. We even spied someone on crutches who is determined to cast his vote. The police presence, which we have become used to seeing as we've gone from polling unit to polling unit, is here and getting more, increasing. But for now, the process is peaceful.
All right, then. Thank you, Mary, reporting there from outside of Lagos Central. Lady and gentlemen, we were talking about the scorecard. All these are parts of the scorecard. But the ANEC chairman, the man in the hot seat, has been briefing. And I want to find out what our guests think of what he's said. First, let me start with the group captain who's joining us via Zoom from Kaduna. Okay, I understand he's gone to actually go vote. So
hoping that the beavers
are not working and that he's able
that's good news.
to exercise his plan. Let me come to you, Prof. What did you make of what the ANEC chairman said? I mean, broadly speaking.
I think, in all summary, he has displayed a good sense of leadership, a good sense of control of the organization that he leads. He appears very honest to me. He identified problems where there are. He acknowledged problems where he found some. And it sounds so promising to the extent that he will not want Nigerians to worry about being prevented, in spite of all the hiccups, from performing their civic responsibilities. That is not to say it is all huru, but then in life, whatever it is, if you have an A in an exam, it's 70% or 72 after all. There must be some rooms for improvement. And the good thing about it is that that address will not be one-off.
Right.
Intermittently, he will be coming back to give us briefings, perhaps getting data of problems to solve, addressing them, feeding up back on how far he has gone. And then what's important is that we are carried along. I think it's a good sense of respect for citizens of this country. It's a good development.
Indeed. Honorable Dahosa, you are not the INEC was doing his briefing. Perhaps you could also give us a sense of your view, particularly about what he said about the engagement process, the areas where citizens can report, what kind of problems they're having and so on. That's very important, what he said about that, that instead of you can actually let who can about it know in the time that is left to do something about it. That's on one hand. And the issue of the party agents, because now we are getting to the point where voting will conclude and then we are going to start collation. And that the issue with identifying who is a legitimate party agent who can witness collation. Those 2 points.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to say that with the developments in terms of citizens' complaint and the response mechanism put in place by the Commission, we seem to have witnessed very huge modernization of the electoral process. And this is very commendable. Not only has the Commission deployed what has now been adjudged as a very fast technology in terms of accreditation, but it is also providing a modern method of reporting complaints and engaging citizens over a critical civic responsibility. And we want to commend the Commission for this. The other point is whether or not parties complain about agents and so on, is also likely to be traced to whether or not the parties delivered on the platform, the portal set up for entry into the agents list. Because I'm aware that this time around, the portal was set up and the commission gave the parties the responsibility to enter their agents list into the portal together with 2 passport photographs to enable the commission to prepare an identification which qualifies the agent to be the one to sign all electoral forms, including result declaration forms, and be present at collation centers. So for those parties that have complied, I believe and expect that the commission has also done the needful. Now, if there is any the confusion with respect to this, I still think that there is opportunity to rectify that, because the commission has offices in 36 states of the federation, including Abuja. And in addition, they also have offices in all the local government headquarters, except where there has been tremendous insecurity or where the such office has been shut down. So I think it's an issue that can be quickly redressed as long as the name of the agent is on the official portal of the INEC. I don't see a big deal in that matter.
But sometimes, one of the questions a number of people might be wondering is whether or not the political parties themselves were significantly ready for this whole process. I mean, what would you make of, what are the chances? In fact, one of the questions I wanted to ask you earlier, yes, my own question came back. I wanted to ask you earlier was, in terms of not just readiness, but the entire process, what are the challenges that you think might crop up on this day, which INEC may or may not be aware of, but party agents and all, the citizens themselves, the INEC officials on site, that Nigerians should be aware of and get ahead of before it happens?
Honorable Idahosa, that's for you. I don't know if you caught the question.
Got part of it, but I didn't get the last element of it.
Okay, well, the question I was asking was, what are some of the challenges that you think we should get ahead of? Yes, elections have started. In some places, people have voted and gone back home. But for the voters, for polling agents, for the citizens, with the electorates, what are some of the issues that might crop up that we may or may not be aware of now and get ahead of?
Well, the first problem there has been addressed by the commission. The question of security of beavers. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, please go on. Go on, please.
Okay. The question of security of beavers, I think INEC's response has been excellent. Very wonderful reaction to have a spare duplicates of such machines ready to go on wherever they have been stolen. So you can see that the political system has still not been able to prepare itself for a smooth election. You see people still willing to steal equipments just to frustrate the electoral system wherever they think that they are not strong enough. But INEC's response has been apt and extremely on point in the circumstances. That's why. The other question will be, how prepared are they in terms of making arrangement with the security community to prevent the critical documents, such as the Form EC8 series and the Form 4. That's another event. So, there is the need to respect the sanctity of the elections and still go to try to attack voting centers to destroy those results in the hope that the outcome of those results are not recorded for one reason or the other. Then the third element will be the question of party agents. How ready are the political party themselves to ensure that the agents that they send there are credible enough, educated enough, enlightened enough to support the electoral process and not just to be there to make noise, distort information, and manipulate the situation, either for want of inefficiency or in an attempt to frustrate a system where their parties seem to be lagging behind. I think these are quick elements that often will accompany the electoral system, but I'm happy that INEC has dealt with the most important one. Beavers, because it is in determining whether there has been overvoting or there has of number of votes that have also been spoiled. This key information can all be held and protected with all the empathy that security agents can muster.
Indeed. It's also interesting to note that the INEC chairman did also say that it appeared the Beavers machines were the target in some of those places where security appeared to be a challenge. But we are still taking a lot of your thoughts, your reports on what's happening in your area as you vote today. Let's quickly go over to Okota, I believe, where our correspondent Olu Phillips has the latest.
We've been traversing the area between Okota, Isolo, Amuo, Festac, Ajawa State, and something seemed to be a common denominator. Most of the INEC officials didn't arrive on time, most of them around 10, all of them around 11 a.m., and casting a lot of doubts on the hearts of the people as to when they will have to do the accreditation, and now dovetailing to voting, which should end officially by 2:30, except there's an extension which INEC chairman can grant. One of the words around 1013 around Ali Dada area, and some of the people I spoke to earlier had the same complaint, and I'd just like to speak to one of them to tell us the experience she had when she came in. So can you tell us what was it when you actually came in? And you can see that up till now we don't have enough people who have voted. Tell us, and you got to be audible a little.
I hope everybody having a free and fair election. First of all, I live around here, and what days are elected today? Yeah, mind you, I came here twice, and I didn't see any name pasted. But in front of my house, there is something pasted there. I got here as at 9, and when I got here as at 9, they were probably still setting up, only for me to hear that they did not have ink. So they had to go and get ink. And mind you, they have BRBs. They had 2 BRBs. One have I think 750 names, the other has the same amount of names. And if your name is not in this, it's not in the other one. There was a pregnant woman here who had to wait for a long time, and they're being a little bit rude. Like this is our rights. We're supposed to exercise this right. You talk to us kind, because everybody wants a better Nigeria. That's the aim of everything. Don't shout at people, say, "Oh, go and look for another place, go and look for another place, go and go to another place." The BRBs, they came with the BRBs, and BRBs were not fully charged. We are the ones helping them charge their BRBs. It's not fair, and it's happening in all the places where they know that Igbo people are living. Maybe because of the president, that's why they're doing it.
Okay, so this technical hitches and some of the hitches that had to do with late arrival of materials, late arrival of officials. Do you see a situation where, do you have any suspicions?
Of course. Nigeria's politics is not a very game, Of course, we will think some certain way, because the people that live in Agbo Palace and Festac, Isolo, all these places are Igbo people. So they feel like, oh, okay, because we're Igbo, we're going to vote for the Igbo presidential candidate. Of course, I don't think it's fair, because tell me why before I woke up this morning, I checked the people were saying that, oh, it took them 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I have been here since 9 a.m. and I'm still here since 9 a.m. and I haven't done anything. It's not fair.
So Minister, this is a tip of the iceberg of some of the things that we've had to encounter. Across the street, there's another street across the street called Mukandasa Street, and I've gotten calls from people saying we have not even started because INEC officials have even arrived. That's the situation, and we're hoping that something will help ameliorate this situation actually exercise their franchise and be sure that their votes will count, because we see a lot of number of people who are even voting for the first time, and this is the kind of experience they want to have. INEC had all the years to prepare, and hopefully those preparations will come to play on a day like this.
That's very, very
and we also
interesting.
heard about disruptions around Ikate, Aguda, and all over the places. We also had disruptions in Okot, Shodi, and all of that. I mean, these are places where some emergencies should be deployed and make sure that we have some kind of sanity and sanctity in this 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. It's back to you, Millicent.
Thank you, Olu Phillips, there with the latest. But let's see if we can, take a look at those disruptions we understand happened earlier in Elegushi area. All of the people appear to be taking pictures, so nothing happening there as at the time this visual came in. Eyewitnesses sent in this, and these are some of your pictures that we're getting. Also disruption in Ikate area as well. Security appears to be on ground in Aguda, I believe this is. They took over after a number of people were seen trying to scuttle the process.
Correct. Please, I want you people, I'm calling Nigeria INEC, I'm calling Labour Party, I'm calling everybody involved to come and see what is happening at Ijaye. Number 9 polling units, Ilasa Maja. What F2? What F2? Where we have more than 1,000 registered voters. They say that it is only 14 people that is only allowed to vote. That's what they told the INEC agent in that very place. We are telling the whole world, the whole Nigeria, to come and see what is happening in Lagos, where they have more than 1,000 votes. Where they have more than 1,000 votes, going to 2,000 votes. They said, the INEC officer is saying that it's only 14 people, that he was instructed that we only going to vote, that other people, he doesn't have instruction that they do vote. The street is Ijaye Street, Ilasa, Ward 8. The whole world shows us that only 14 people will vote. In the whole of where we have more than 1,000 votes. Where we have more than 1,000 votes. And our name is in the list. Our name has been posted in the post. And they are saying that it's only 14 people that is going to vote. Please, Nigeria to come on this. And we are here with our voters card to come and load, to come and vote. Everybody here has his voters card. But they said that it's only 14 people that is going to vote. Please, these people with 14, please show your voters card, Everybody has his voters card. Everybody show your voters card. Everybody show your voters card. Everybody show your voters card. People with their voters card. Everybody has his voters card. And they said that it's only 14 people that will vote. The registered vote here is more than 1,000 people. This is happening at Ilasa Emaja, under Ocho, the local government, Ijaye, polling unit number 8. Nigerians should see this. The whole world should see this. Nigerians should show this. The whole world is show this. And I'm sure that this is what is happening other places in Lagos State right now. You people can see it. The whole world can see what is happening here. This is what is happening here right live now. This is what is happening here right now in Ilasa, under Ocho, the solo local government. This is what is happening here now, right now, as I'm telling you now. Only 14 people that will be able to vote. That is what the INEC officer said. That is what the INEC officer said. That is what the INEC officer is saying. That is what the INEC officer said. That is instruction given to him. This is her. This is the INEC officer. This is her. This is her right here. This is her right here. This is her. This is her right way.
There have only been 3 incidents. Last night, a rice mill was attacked by people suspected to be PDP thugs. The police investigating. This morning, we got reports of one incident in southern Kaduna where beavers' ballot boxes were snatched, and in Soba where there was another incident of 2 ballot boxes being snatched. Of course, these are no incidents at all, because whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to. So I must commend INEC for these improvements. So far, everything appears orderly across the state. All the reports we are getting are positive. My only concern is low voter turnout. People are not coming out to vote. I want to use the opportunity to appeal to everyone. Please come out. You have once in 4 years opportunity to pick your leaders, and you should take it seriously. It is the leaders that you select today that will run the affairs of your state and your country for the next 4 years. So please don't stay at home. Come out and vote. And remember, any time you don't come out to vote, you are giving the opposition or the other party that you don't like 2 more votes, because your vote will reduce the gap by 1. But if you don't come out, you are giving them by default 2 more votes. So please come out and vote. Polling units are open until 2:30.
The Kaduna State Governor on his experience voting earlier today. And we just have about 30 or maybe 40 minutes to 2:30. So, crunch time to, those final moments.
2:30, it's 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Just say.
Being specific. That's okay.
That makes it even more urgent.
We earlier heard from the INEC chairman about the unfolding situations in Imo and Abia. Let's go to Imo State, where the governor had earlier voted his experience with voting there.
Very good process. I came within 2-3 minutes. I've gone through the accreditation. I've collected my ballot papers. I've voted. My wife has done the same thing. I think I must commend the process. It's a lot of improvement and a departure from what we used to have to a more prudent and efficient thing. There is no perfection here on earth, only God that is perfect. So I advise our people not to be looking for faults. We should embrace change and innovations towards national development, because it has to do with logistics. I'm told that the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers were supposed to supply vehicles, and they disappointed. So INEC is struggling. We're also helping to intervene here and there to ensure that the voting election will hold today. And I'm happy that the election have started in majority of the areas of the state.
Well, from Imo, we head over to Kano. Our correspondent, Sadiq Iliasu, brings us the latest. Hi, Sadiq.
We are here at the Malamai registration area in Konkoso Ward, Majobi local government area of Kano State, where the presidential candidate of the NNPP, New Nigeria's People's Party, cast his vote. Before he cast his vote, there was a mini drama as he went to vote at a wrong polling unit. He later was directed to the right polling unit. Voting began at 9 a.m., but voters have already queued up at the registration area to cast their vote even before 8 a.m. As voting was on, a man drove with his vehicle to the election premises. Voters became suspicious and asked him to open his books. He refused, and that becomes a problem until armed security men intervene. Voting is expected to end at 2:30 p.m., but people are still on queue to cast their votes. We will remain here to keep you posted. Back to you in the studios.
Well, thank you, Sadiq. We're talking about before the INEC chairman came, was where we.
I had to hand Prof a pen so that he wouldn't forget.
Oh, he wanted to say at the time.
We thank God he had the pen. His pause was longer than we expected.
Well, I mean, it's perhaps even more interesting now to talk about these things, because then we hadn't heard reports of ballot snatching, beaver snatching. How does that even sound in the ears, beaver snatching? So, and those are things done by the electorates, irrespective of what the interests are. So would your impression then, before these reports came, and now that the reports have come, are they the same?
Well, I think they are the same, practically. I did not expect us to have an absolutely smooth election like that. I mean, you could feel the politics. There have been agitations, counter-agitations, a lot around the country. And in as much as people hope that election will give them the opportunity to change the situation, there must be a few in any typical society who will not agree with that conventional way of doing things. That's why you have the word deviance for people. So I'm really not surprised. I know we're going to have it good, but I'm not surprised that we have abnormal behaviors here and there.
Well, you know, the reason I asked you the question, perhaps a little more because you are in the political science space.
Yes.
And I've often wondered the level of political education of the electorate, not just as a voter. You know, you will talk about voter education, but political education. I think we talked about the JD. You laughed the other day. We talked about the job description for which we are voting, for whom people are voting. So perhaps that would have, you know, helped to understand what the issues are. From that respect, or from that perspective, again, talking about the voter, as Millicent pointed out, we have less than about 25 minutes now. When officially, you know,
the process is supposed to be over.
The voting process will
part of
end.
it.
Yes.
What are the things the electorate may have missed that will certainly have an impact on the results of the elections?
Well, that's a very tricky one. What are the things that they might have missed? That
well, some
impact
are still on the queues now.
And so maybe the opportunity is still there for.
Well, there are two ways of looking at this. If you go by what the INEC chairman said, we have assurance that once you are in and right in the queue before 2:30, you will be allowed to cast your vote. But that's a bit problematic also. Supposing you can't make it back by 2:30, by no fault of yours, what happens? I think that will play a lot of role, because if you keep human beings on the queue who are supposed to start an exercise by 8:30 or 7:30, and then by 2:30 they don't see anybody. They are human. Hunger, people have to take drugs, some are, you know, there could be 1,000,001 things that will take them away. So if this is not taken into consideration, we could have a way of missing something, as it were. Okay.
Honorable in Abuja, you know, perhaps another angle to that same question asked of Prof here, especially about this whole things. Government has responded through the security agencies and all. How significantly do you see the disruptions that have been reported so far? How significantly do you see them affecting the entire process? Now, we've only heard in pockets of areas. Thankfully, we haven't heard in a huge number of areas as previous. So how significantly do you see this affecting the entire outcome? Honorable, that's for you.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Well, I heard you. I heard you clearly.
Okay.
First, I'd like to say that the pattern of complaints is taking the same direction. The most common complaint now has been late arrival of INEC officers, and to that extent, by 12:30, some persons who were present at polling units were not able to participate in the process. I will say with the greatest sense of humility that this cannot be attributed to be faults from the voting public. And so to that extent, I think that the commission must invoke the doctrine of necessity, in my view, and allow at least a 2-hour extension exercise for this voting process. That has been established in the pockets across the country that commission reps didn't come on time. And to that extent, the voting delay suffered was not the function of the electorate, but that of the commission. So I would think that the commission will invoke the power of the doctrine of necessity, give that extension. Then the other point is, we've talked about security concerns. I thought that there was a security committee put together by the commission to work on election day security. I want to imagine that that should be improved now because we are getting to the critical stage. Once voting is over, the real problem of safeguarding the votes and maintaining the sanctity of the votes so it can represent the will of the people begins. So this is where the security arrangements should be, top-notch and reflect a preparedness by the commission to guarantee that the will of the people is supreme. And I will expect that at 4:30, when the chairman of the commission addresses the nation, he may touch on these important points.
I must. I want to ask you, Honorable West Idahosa, as well about the other side of this, of what we're learning. You've talked about one side of it, which is the late arrival of materials and personnel, in many instances, leading to the suggestion about a 2-hour extension and all of that. But how about the other side of it, which is the disruption? I mean, where they eventually arrived, people then principally targeting the beavers in particular. We saw that in one of the visuals that came out of Lagos. They didn't take away the ballot boxes or the ballots inside, even though they disrupted the process. In some of those that were identified by the INEC chairman, they took away the beavers. It was the beavers that they were after, that they wanted. So when you take away the beavers, obviously, that is to prevent people from being accredited and therefore from voting. Again, what do you make of that and the possible consequences when you talk about the sanctity and integrity of the process and the people's will?
Well, the law itself has made that quite clear. If the beavers is not available within the period specified by law to be used for accreditation, there is no alternative than for the units and the election in those units to be repeated. That's why I talked about the election community security arrangements that we have made. It's clear that the beaver is the new target, and with giving the security presence that we have seen in many of the metropolitan centers, we believe that it can be replicated in the very dark spots. And I think the commission knows that. We know that there are a number of areas to expect this in Lagos. There are a number of areas to expect this in the Southeast. And there are a number of areas to expect this in Kano State and maybe a few other northern states where we have had huge levels of security. So these agents should be moving in that direction, and where we already have beavers stolen and there is no immediate replacement, I think the election in the process in those areas should be halted. And a date within the next 24 hours fixed for a repeat. There's no use whole unit what to irresponsible persons have made away with beavers in the early part of the election. So I still see this boiling down to the commission's willingness to respond to emergencies, the type that we have had. They've done so well so far. We expect them to continue.
Now, you are in a unique position, Honorable Idahosa, because when people look at you, of course, those of us who have known you for long know that, of course, you were a politician, you were in the National Assembly, and then, of course, now you are in the front lines of the legal profession. So, for this purpose, you are wearing both your hats. When the National Assembly put in place the Electoral Act 2022, there were some of these fairly established gaps that people knew in the process that that law was supposed to address. And we are seeing, of course, from this practical application now in a national election that perhaps, not all the gaps have actually been covered. As older gaps were being covered, newer ones were emerging, so to speak. So you're running twice as hard to remain on the same spot, as someone told me. Given that background that the process a bit too hard if we say that, criticism of the process is justified at this point, because some of these things were predictable, at least going by what I'd heard you say earlier.
Yeah, you're right. You know that the law has been made. Section 148 gives INEC, I'm talking of the electoral law, the powers to release guidelines, manuals, and every such step that could assist the election. So to that extent, we can say the Assembly has done its bit. But coming to the implementation of the election agenda, the Commission plays a pivotal role. It's cardinal, central to the success of it. One significant point that I want to make here is that a lot of commendation has also come to the Commission. You can from listening to many of the important voters that you have shown clips of, you've heard everyone talking about, oh, we were accredited in less than 1 minute, we were accredited in less than 2 minutes, we voted in. So it means that where the system is allowed to work, there is no problem with technology. The rest of it is now logistics. For example, the late arrival of materials, judging from probably the network of the nature of the network of roads that have in this country, and probably the type of arrangement made for cutting materials to the election centers. Given the type of vehicles that we saw, that it was still a bit embarrassing that some of those vehicles are still involved in carrying critical election materials to voting centers. They certainly need an improvement in that area. Late coming, from what we saw in their own manual, can be regarded as a dereliction of duty, where there isn't any sufficient explanation for such late coming. Ideally, by 7 o'clock to 7:30, they ought to start, the officials of the election ought to start arriving, and I expected that the movement and logistics should have been perfected. So it's not Uhuru, but at the same time, we can't crucify it because we are seeing significant progress. We've seen that the election was not postponed like others. We've seen the commitment of the chairman of the commission to speak the truth to the Nigerian people with respect to his difficulties. We've seen that where there are areas where there seem to be, regrettably, profiling from what we are seeing. You see, materials are not getting to such areas on time, and we only hope that it is not deliberate. We want to believe there is logistical problems. We need to address that so as to give the public the sense that everything was done to allow voters across Nigeria, either of tribe or religion, a chance to freely and fairly vote in this election.
I want to come to Professor Osuola, and this is with regards to what we've been speaking about, accessing your polling units and being able to accredit and to vote. Honorable West also spoke about the doctrine of necessity, extension of 2 hours. Do you agree with that? And I wonder if that is in the Electoral Act.
Was a question on my mind as well. Is it legal?
Is it, yes, and does he wield that power to do that? If he addresses at 4:30, can he say that, and will that take place today? Then also, we've seen these disruptions in some of the areas, Legushi and other parts. Security said it deployed a number of people. So where were
4 of us and a couple of others.
What happened?
Going to the first question, I think once you say something is doctrine of necessity, you are implying expressly
it doesn't exist,
that it does not exist in the law. However, maybe there is some part of the law, I'm not a lawyer, that gives INEC that discretion, especially when it becomes obvious that such discretion is needed. There could be 1,000,001 things that will prevent voting from starting at the right time. We're not commending such things, but we are saying they can happen. However, where they happen, the ultimate aim should be to ensure that nobody is shortchanged when it comes to performing the civic responsibility of voting. So in a bid to ensure that, you could bring in what it terms doctrine of necessity, and it will be open to the entire world. You can then defend it later. I don't see it as something abnormal. If it is necessary, it has to be done. The second one has to do with the pockets of violence that you say. It's an issue about political behavior. And when we talk about political behavior, we talk about human behavior. You hardly can explain why, except you have the power of a soothsayer. You may not be able to explain why people do certain things. For instance, why should anybody go break the Bovas machine? Is it going to increase the votes of your party? Or is that going to decrease the other one, or send some nairas to you? But again, what we must know about protest behavior, which I will categorize it as, is that when people protest against things, they temporarily lose sanity of their brain. I mean, if you have a rat in the house and you lock everywhere in your kitchen, so no food for the rat, you see the rat coming to bite off your leg. Rat is not carnivorous, but it's a protest against that. So people protest without logic, as it were. So, and there's no way I can explain the intention of those who are doing that. What we may say is for the security agents to beef up their game. As I moved from the University of Lagos to this place this morning, one impression that I had, that I still have, is that the election is not as militarized as we thought it was going to be. All along the road, I didn't see one soldier, and I didn't see any tank. I'm not a reporter, but this is necessary for us to be able to analyze the situation. It could be a strategy in a bid not to intimidate the voters. Go stay somewhere, and then when we call you, you respond.
Because what happened in Surulere.
Which what happened in Surulere, and you could see them on ground trying to control the situation. I think generally, the human society is a complex place. Nigeria at that is a complex political environment. So we will be deceiving ourselves if we say we will expect 100% operation. Okay? Now, where the pendulum swings is where, what we should worry about. Now, as it were, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places of about 500 places of the polling units, and we have problem in five, then we should not be sad that we're not making progress. All along, this has been a very good election. That's been stated. If you study the dimension of violence in elections so far, you have pre-election violence, you also have post, and then you have in-election violence. What the security agents should ensure now is to target those who will want to foment trouble after the election, so that they won't go on the road and waylay the vehicles that are conveying the ballot boxes and also the Bovas machine and the rest of them. I'm not into IT, but I know that when you snatch a computer instrument like the Bovas machine, you could tamper with it in such a way that may help you snag the system, as it were. I think they should be intelligent towards that area.
Well, that is interesting. It's also, we've also reported here at Channels that whatever attempts were being made to get to the back end of INEC infrastructure, technology infrastructure, is an exercise in futility because a very, very secure one. But then it also raised the question. Yes, it also raised the question the other time. And let me take this to Honorable West Idausa. It also raised the question of, first of all, respond to that issue that
about whether it's legal.
Whether it's legal, the doctrine of necessity that you raised earlier.
Only lawyers can advise us.
INEC, according to the laws, have the powers to extend the voting time by 2 hours, as you raised earlier. Let's begin from there. Yes, that's for you, Honorable.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, the thing is, from the powers conferred on INEC, they've drawn up the guidelines. They have also come up with a procedure which they call manual, and they've handed that to their representatives. There is nothing which appears to talk about an extension of time in it. But there is nothing also precluding them from extending the time. They didn't say it's silent. That's why I was talking about invoking the doctrine of necessity based on the facts and circumstances that present themselves during the election of today. So I would say, by implication, they have the powers to do so because they determine what is reasonable in the circumstance as far as this election is concerned to secure the ultimate credibility of the election. Now, the other point which Professor mentioned, and which has to do with whether or not the back end is secured, is the behavioral pattern of the people who are perennially commissioned to disrupt elections in this country. I think the reason is simply that there isn't enough deterrence. You will find that many have agitated for the creation of a special election tribunal to try criminal behavior of these persons. But over the period, the fact that certain key persons who may back these persons seem to be stronger than national institutions have precluded justice from occurring. And so the assurance that those involved in these deviants have is that they too, by implication, are above the law. Otherwise, I do not see why people continue to dare the government, dare the laws in every election cycle and go away. No example of anyone who's suffering a jail term, who's been dealt with in accordance with the law. So that's why I believe the behavior has become repetitive. Now, given the improvements that we are making now scientifically, it's also time now to implement the legal form which is in existence. I don't see by now why electoral offenses should not take preeminence.
But before we go there, Honorable,
they are affecting our political system.
Just a moment.
System,
yes, just one moment.
There won't be.
The issues that you just raised now about deterrence and all, doesn't it also raise the challenge of, well, something we raised with Prof as well earlier, the level of political education or a lack of it on our part? Because if people knew that this was altruistically intended to improve the nation, develop the people, they wouldn't do anything to upturn the process. What do you think?
Well, they will do it. You have to understand that there is a connection between the behavior of people and the socioeconomic environment that operates in a country. First, there is a huge level of poverty, and to that extent, people become desperate and are ready to earn a means of livelihood by any methodology. While I concede that the political parties are not doing anything in the direction of retraining and training political party members, I do not see any serious attempt in that direction to try to set a standard of morality and moral behavior for political operatives in our country, other than campaigns and slogans of winning majority votes. So there isn't that discipline amongst party followers in our country. And then for those who are non-partisan, who are commissioned agents to offend the law of our country, they work purely as a means of solving their stomach infrastructure. So the only way that you can deal with the vast majority of Nigerians and get them to be online is by deterrence. If you look outside right now, you see that the streets are empty. And the only reason why the streets are empty is because they do know that there are security agents there to restrain them or to probably deal with them in a manner known to law. So I believe that once the deterrence level improves and people are exemplified, named and shamed for bringing the political system to disrupt, I think that the behavior will improve and we are likely to find lesser incidents of electoral misconduct. my view.
Honorable sir, there's something very interesting. I'm trying to check my time here, but a few seconds to when the voting formally and legally supposed to assume that it began at 8:30, or in places where it began at 8:30, it should be ending just about now. And therefore, I want us to wrap up this part of the conversation, because we're going to move on to the next stage, which is taking reports from the areas where we took earlier that they had in fact started on time or thereabouts on time, and now find out what is happening in those areas. But I want to give each of you an opportunity to round up this discussion. The voting process now, or the voting part of the process in those areas, has been concluded. What are you looking forward to in the next phase now, which everybody acknowledges is the real dangerous phase of the process? Let me start with you, Honorable Idahosa.
I once again suggest that in any area where there has been more than 1 hour loss of time, they need to extend it by 2 hours. That's fine. But with respect to protecting the sensitive areas of the election, I expect that there should be a severe security arrangement now put in place, as are giving adequate security to collect these results. Because at collection centers, a lot can happen. There will be attempts to delay collection so that collection can go into midnight or late night, where there isn't enough visibility to enable thugs and political miscreants to attack the venue. So I expect that even those who are watching out for the results, the counting of results, should be given a comfortable distance, and to ensure that the area is encircled by security men who are enough in numbers to deter misbehavior. And then to protect those who are moving these materials after collation to the next stage of collation, from the polling unit to the ward unit, and from the ward unit to the local government, etc. Real adequate security to prevent more snatching of the BVAS machine, or to prevent tampering with the Form EC8A, which contains the result and is scored by each political party and the total result declared at such polling units. I think this is critical now.
Very critical points. Professor Shola,
these are great solutions. I mean, there are great ways to look forward. What I just want to add is that there is need for communication at this point, where you can judge you are not likely to war.
When you say communication, in what regard?
Okay, so I'm coming. I want to say that in every constituency or area where voting will take place, there will be officers who will mount the ballot boxes and the BVAS machines, and there will be overall supervisors. The way things are going, it's like we have 5 polling units, 1 having problem. I think the supervisors should be proactive enough to move and communicate with the people. We are aware of this problem, we're on it, and we're going to take steps A, B, C, D to ensure that you are not shortchanged. If that communication is established, it's likely to assist in preventing post-voting vast solutions that have been given by Honorable right over there.
Let us say a very big thank you to Honorable Hioge West Idahosa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former lawmaker who's been in our booth. On so much for your expertise, for your experience, and for staying with us through this. And Prof, we circumscribed your voting opportunities. Yours was not as a result of late arrival or any of those other kinds of things that we'll be discussing. It's because we kind of corralled you into the studio. So we want to thank you for your time today and for the opportunity you gave us to tap from your knowledge. Professor Kayode Isuola, thank you so much as always.
This is part of national assignment.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We as we thank our guests and wish them well, we of course we are likely to get them again during the course of these other phases. We have the Delta State Governor, Ifeanyi Okowa, himself is one of those on the ballot in this election. There you have him on the queue at his polling unit, going through the accreditation process to voting. We'll want to listen in and hear what he had to say after going through the process.
You can see that both voting centers here, we have large crowds out here, and we thank God that the reports we're getting is the election is fairly peaceful and everything is working, everything is on course. We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work, and we have put out our document there, our confident with Nigerians, and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared, a prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of children, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop power to of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what you see. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, staying in Delta State, we understand that voting is not going on in all of the polling units in Kaduna Primary School. Honorable and doing complain are sufficient and not available. We understand that people decided to discontinue voting, or voting materials are available.
Beyond my voting, there are issues that are very fundamental to the smooth operation of this exercise. One, in all the units, we have under ballot papers, insufficient ballot papers. In a unit of 300, and that will cause a lot of chaos. It's not only in these polling units, it's Anyocha North. Then, in terms of timing, based on the law that we passed, every exercise is supposed to commence by 8. They did not get it until 10:10. So 10 minutes late to the unit. Not only in this polling meet up, call several places outside this local government, the same thing. The supervisor, who is designated to, of course, distribute materials, is holding the result sheet, and that is causing problems in units because they are saying that they will not continue voting until they see all the materials complete. So these are some of the issues that I think that INEC need to address. And I've called the EO on the shortage of the ballot papers. She said they were giving that insufficient numbers from CBN.
Interesting. Deciding not to vote because all voting materials are not available.
That's another aspect of this entire process.
Which is also very, very interesting because countless reports, of course, I'm sure your phones
The
are
tables
as well.
are full and
you
the
know,
phones.
there are some areas where they are saying that, look, we don't even have them. And people are already agitated, as has been mentioned by, Professor Ishola. People are agitated because they do not have these materials. They do not have the officials themselves to conduct the elections for them. So naturally, their emotions are on tethers.
Let's go to our correspondent who's been roving around Lagos. We understand he is in the Ikeja area, Dari Dowu.
Millicent, it's been a very, very busy day, a roller coaster of events, actually. Okay, so I'm in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School, Ward 3, Unit 3. The counting will start any moment from now. But let me give you a background of what has happened. The day started very slow for us. We started at Ogudu, where we reported that the process was going on quite well, and everyone comported quite well as well. Then we joined the Commissioner of Police on area surveillance of the state. From Ikeja, we moved to Epe. We were able to also see what was going on in Ikorodu as well. So we were moving around a lot and without any sort of violence or anyone trying to disrupt the process until this afternoon. I think a call came through from Mafoluku Oshodi, and that's where we just left some moments ago. Violence, some people, hoodlums, attacked INEC officials there. They burned some ballot boxes and papers as well. The ad hoc officials felt unsafe at that point, so they called for the security operatives. So at the point where we got there, security operatives were already on ground. So the Commissioner of Police moved the ad hoc officials from that location and moved them to the police command in Ikeja. So after that, of course, the police, the Commissioner of Police said they envisaged those kind of pockets of violence and they've responded quite well. And that's the beat on that part. Then we moved to this part of town, still in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School. Then we've spoken with the electoral officers. Yeah, they said this process has been going on quite smoothly since morning. People have been coming around to vote. Polls ordinarily by standard ought to have closed by 2:30. That's the standard. But they said they didn't start on time, so they're given that grace period of say 30 minutes that they will start counting by 3 p.m. That's the information we got from them. And at the moment, they said they needed to tidy loose ends on their part. So the boxes are there. They already sorted out the material. So we're hoping that in the next couple of minutes, they will start the sorting and counting, which shouldn't take them a lot of time because from what they gathered, they said it's not like the turnout at this particular polling unit was that massive, Millicent.
We are seeing that, I mean, we had a guest who earlier spoke about, the centers and counting beginning and how, security should be tight, top-notch, because this is also another crucial aspect of the election. Can you tell us about the security presence where you are and and also this is with regards to what you earlier mentioned, the ad hoc staff calling for security backup in some of those areas if the voting has started, and what's happening with the latest information.
Okay, Millicent, in this particular polling unit, of course, the security officials are on standby. I think my cameraman can move the camera in that direction. They're already also waiting for the counting to start. Just also behind the camera, there are also security officials on standby as well. It's relatively calm, let me say, on this side of town. Nothing is happening. Even on the road, if you drive from all our movements around this axis, it's been very, very quiet. Where I am at the moment in this primary school is jet quiet. It's like nothing is happening here. A lot of people complied with the no movement order, and even while we were in that helicopter trying to survey the whole of Lagos, we noticed deserted roads all around. So by and large, it's been a very quiet and a very peaceful one from what we gathered until we got to Mafoluku Oshodi side of town.
But just a quick one before we let you go, Dari. You talked about the areas that you have been to here and there. I'm just wondering, Is it the exact same turnout you saw, or were there areas where they had backlogs? It's actually very cheering that these electoral officers said they would extend the time for like 30 minutes to give opportunity to other people. Do you have areas where there are a backlog, a huge backlog of people waiting in line? Oh dear. Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll get back to
we'll get back to Darren because that aspect of what he was saying very, very important.
Absolutely.
Another thing also, is people waiting for their votes. I know the rule says 300 meters from when counting starts.
Yes,
I understand if people are.
The truth is that it is 12 o'clock right now. 12 o'clock right now in Olo INEC. This is Olo INEC office. And like earlier reported, private motors are still coming in to carry voting materials, which should not be. Private vehicles. The black motor in front here is the motor of the APC chairman of Oluluku government area. He's also trying to carry materials. He's an interested party, and people should not be allowed to privately carry, my voting materials. But that is what is happening here. But the problem is that this is 12 o'clock. No election material has been out of this place. Yet, we gather that voting must stop around 2:30. I don't know how this will work. Olu local government needs to be called off 12 o'clock, and then no election material has ever left the INEC office.
We are live here now. They just carried all our police units here. They carried everything and we left here. Everything. We are here. They smashed it. We are in Tulare, Aguda, local government, Aguda, Atakiele. They carried it. Atakiele. They carry everything. Atakiele, we Atakiele. They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and this thing. They carried everything. Look at it. And put some inside this thing, inside the gutter. Look at it. Carry the units, carry everything. Look at it here. We are Atakiele, Ataguda. Atakiele. They carried everything. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They carried everything and made away with it. Look at all the officials here. We are here. They were just shooting gun. All of us lie down flat. They even beat up some people and left.
Look at it. Everywhere is burning. They set everything ablaze, destroy everything because they knew they are failing. Look at it. Because if you check the paper, everything is labor. Look at it. Everywhere is. They destroyed everything. Everything is destroyed. Look at it. All Nigerians, people should stand up. Stand up. Look at it.
We are live here now. They just carried all our police units.
The truth is that it is 12 o'clock right now.
Look at it. Everywhere is burning. They set everything ablaze.
So, let me take a walk. Let's walk. Huh? I want to be going to the place, but I want to walk there. So I just take here and walk. If we should have decided, let me take a morning walk.
So we're still live here
Peter Obi is taking a walk.
I'm not going to vote. I'm going to visit my people in my village. You know, if you want to know about my life, I can tell you about this village.
Please tell us.
So you can see. So at least you've seen my mother's place where I live. You know, and that's it. So all I'm doing now is going around in my village. Don't worry, when the time comes now, you have everything. Which news of this?
News Central.
News Channel. Which one is it?
We had an interview with you later.
Yes, which sort of friend are you? Which sort of friend are you? Oh no, you're Catholic. Okay. Are you?
Egypt, sir.
Ah, I was in Cairo.
Yeah?
I was in Cairo recently to see what people did. We did an incredible work in power.
Yeah.
Which media house are you?
Associated Press.
Come, let's work as family. Let's work. When did I go? We'll talk about it. I was in Egypt recently.
Yeah?
I went to study what? They did a lot of work in power. You know?
Yeah.
They did a lot of work in power area.
Power area.
You know, electricity.
Yeah. We're building a new city.
No, it's fantastic. I want to see the new
If you become president, you plan on building. How do you plan on dealing with the power situation in Nigeria?
We'll declare war.
Great.
It must work. Because you doubled yours.
Yes.
In 3 years. So I went to visit all the power stations, went to visit the two companies, Siemens and where is the Egyptian company there? I was there for 4 days with the African Afrexim Bank. You know.
What are the experiments from the region are you hoping to be inspired by to fix Nigeria's problems?
They'll see it.
Yeah?
Not even the people.
They'll feel it.
Yeah?
Governance is about people feeling it and doing it. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
People have come when I closed my campaign on Friday. I seen me in the market. No, I don't come. I campaign in the market. That's how you know whether the people want you or not. Watch your back. So station here. Watch station here so I can go and do other things and come back.
So do you do this every morning
when I'm here?
Yes.
I go to the village. I have to go to greet people.
Yes.
It's my village. And I feel like every other person in the village. Everybody here is equal. There's no great person in this village. Because God created us to be like that. Equal. So when I'm in this village, nobody, except that we have a chairman who is chairman of the village. He's not there. I wish he's around. And everybody respects him. I have a traditional ruler. If you were here yesterday,
Nigeria is now or never. You either love it or lose it forever. Nigeria is now or never. You rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Let me hear it. Sigaozi, Jai Kama. Sigaozi, Kanje Bahana, Jai Kama. Ajaleke Sigaozi, Kama Bahana, Jai Kama. Kanje Sigaozi, Kanje Bahana, Jai Kama. Jai Kama, Africa is now on level. You either win it or lose it forever. Africa is now on level. We rather win it and keep it for good. Nigeria is now on level. You either love it or leave it forever. Nigeria is now on level. We rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now on level. We either win it it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it from. Kanjezigaho, Agamawaha na Jaikam. Kanjezigaho, Kanjewaha na Jaikam. Nigeria is now or never. You either love it or lose it forever. Nigeria is now or never. We rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Let me hear you. Zikahozi, Jaikama. Zikahozi, Kanjebaha, Jaikama. Ajaleke, Zikahozi, Kamabaha, Jaikama. Kanjebahozi, Kanjebaha, Jaikama. Kanjebahozi, Jaikama. Kanjebahozi, Jaikama. Africa is now on never. You either win it or lose it forever. Africa is now on never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Nigeria is now on never. You either love it or leave it forever. Nigeria is now or never. We rather love it and keep it for good. Freedom is now or never. We either win it or lose it forever. Freedom is now or never. We rather win it and keep it for good. Kanjezigahozi, Agamawaha na Jaikam. Kanjezigahozi, Kanjewaha na Jaikam.
Sorry.
Every vote counts. Every moment counts too. Get front row seats to Nigeria's biggest elections yet, with round-the-clock coverage by our super reporters across the country, bringing what may be our closest election even closer to you. Watch the 2023 verdict only on Channels Television.
Thanks for staying tuned. A warm welcome back. As we said before we went on that break, in many of the places where voting started on time as expected, it should now have ended.
The list should be cut off now.
Yes.
Where they started on time, as in the case where Dari reported last.
Right.
Voting is completely over. However, they're giving a little lacuna by their own initiative, which is a good one. What we are hoping, that's the question he was unable to ask when we asked him, before he had to go away. Do we have places he's been to where there's a backlog?
Right.
And the experience of Itope the other time is another very, very significant one where the officials are not there. So again, we go back to that.
We
Too
have
many moving parts,
different issues with this election.
Exactly.
Let's welcome our new set of guests. We're being joined by Mr. Kolawole Johnson, data analyst, political economist. He's in our Abuja studios. If you see the Abuja studios, there he is sitting to the right of your screen, and sitting next to him is Mr. Toby Oluwatoba, Executive Director of the Center for Journalism, Innovation, and Development. He's wearing the tie on this occasion. Thank you so much, both of you, for being our guests. Beside me here in Lagos, of course, we have since been joined by Mr. Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, Electoral College Nigeria. Thank you for making out the time. I'll start by asking the question I asked the previous set of guests, which is that amongst the three of you who are on election duty with us this afternoon, are we lucky to have found anyone who actually voted?
I would like to start with that. I think the work on this within the civic space, monitoring several out-state situation rooms, I think it's, how would I say, it's a gift and a curse.
It's part of. Let me ask Mr. Johnson and Mr. Oluwatoba in our Abuja studios. Did either of you, were either of you able to exercise your franchise today before resuming election duty?
Unfortunately, not for me. I got to the polling unit at around 11 a.m. and wrote my name down as number 466. And as at the time I left the polling unit in Lokogoma area, around 1:30, we were at around number 100. So there were about 366 people before it was my turn. So I had to start coming down here so I wouldn't be late.
Indeed. How about you, Mr. Johnson?
In fact, if I was going to go by the turnout I saw in my estate earlier today, I would have been forecasting, say, 55, 60% of voters turnout, for today. But I haven't heard report from across the country. I think it is not the same across. So the turnout in my estate, or let me say the crowd, was much. So in fact, there was no point waiting in the crowd. So I was not able to vote.
Indeed, these are again, as we had said previously, it's a mixed bag. It's a big country. Even our panelists, the experiences vary. But again, shall I say, sadly or fortunately for us, but sadly for the franchising system, none of you has been able to vote. One can only hope that the rest of the country don't find it such. But let's get down to some of the nitty-gritty as we have it now. Voting has ended, in fact, counting
has begun
started.
at St. Peter's.
Is it that St. Peter's Primary School
Ikeja.
in Ikeja? Okay, there you have the visuals. Let's listen in for a few seconds and see and just catch the sights and sounds of this. All right, the scenes there are from St. Peter's Primary School in Ikeja, in the nation's commercial capital. This kind of scene that you're seeing to my left will be repeating itself in several, hopefully, hundreds of thousands of polling units across the country now. And for the areas that, of course, we have the reports about delays in start or non-start, we expect that these will be addressed in the course of shortly. But before we go any further and talk to our guests, let's see if we can talk to our correspondent, Chris Ilams, who is also somewhere within the Lagos metropolis. Hi, Chris. Where exactly are you?
Actually at Asarudin Primary School, right here in Surulere. And of course, counting collation has actually started. This is one of the many polling units that actually started in good time, but it's not the case for every polling unit. I remember we just came back from one around Karimo. They started at about 11 o'clock because the beavers wasn't working, and the people said they were not leaving until the beavers started working. And so we promised them that we were going to be with them. So we went back there, and they were really very excited that at last they can cast their votes. So that is currently happening. And of all the units we went to, just about one or two that had issues with the beavers. The second was around Yaba. We went to Yaba Queen's College, and where we met a lot of first-time voters. They were really excited, casting their votes for the first time. Actually, some of them donated their data when the beavers wasn't working. They donated their data to ensure that the beavers started working. We went to the Mushin area. The Mushin area had a lot of military presence, along the Abeokuta Road there. A lot of them, every junction had a military man, standing there. The stance, it's that no-nonsense stance. And so anyone who wanted to foment trouble probably thought about it again, because anything could really happen. No one wants to experience some of their brutality. That was what really happened around there. The other place we had a little incident was Ilasa area, where some people who didn't have their permanent voters card wanted to vote because they had their VIN. And so they felt, well, if I have my VIN, why can't I vote? So what they're counting on is the experience from this election, hoping it would improve electoral processes so that anybody, if you have your VIN, you could vote. So that was what really happened around there. But of all of them, it wasn't bad. The only we also had an issue around the Bariga area where we met some EFCC officials. Yes, they went. They were on the trail of some people who were allegedly buying votes. Transparent.
Chris, can you hear me? Yeah, we just heard some applause behind you. What's going on?
Yeah, the counting is actually ongoing. So now you can see, maybe we'll just go a bit closer to them. And so you see that the counting has actually started. So they're counting for the Labour Party right now. That's one. That's two. That's three. I think they just applauded the process because the process was seamless. So they loved it and they applauded it. So the counting.
Let's listen in a bit. Let's listen in a bit, Chris, before we come back to you. Let's listen in a bit.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62.
All right, Chris, we got the look and feel of what is happening there, the counting process, and again, as we have kept on emphasizing, it's not one shoe size fits all. There are some areas where things are going on pretty well. Everything has turned out the way it's supposed to turn out. And where you are, Chris, is one of the areas where that is happening. So in conclusion, before we let you go at this point, Chris, given what you have witnessed, how would you describe the conclusion, at least of the voting process? The counting is now on where you are, and you probably will be going to see how it is at other points. But what if you were to give a two-line summary of what has happened now, what would that be?
If we visited up to 20 polling units and you only had issues with one or two, the reverse issues, which were actually resolved before we left, and people also behaved themselves. You see, orderliness. We went inside Bariga, the large area of Bariga. They were orderly. Then we went into Mushi, they were orderly. So it's actually been pretty, it's been very, very nice in the areas that I visited, even some of those areas that one would have supposedly called a red zone. So far, so good.
All right, then, Chris, let's do some more listening to the counting behind you, going on behind you.
112, 113, 114, 115.
So right now they want to count the other party. That first one is just the Labour Party. So it's now the turn of APC. Okay, so let's see more from this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
That was for APC. We also have PDP here, ZLP. MAP had 1 vote.
Hello, count with me. ANPP 1. ANPP 1. Okay. 1, yes. Hello, this is PDP. Count along with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Hello, this is YPP 1. And this is also ZLP. Count along. 1, 2, 3, and 4. ZLP 4. Hello, this is votes 1.
No invalid.
All right, Chris, we're seeing that, okay, the outline of result. And so we want to thank you, Chris, for your time. This we're going, but as we wait for Chris Illems, let's go to another area of Surulere. We're in Surulere this time, in what we are told is the Akinyele area of Surulere, where there's another video from an eyewitness of, if true, an uncomfortable and concerning situation. We're asking INEC and the police to look into this as well.
They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and they carried everything. Look at now. They just carried all our police units there. They carried everything and we left there. Everything. Right here. They slashed it. Why Aguda local got Aguda Atakiele. They carried it. Atakiele. They carried everything. Atakiele. They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and they carried everything. Look at now. They just carried all our...
The different reports which we're getting here in Lagos. But let's go over to Bauchi State now, find out the pulse of things there. Our correspondent Hajra Ali joins us now. Hajra.
Yeah, I'm at one of the polling units here in the metropolis, the Angwang Al-Ali Aminu polling unit, Majidati A. It's in the heart of Bauchi City, and voting is ongoing. You can see people still on the queue, despite the fact that they started this process early enough, like they started around 9. Even though it started out slowly in Bauchi State, across some polling units, the situation is quite different. Where I just left one of the polling units in Baba City, and voting is also ongoing. That polling unit, they started voting there around 12 noon. So you can see that this could drag until evening. The voting process could drag until evening, but it's quite peaceful here. Everything is going on smoothly. The beavers is working in most places we've been to. There are just 1 or 2 places where they had problems with beavers, but in most places, in some of the places most of the places that we've been to, everything is working smoothly. And the one thing that is quite impressive is the turnout of women. We're seeing so much participant women in Bauchi State. Most of them have come out. Some of them even come with food. Some buy food in the polling units to eat. Once they vote, they wait for. They come in groups actually, and then they wait for their team to finish, and then they proceed back home.
Voting in groups can be, fun. Hajara, in terms of, I mean, 2:30 has passed and that is the time, but I'm seeing there's a large crowd there. Can one still join the queue to vote even though it's past 2:30?
Most of the people you see here have been on the queue since morning. It's not as if they're joining the queue. They've been here since morning. So that's why they are allowed to still vote. According to the INEC, according to the law, what we heard is that as long as you are on the queue before 2:30, you will be allowed to cast your ballot. So most of them have been here since morning.
Can I ask you, what was the reason why there was the delay to the player in your answer? You mentioned the fact that it started off slowly. What was the reason for that? Did it have anything to do with the equipment or the personnel arrival or materials?
Okay, the INEC in Bauchi has not yet responded to the question. I reached out to the resident electoral commissioner earlier, and he said he was waiting for reports from the electoral officer to give him feedback of why the voting process commenced late. But what we saw was that I was at one of the registration area centers by 11 a.m. and at 11 a.m. they were still distributing voting materials to some of the polling units. It was very, very slow. I received calls from some polling units. They were really agitated, complaining that voting has not started and it was few minutes to 12. They were quite worried, but I think it was impressive that they had to organize themselves in a group. The appointed leaders who would go to the ward areas, to the registration area centers to find out why the delay, why this is happening. And then that was how they knew that the problem was from the registration area centers. But sometimes people could get discouraged and go back home. But we saw people waiting until the materials arrived the polling units for them to cast their ballot. So the level of interest is quite impressive.
How about security? How about the security situation? What's it like?
It's very peaceful here in Bauchi. It's calm. We've been seeing security personnel patrolling, moving from one polling unit to the other. So we've not had any cases of security problems here in Bauchi. It's peaceful for now.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Hajara. Please keep us updated. We'll be getting back to you for more updates as the day progresses. Thank you very much. All right, let's come back to our guests, who I'm sure by now will be bursting with information because we've taken quite a number of updates since we brought you on board. So let's get your impressions of what has been reported so far, the videos of incidences in Lagos, as well as the reporting from outside Lagos about what is going on. Let me tell you in the Abu studio. Mr. Johnson, what's your view?
Election is taking place in Nigeria. So whatever situation you have, you have to situate it within the context of the environment. And you know that we have these issues with us, but judging from the report, it is not widespread, and you can't take, a few cases to represent the entire outlook of an election as big as this. So I think we shouldn't in ignorance that we're not expecting such. It is just that I wasn't expecting that in many of these areas in Lagos, being an urban center. So I was going to think, or I thought that this would be happening in many of the rural areas and not in the urban area. So it is not as though this is strange to us. We know, however, the law is protecting the process more than ever. You understand the fact that regardless of what happens, it is not the days of you cut away the ballot and you go record some votes somewhere and you declare the votes. No, that would not happen. Many of these incidences are exercised in futility. You can snatch as much as you want. You cannot declare results from those areas. And the good part is if INEC feels that happenings in those areas will substantially affect the outcome of the election, of course, within 24 hours, there will be a repeat of that process, and that would have made a mess of everything that they thought they have done. Then, secondly, those that are human factors, not the snatching, but late arrivals of INEC officials. We understand the fact that, one happened in Zamfara. You understand the terrain and the dynamics of that terrain, so you can't rule out many of these cases. And I think INEC has been very fair. I mean, on this occasion, they've been giving us blow by blow account as they get from their situation room. So I think, commendably, this is better than before. However, we expect some improvement, subsequently.
Mr. Oluwatoba, what do you make of it?
Thank you very much. So first of all, let me say that this is the first election since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, almost a quarter of a century, where we don't have the relics of the military era, where we don't have anybody who is a former head of state on the ballot. So our democracy has made progress. In addition to that, we have a lot of technology, thanks to the Electoral Act of 2022 that really prevents a lot of the shenanigans that used to happen from happening. That said, I have to start by commending channels and other media organizations out there who are risking their lives and a lot more to be on the field and to report a lot of the happenings and incidents on the field. We at CJID also have a team on the field, and some of the incidents that we're seeing, though very not particularly widespread, because we're also seeing a lot of cases of votes going on smoothly in many places. But it's important that the media play the role that it's playing in highlighting the parts of the country and the parts of the polling units where ballot boxes have been snatched, where thugs are saying that only one party can be voted, and where voting isn't happening at all. There are parts of Bayelsa State where the reports that we're getting tell us that voting has really not happened and voting has been stalled because on the one hand, INEC officials didn't arrive on. On the other hand, there was either some incident or the other, violence or the threat of violence. So we know that these are part of the Nigerian electoral landscape. And quite frankly, let's not beat ourselves too much. It's the part of the electoral landscape anywhere in the world. Even in the US, there are places where voting is suppressed, where the party that is powerful in that state feel like they're threatened. So voter suppression is as old as democracy itself. What we do need to continue to do is to be vigilant and to make sure that for those of us who are out there still trying to exercise our rights and to vote, the rule, INEC chairman has said that even after the cutoff of 2:30, you can still stay there if you are already in line to vote. Even I will be going back to my polling unit to see if I can still vote because my name is in the queue, to see if you can still vote up until the later hours of the day, as long as you're in line. And there are many places where people are still standing in line to vote because there are polling units that have a disproportionate number of people waiting in line to vote. So I think that the results that we're seeing on the field are anecdotal at best. We shouldn't start to build castles in the sky based on the results of one polling unit, but it's also indicative of a shifting political landscape. Historically, you would expect that Lagos State, being a southwest state, has historically voted for the APC or the AD or one of its predecessors, but you see a wave of mostly driven by the youthful energy and the youthful zest for change, and you see a wave of Labour Party voters voting in Lagos State, which is a commendable thing, and we saw a lot of new young voters register at in the last few months. Particularly, lots of those numbers were in Lagos State. So we can expect that we will have Labour Party really make a good showing in Lagos State. As the results from that polling unit in Surulere has shown.
Before we go on, let's make some clarifications. The result that we saw there, first of all, has not been declared. Even in that polling unit in Surulere, was not declared. We only had the counting. So we need to be very clear about that. And then secondly, we didn't hear the full process end. We took part of it out of the sound. But I guess your general point is well given. We are not at the stage of results yet. Guys?
Well, I also added to the fact that there are some, even despite that position that you hold, there are some parts of Lagos that historically do not vote in a particular direction.
Absolutely.
So that also needs to be put out there. But let me ask Mr. Lawal, I mean, you were talking about your own experience, the other time. And there are parts of Lagos that are still, even as we speak, they still don't have anyone
showing up. Yeah, anybody showing up.
Shango Tedo. Yes, there's a particular place of a spot right now, which I think is Queen's Park something. Is like I'm new to Lagos, so pardon me understanding, but it's somewhere along the Ikate axis. And as of 2:15, there were no INEC staff there. And there are other spots around there that that same situation.
That seems really where we just heard the video of people just arriving and making away with all the materials. And
so you have a complex situation. I must first commend, of course, INEC for all its work, CSOs in the space for all their work, media also who have been there to give access channel people. This is totally different. It's showing that we've created the pathways for people to complain. You are like there was an incident in Surulere, and as it reached the situation room, I saw it on channels. These things happen simultaneously, and almost immediately, I was seeing on channels again, the military was already there to quell the situation. That speed is on Nigeria. I think Nigeria should be very proud of it. Looking at everything, we need to also understand there's some peculiarities with this election. So you have about 37.3 million people under 35, and then between 18 and 50, you have another 33 million. That means that we have approximately 70 million under the 50 age bracket, which means that probably most of, let's say, about 60 million didn't vote in 1993, which means that the massive baggage of election rigging and co is not in this particular amount of. So I think our generation has totally walked away from the second and the aborted third republic. And finally, the fourth republic has its own indigenous voters. And they are acting in ways, I'll be honest, there's flash spots, Lagos State, Rivers. We kind of predicted it. We even thought that basically the states that are home to any presidential candidate would have, quite a mix with problems and violence. That's Lagos, Kano. But, we now see Lagos and Rivers championing, the problematic spots. And I think it's because I don't want to say this in offense to Lagos, but I'll still say one of the most politically backward states in Nigeria. And
you mean you're referring to Lagos?
Yes, yes. And
one of the most politically backward.
Yes, at the gubernatorial election, you've never produced up to 1.5 million voters, and with a total registered voter base of 8 million voters. So I still say Lagos is still one of the most politically backward states in Nigeria. Forget the urban access, and I think this comes from the fact that Lagos is more a commercial hub than it relies on government per se. So most people don't care. But it's good to see the turnout in Lagos, and it's good to see what Nigeria is doing with this election.
What does that really say to the voter? Because at the end of the day, as you mentioned, it's not INEC. It's not an INEC.
No, it's totally So what's happening in Lagos is that I think what has happened in Lagos, people mortgage their responsibilities as citizens, because you have as of 2019 about a 7 million voter base, and now you have a 9-point-something million voter base, and you have only let's say averagely 2-point-something million participating in presidential elections, and then you have less than 1.5 million participating in gubernatorial elections. And most surprisingly, if you come down to local government elections in Lagos State, you have less than 7% of its entire population participating in local government elections. So it's really shocking that Lagos...
Of course, Lagos is not the only state that seems to have this problem. More broadly speaking,
absolutely,
there's something that you mentioned, which I want to explore further with Dr. Toby Oluwatola in our Abuja studios. Dr. Oluwatola, again, one wants to find out this issue of the disconnect between the number of people who register to vote and those who end up collecting their PVCs, and then those who haven't collected their PVCs, the number of those who end up voting, who actually end up voting. The layers that we have witnessed, Mr. Lawal has talked to the fact that maybe this time the results will show something different, but we are still seeing, of course, we don't have the numbers yet, but if some of the places one has gone to, and especially because of this issue about delays to the process, could somehow produce similar results in the talk.
Absolutely. We think that turnout, so historically, like in 2019, voter turnout was about 33%. This year we have a voter register of about 93 million, but only 87 million, close to 93% of the people who are registered have picked up their PVCs, which is a good number. It's the highest we've ever had. But where turnout is concerned, the prediction, the projection is that we will still be, it will be higher this time around, but we've never had a turnout significantly in the upper percentiles, in the upper above 50% percentiles. So we can expect, somewhere around the 50% mark in terms of turnout. So which cuts the numbers in Lagos State, which is where you were talking about just now, from 6.5 million that have picked up their PVCs to an expected, if we're lucky, about 3 million people, if you get close to 50% turnout. But even historically, in 2019, Lagos State had somewhere, the Southwest had somewhere in the neighborhood of 25% thereabout. So if historical antecedents is anything to go by, one can expect that the actual voter turnouts will be much lower than the number of people who collected PVCs. And then there are many factors that account for that. Some of it is insufficient voter education, but a good turn of it, a good amount of it is also suppression, and a good amount of it is also suppression and just voter apathy. People not wanting to risk their lives and not wanting to be bothered. I think Kule makes a very good point when he says that a good number of people in Lagos are well fed, so they're not too bothered. But I think we're going to see a slightly elevated turnout this year relative to the previous election cycles, and the people in the queues around the country has proven that.
You're very optimistic. Still staying with people around the queues. I didn't remember the INEC chairman saying voting by proxy, because you did mention that you were going back to the queue, and it's way beyond 2:30. So is there a recognition of someone being not physically present in that queue to be able to vote?
He seems he pointed out that he has a tally number.
And he already took it, listed had his name.
He already has a tally. Am I right, Dr. you have a tally number, what we commonly call tally number, which is why you can return to the queue and take your position.
Yes, I am, Millicent. I do have a place on the queue, and I have colleagues friends who are helping me man my place in the queue. Okay. But I have I'm not too optimistic that it would be on.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Johnson, and this is your thoughts and what we've seen. Call it voter victimization, suppression, intimidation, but then speak to, voter education and what we're seeing in the different parts where we're experiencing disruptions.
Harry described politics as an authoritative allocation of value. And people know now that through politics, you know who gets what, where, and how. So there is the awareness in the police. I think it came organically because of some certain interest in this present election. I think it wasn't due to some spectacular work in voters' education, but historically too, we've had some improvement. In 2019, I think you had a total of 84 million voter registration, and the collection was about 72 million. Yes, if I remember, that is just about a bit above 80%. But 2023, you have 93 million total and 87 million collection, and a larger part of that number, actually those who did not collect from 2011, not just about the present registration alone. So there is in terms of participation, I think it is quite different. This time around, we have people who are interested in the process, and see, a lot of factors are responsible for why you have low numbers in some places. I think I've heard people talk about Lagos. The last election, regardless of of the highest of voters registration in the country, in terms of voters turnout, it was abysmal. I think about 17.5, 25% or thereabout. It was among the lowest in the country. Even the lowest, I think Lagos, Abia, Rivers, yes, they were the lowest. When you have state like Jigawa having 55% or thereabout, you have state like Borno, regardless of the insecurity issue there, turning out about 41% valued. So I think the peculiarity of Lagos and the urban areas, one, you have people who are too big to be on the queue. If you get to the queue and you stay there for a few minutes, say 30 minutes, 1 hour, they leave the crowd. But you go to these areas where you have people, they are not big. They just want to be there. They can stay there for as long as 5-6 hours. Number two, who take the city as this, bubbling city. So on the election day, when there is no tournament, that is when they play football, five aside. But I think that may change in this election, because if you look at the youthful population driving this process, age 50 below account for over 75% of the voters' registration. And these guys are not playing. So I think you may have this reflect much more in this election, where you will have improved number of voters turnout in these urban areas. So I think I wouldn't want us to judge, the election yet until we have the result. He said 50%. And we may not have up to 50%. I should be looking at, say, 40, 40, because the beavers is going to play a major role to reduce, some things that we're used to. In places where you can't get accredited before, and you will use some manual process, that is no longer allowed. So with that, you wouldn't have, see, look at Rivers, for example. They turn out 1.5 million votes. Is it 1.5 or more than that in 2015? But look at what they turned out in 2019. It was low. They were among the lowest in the country from about the highest in 2015. Why? Because the process was monitored much more than ever. So I think with the monitoring you're having scientifically, you're going to have a lot of reduction in terms of what get into ballot boxes. However, because of the awareness too, you have quite a number of votes coming from, see, don't forget that there are new guys, you know, who are the first-time voters. These guys are excited. They want to vote. And there are people who are just interested because they know that with this, you know, we can determine the future of the country. Don't forget that, again, policy directions are changed, you know, by individuals, by parties who come into government, and people are agents of changing that policy. I mean, of changing policies when they choose who they think is giving them the kind of policies they want to see in government. So this election has seen some kind of campaign that we have not seen before. So I think it will affect the turnout. But what we'll have in reduction in terms of the scientific management of the process may not give us that high number we're looking for. So we may be looking at something around 40.
Okay.
You know,
well, either way, Mr. Johnson, just 1 second.
Either way, not forget that we started this.
Yeah, just a second. Either way, it's going to be higher than what we've ever had. But let's see what the turnout is like in Yola, where our correspondent Emperor Simon is on standby, you know, telling us exactly what has happened there. Our understanding is that counting has begun. Emperor?
Yeah, thank you very much. They've started sorting of votes here. We are particularly at polling unit 012. That's at Ajia Ward, where Mr. Atiku Abubakar, one of the major contestants in the 2020 presidential election, had earlier performed this civic responsibility. He was accompanied by Titi Abubakar. Both of them, they either cast their vote, amid cheers from supporters and all of that. But right now, the voting process has ended here at this polling unit, and sorting of ballots has commenced. As you can see, the cameraman will try to get us a view of what's happening behind me, where we have the polling officers and other, officials of the INEC here trying to wrap up the election. The voting process. That's the sorting now, and as soon as that is done. Currently, I've been told that the sorting is for that of the Senate and House of Representatives before they come to that of the president. So that's what's happening right now behind me. Before now, the process was peaceful. People turned out in their numbers to cast their votes.
About security level in that area?
Yeah, in terms of security, what we saw earlier before now were security personnel from different security agencies going around the town. Some particular areas, there are restrictions of movement. Some areas were even cordoned off to ensure that people do not pass through those particular areas. And here at this polling unit, it's watertight security. Though some of them are here, you can see a police officer here standing right behind me, trying to monitor the process to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order, and that people, including party agents, do what is expected of them to ensure that in the end, everybody is smiling and nobody has any reason to complain about anything.
All right, mate. Thanks, Emperor Simon, live for us at one of the polling units in Yola, the Adamawa State capital. Well, voting continues across the country, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, has faulted the heavy presence of security, and this, he says, at polls, especially the military. The Speaker made his position known to Channels Television's correspondent Kelly Agiga at polling unit 14, Ward 8 at the Masha area of Surulere. Surulere has been making the rounds today. Yes. I mean, while describing the process as seamless, he adds that the elections are clearly to be manned by the Nigeria police force.
It was seamless. It was seamless. Accreditation for me took about a minute, and the voting itself took about less than a minute. So in 2-3 minutes, I was out of there. I had voted. So it was orderly. It was peaceful, and I hope it continues like that till the polls close this afternoon. For me. I'm a constitutional person. I'm a constitutional lawyer, and the military has no place in elections. Years ago, I actually took this matter to court, and the court found in my favor that, and I remember it was during Ekiti election, that the military has no place in a democracy. It is the sole responsibility of the police, and unfortunately, but it is what it is. We're here. The police, the military is here, and I hope that as we develop our democracy, we will begin to adhere to the tenets of democracy and keep the military where they belong, and that is and the ability to be brought up once time to defend our territorial integrity. But when it comes to civil issues such as this, it's the work and sole exclusive.
Apparently, it was time to bring out the same, security soldiers. I mean, in Surulere just a while ago.
Yes.
Well,
also a Legushi area, which we saw the disruption.
Also in Surulere again, where we needed the more than the police, it seems.
What an irony, the meaning of the name and then the things we're saying. Anyway, let's go to Anambra State, where the governor, Professor Charles Soludo, arrived his Sui Square Sofia polling unit, where he cast his vote at exactly 1:51 p.m. Of course, the governor says, although the voting started late, the process was peaceful despite threats of no elections in Anambra State.
Here on the 6th of November 2021, I sat here for 6 hours before I could cast my vote. Last governorship election, that is the election that brought me to office. And today, I think there were some hiccups, logistics. I can summarize it that way. In terms of commencement of this exercise, I got reports from all around the state, good, some bad, not so well in terms of the commencement. But as of this time, I think in most parts of the state, the voting has started. Here, it just started a few minutes ago. But what I understand, relative to 21, the beaver seems to be going much faster than 2021. That is one big plus. But the assurance from INEC officials is that the rule is that whoever is at the polling booth by 2:30 must cast his or her vote, whatever length of time that it takes. And I think that is good news, good message. And some other places, I understand the deployment of the SPOs was just done early hours of this morning. So logistic challenges were quite a little bit, but some places they started early enough. But in most places they started late. But I want to believe that at the end of the day, every voter in Anambra that desires to vote will be able to vote. This is one good news. Second is that there was threat that there will be no election. But so far, I mean, it's been peaceful. orderly everywhere. Anambra is peaceful, Anambra is secure, and they see that one thing, you can see the crowd here, despite the late commencement. And this is the same way all over the state. That's the report I get.
Hearing from Professor Chukwuma Soludo there, the governor of Anambra State, speaking also to some of the things pointed out by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, whom we will be hearing from at in about 30 minutes, 4:30. He did promise to give us that briefing. But there are other notable Nigerians who are voting today. Africa's leading entrepreneur, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, he commended the voter turnout of the process so far. He spoke after performing his civic duty at his polling unit, Olosa Tiamiu Savage, and this is 10 polling unit, number 10 polling unit, Victoria Island. While encouraging everyone to participate in the remaining elections, he expressed the view that the polls would reflect the wishes of the majority.
The process, I think, is is quite good. It's been well arranged, and I think I must thank the President, INEC, and everybody for making this election to be totally a different one. Because of use of technology, and the turnout is very, very impressive. I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen. I've been voting, since 1999 when we changed to democracy, and I've never really missed. But this time around, I've seen quite a lot of people, much more than the usual time. Yes, there's one or two complaints about somebody not seeing the party of his choice on the senatorial, but I'm sure they're going to sort that out. It's quite good. It's very peaceful. Nobody is making any noise, So I think, we must really congratulate the government for, this is a very, very special election, So everybody, and I encourage everybody to perform their civic rights. There's no point of people going out there to register, and then on the day of election, you just go to bed, and then if you have bad representatives or a bad president, you keep complaining. There's no need for you to complain if you don't vote.
Well, we are still following your updates. Don't forget, you can indeed send us some of those eyewitness reports, what's happening in your area. Don't forget to email us as well. That is the 2023 verdict at channelstelevision.com. Our guest here in the studio, Mr. Kunle Lawal, and this is your thoughts on what you've heard. We heard the situation in Surulere, the Speaker of the House of Representatives say, military. It should have been the police. Did that come as a surprise?
Yeah, he's the number 4 man in Nigeria. So if these moves were being made by the executive, they will need a legislative backing, which means the National Assembly is clearly aware. So he knew before time. I'm sure the Speaker also would have heard reports of what was going on in Surulere. So hence he would understand the reason for the military, maybe post that particular comment. A lot of people would have naturally assumed that things would have gone a little well, but a few people took it over and have run the election in their perceived manner of how things should be, and hence the need for the military. We've seen that most of the time in Nigeria, and I say our democracy is growing. Most of the time in Nigeria, we've had to take actions and involve the military, because if we leave it to just one law enforcement agency alone, there's been, I would just say, the Nigerian attitude to things. So I think clearly we're in a better situation than expected.
For Anambra, were you surprised?
Shocked? No, preceding this, and that was why when I started my conversation, first thing I did was commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must say he got this one right. And to see that I don't think any agitation passed through the wrong channels can threaten the sovereignty of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And to see that people could vote peacefully, it was like seeing, there's the talk from governance, then seeing the effect of the talk from governance and the action. So finally, I think they've turned words into adjectives into verbs, which are actually actions. And looking at Soludo voting so peacefully, there was no agitation. We've not heard any, as of now, I don't know, but as of time I walked into the studio, we've not heard any funny agitation coming from Anambra or anywhere else where a group is threatening Nigeria. And for me, that's a big win for the country.
Well, Mr. Johnson, let me ask you that same question. Does it come to you as a surprise? I mean, the reports coming from the East, especially Anambra State.
And Imo.
And Imo State, that, the elections are going as smoothly.
Mr. Johnson, are you with us?
Oh.
Mr. Johnson, let me repeat Ayo's question. Ayo's question was, are you surprised? Are you surprised that what we are getting as reports at this time, it's about 4 o'clock now, that, contrary to what many had predicted and what many probably feared would happen, the reports we're receiving, particularly from the Southeast, you saw Professor Soludo there talking about the reports he had received from across Anambra State. Before him, we heard from Governor Hope Uzodimma in Imo, who expressed a similar sentiment about the fact that, look, voting is going on. So many people said it wouldn't happen, but it is happening.
Obviously, well, for me, I'm not surprised because, before the election, we actually had some scenarios played out. And I think a few days before the election, we were able to confirm the election will go on smoothly in the Southeast, especially after the Enugu East incident. Security was beefed up across the southeastern states. Don't forget the identity politics. It's in our system. It is part of, the political system all over the world. It is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. And the Southeast, appear to be defining the moment, through that channel. So I do not think it was going to be business as usual, where you have an extremely low turnout. Look at the last state election in Anambra State, the governorship election. It wasn't what it should be at all. That was why, some were saying that, the entire vote of the state did not look at the local government elsewhere. Because I defined earlier that politics has gone beyond, let's go vote. People now know that it is the place where where you situate authoritative allocation of value. So there is something more at stake. And don't forget, over time, in Nigeria election, each region producing the presidential candidates, they always have, a good amount of voters turnout. Take, for example, 2015. It was South, and Northwest that led in terms of voters turnout. In 2019, it was Northeast and Northwest that led in voters turnout. And this one, of course, the dynamics are changing. And the Northeast too would also be represented in that, in that good turnout, because one, there is a presidential candidate from that zone that tends to be doing well, with some age bracket. And there is the identity politics also playing its own part in the game. And secondly, don't forget that they also have a point to prove that no, you can't see. There are bragging rights. And I think people were determined to vote regardless of the situation, especially when others are not coming from the same trusted source that that used to earn their respect, in terms of obeying, what they hear. So me, I am not surprised at all. However, I think we should wait, till the end for this process to, to come to a close, for us to have, a good judgment of the entire process. But
it will be interesting.
I think
it will be interesting to note
that we painted out.
Mr.
We
Johnson,
did not have this definite outlook that it was going to be like this, because don't forget that,
Mr. Johnson, let me interrupt you.
Is man. So
let me interrupt you.
It's unpredictable.
Mr. Johnson, let me interrupt you and ask. It is interesting when you mention some of the dynamics that you point at, which is that there's a correlation between the participation of candidates from particular areas and the voter turnout of citizens from those particular areas. One of those, of course, who is participating and who many would describe as the seeming difference between this and the previous elections that we have had is the candidate from the Southeast, who is Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Of course, we can now mention some of those names since he has since voted. And perhaps it will be interesting to note what he said about the process, about his voting experience and all of that. So let's hear from him.
Well, the process so far, as I observe it, is okay. You know, I thank INEC, and I wish the same thing all over Nigeria, because I can't assess it from my own position here. But judging from that, I give them my kudos and say, thank you. We want free, fair, and credible election. I came there like you saw, queued up like every other voter, waited a while. I was number 20-something when I started. Within a short time, I was able to vote. No. I have not stepped down for any candidate, and I will not. In this election, if there's anybody people will step down for, it's me. Because somebody just said, well, okay, I'm facing two formidable opponents. And I said, the only source of their being formidable is that they were part of those who brought us to this junction. And the place where you claim reference for, because it failed. So the only person who is formidable in this election is me. Because I'm coming with new ideas. I'm coming with a proven track record of performance. I'm coming with what I can call a clean record and offering a new beginning. The outcome can only be determined by God. Whatever God says, I accept it. It is God that makes it possible for everybody. It's God that will listen and look at the yearnings of Nigerians. It's like the poor people who are suffering. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. And I believe God will hear their cry. Well, what I urge them is to make sure that they extend the time of voting. You know, that will help. You know, this will happen. As long as it works as seamless as it is here, I believe they will be able to meet up within the specified time. And if they don't, they can extend it for a few minutes. That's my appeal. I'm not authorizing them, because I'm not capacity to do that.
The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, there talking about his impressions of the voting process, not just where he voted, but elsewhere. And we're receiving reports. Again, this one is from Surulere. It's like for one reason or the other, there's some targeting of Surulere. This is another eyewitness video from someone who claims there was a cutting away of electoral materials at polling unit EC30B. That's EC30B in the Surulere area of Lagos. We must emphasize that this video is yet to be verified. It's from an eyewitness who claims that electoral materials were carted away at polling unit EC30B in Surulere area.
This is the situation, situation here from Ijaye Branco, off Branco Street here in Mafuluku. And there's been an incident here. We understand eyewitness here tell us, especially the people living here, tell us that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see they had these ones are burnt, and that's the situation. It tells you that this was an active ward because you can see names on the wall. But what that means is that as far as this ward is concerned, EC 330A, I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is the situation, and there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is that has been burnt and shredded, you can see, and that's the situation we have coming from. And you see, this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today, and some to set, disenfranchising people and making sure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security unit, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book and make sure that those who deny the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by Ijaye area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
Happening live right now at the Falolu Road. The truck just came with face mask and hooded mask, and they shot sporadic cut away with dogs and the a Gorope bus and shot periodically to the head, and everybody ran away and they took away the ballot. You can see the observers. Look at them. You can see the observer. Right, I just witnessed this myself. Right now. Look at, yeah. How are you? This is out of Gbajabiamila Amila's office. You can see that's Gbajabiamila Amila's office, constituency office. Right in his look at. You can see this is happening live right here. As you can see, that's it. That's Falolu Street. It's Surulere. This is happening on Akerele Road right now. Look at. This is it. There are observers. This is international observers. You can see the presiding officer is injured. Look at. Look at, you can see, this is unbelievable. This is real. It's happening real. They are struggling. But we are grateful that there is nobody.
Eyewitness.
All right, then eyewitness videos there from as you saw from there. We're told that's the Akerele area, Falolu Road in Surulere. We must again emphasize that these are eyewitness videos that were sent in to us. The allegation is that ballot boxes were carted away at this last location. Olu had reported immediately before that about ballot boxes actually being taken and burnt in the Mafuluku area of Lagos. That was the report before that. So two separate reports of happenings, incidents, if you like, concerning electoral materials.
To go back to that same issue we raised the other time, at every polling unit in Nigeria, there ought to be security personnel. Where were they?
Where were they and where are they? Let's quickly cross to Pius Campbell, who I understand is in Otukpo local government area where announcement of results are expected. Pius, good evening. Yes, I think I can safely say good evening now. What's the status?
Thank you, Ladi. I am right here at VIP Polling Unit 1, GRA, Otukpo Local Government, just adjacent the house of the former Senate President, Senator David Mark. Right now, what is happening behind me is the declaration of the presidential election results, where a certain political party had just been declared winner by, you can hear the excitement behind that. They are doing collation, counting, and sorting across the polling units in Otukpo Local Government where I'm standing. Earlier in the day, I was in Makurdi where we started with the distribution of materials from the rack centers, followed up to the polling units where elections conduct was peaceful. We came to Otukpo from there. We went to some rural polling units in Ogioma and the Aland community in Akpa before we came back to Otukpo Township. Elections have been largely peaceful. Collation is ongoing. Results are being declared. Winners are emerging from the polling unit level as we speak.
Pius, was there at any point where the BVAS machine didn't work? People had to be turned back to return, or they had spare machines that they used to authenticate?
Yeah, this morning, one of the civil society persons in Makurdi that I know called me and said a polling unit at Nima, St. Joseph Catholic Church, Nima, was only admitting the people whose initials began with A, meaning that anybody whose name is Bola Lawal may not be able to vote at that polling unit. After a while, she called back and said that it appears that people with A initials were many, so they had moved every other initials from B down to other polling units. So she had found her polling unit, but it was far away from where she was used to voting. Now, the problem with that is that while these people went to their normal polling unit to cast their votes, their names were moved from their original polling unit to others without a message, without a text, without a direction, until they fought, confronted, and all that before they were told where their polling units were. But eventually, they found where to vote. So generally, that report came to us in Makurdi, it came to us in Otukpo, and other local governments across the state. So it's a question of communication where they have moved certain voters from one polling to the other. But to say BVAS didn't work is not so true, because from the places we went, I voted myself. BVAS worked exactly perfectly well, and I got voting at very early.
Why do I envy you right now?
Your name starts with A, or is it M? Maybe that's the challenge.
We're going to come back to that, medicine. But just a quick one, Pius, before you go. In reporting, you said voting has been largely peaceful, other than the security issues that Millicent asked you about. Any other incidences that didn't make it a perfect process for you?
Security checks along the roads were very tight. They would stop my vehicle, search my boots, search people in my vehicle, even when I have an and then the sticker on my car. So security was top notch. One of the things that happened today that the governor spoke about was the arrest of his of the PDP campaign director general in Benue State, Dr. Cletus Tokia. In his response, he said that Dr. Tokia was only arrested with just 100,000 naira, which cannot pass for money meant for inducing voters. And so he asked the EFCC to release him immediately. That's the only point that you say voters security or election monitoring had any issue at all. But as we speak, it is believed that EFCC picked the Director General of the PDP Campaign Council in Benue State. The governor has followed up with a call that he should be released because he was only found with just 100,000 naira on him. Other than that, we have not had any issues going through the polls from Makurdi down to Otukpo here.
Well, thank you, Pius. I guess we'll have to find out more about that one, considering the CBN policy position and all of that.
And then the EFCC's position
and then
all
the
of that.
So they've been on ground.
Yes, thank you very much, Pius. Again, it's a question of different strokes for different folks. Pius's testimony, if you like, tended to give the impression that if that was replicated in many other places, when he started with the people with the letter A were the only ones I was going to say.
I was worried.
That seems to be another dimension to an already existing challenge, but perhaps not. Let me ask you, right here with us in the studio here, Mr. Lawal, if if, as things are now, people have described the stage at which we are as the real challenge. That normally, in many instances, other than this late arrival of materials and personnel and so on, that usually the voting part of it usually goes fairly smoothly. That it is this point that we are now, where sorting, gathering, counting, collating, the movement of the results one place to the other, that where most, if not all, the shenanigans happen. This time, have you seen anything from what we have experienced today that could give you the impression that perhaps our experience this time as watchers and as observers will be different?
So what's most shocking is that I think my closest experience to understanding what today can be was as a candidate in 2019. I ran for office in 2019. So I saw what firsthand can happen between after voting, collation centers, and the results delivered to INEC. That's where the magic happens, the Nigerian magic, let's put that properly. But we must be grateful to BVAS with the new Electoral Act, electronic transmission. So INEC immediately will say some things can happen within this parameter. But INEC will be able to cross-check because the BVAS will take the list of the accredited voters down. Hence, in purview, Osun State, though that's still to be determined. But yes, still to be determined. But you can see that after a while, some particular parameters will be seen, like number of people that were actually accredited. So if you have more votes being taken to collation centers, or more than the people accredited, which comes with the new Electoral Act 2022. So previously in other Electoral Acts, the Electoral Act of 2010, what used to happen was that INEC was only concerned, okay, this polling unit has 5,000 people. If there are 5,000 votes, it was fine with INEC. But with the Electoral Act 2022, it's the accredited number of voters that dictates the amount of votes that come out of a polling unit. And that's, for me, that's a big game changer.
And that's people who are, taking possession of BVAS and so on, may also have in mind as well. We'll come back to that discussion because I want to follow on the studio on why that mission you just mentioned may be. But there's counting going on before we get to that stage. There's counting going on, we understand, in that Ajia ward in Yola in Adamawa State, where our correspondent Emperor Simon reported from a little bit earlier. So I want to return to that and listen to the counting process.
241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282. We have invalid votes. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4 invalid votes.
All right, then the voting process concluded there in Yola, the Adamawa State capital. The significance of that ward, of course, being that that was where our correspondent Emperor Simon reported from earlier on, and that was where one of the candidates, the presidential candidates for this election, in fact, cast his vote earlier on in the course of the day. At this situation, let's of course come back here because we had said that we would take up our guests and some things.
Indeed, I wanted to talk to Dr. Oluwatola on this issue, and this is hearing from the INEC chairman in his earlier briefing today, where he spoke about only INEC accredited agents will be admitted to the collation center. We know that journalists had a problem even getting the right identification tags. Do you think that access exactly? Do you think that will pose a challenge, Doctor?
I think that it certainly was a challenge, but there was a lot of movement. The situation we see on the ground, however, we have observers on the ground that were able to get the accreditation to go at least to see what's going on the field. But again, at the collation point, I think that's a bit of a challenge where transparency may be a small issue. But I think so far we haven't heard anything on the field that that definitively says that that's been a major factor just yet. And just to add something to the point that Kunle Lawal was making earlier about technology and where Nigerian magic tends to happen, I think that the INEC results viewing portal perhaps is the real game changer here, where as the results are being collated, insofar as the media is being able to, just like we saw earlier, your reporters being able to to film in real time how the votes were being collated and counted, and hopefully the media being able to also then track how that is being imputed into the IREV is going to be another critical process, and obviously the observers and the agents as well is going to be a critical point in the process. Once it's keyed in, I don't see a very strong way of manipulation. I don't see a strong potential of manipulation happen. It's essentially live. It's not like in the past where someone had to transport the results literally from the polling units to the local government areas, and then to physically using NURTW and the others to the places where the collation centers where they're being collated in the end. I think the benefit of technology this time around is that this can happen in a little bit more real time that allows more transparency, and hopefully the media as well as observers can catch it as it's been uploaded from the polling units. So that should help a lot. I just wanted to comment a little bit on what we saw just now, the images we saw just now from Adamawa State. It's interesting. Atiku won that state with 51%. Article 1, Millicent, are you saying something?
No, please go on. Please go on.
Ahead. Do go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, so I was going to say that I'll comment on what the images we just saw from Adamawa State, and it's interesting. Article 1, that state with 51% in 2019, turnout from that state has been consistent in the 40% range. So we expect turnout to be big. Of the 1.9 million voters there, we expect turnout to be a big, given that the point that my colleague made earlier, that the states that have a person on the ballot tend to have big numbers. So we expect the numbers there to be big, and we can expect that the PDP will probably take that state again, but not without some this time around. So I just wanted to comment on those images that we saw that seem to be counting PDP votes.
It's a minute past 4:30. We are still expecting that briefing promised us by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu. Yes, indeed, the world. We will be going to that as soon as it begins. To you, Mr. Johnson, I mean, a little bit about the briefing earlier given by the commission's chairman. He talked about the logos of political parties on the ballot papers, but not on the results sheet. Do you think that that poses a problem? Perhaps I should bring that to you.
Yes,
here,
actually, Mr. Lau, what do you make of the whole kerfuffle over the issue of logos? Because we have been here before. When I was listening to that, I had a déjà vu about the whole process where, elections went on well or results were announced, but because one logo was missing and that person went to court, the court would cancel the entire process and say, "Well, start again."
For me, I remember 2019, and I think INEC took this decision because reminiscing on 2019, where there were 93 political parties, would have been heart attack, and now we just have to deal with about 18 political parties, and I think since they're 18, it will be easier to just pull that off. Also, we might say it's two-sided, so it might help us dodge the INEC, the Supreme Court bullets, but it might leave a little space for maybe something we don't expect or we're yet to manage. Remember that we're trying this system of this electoral system for the first time. That's the way we are operating it. So there will probably be a loophole somewhere. There always is, and Nigerian politicians are ingenious.
Yes, they're actually spending a great deal of effort and energy looking for those loopholes, actively looking for them. But that again introduces something which I referred earlier, which is looking to improve it. The other side is looking at, you are trying to move the stage and the system forward. The other side is looking to ensure that you stay where you are, which is where they can manipulate, influence, and decide what they are.
There's a common adage, and it says, equip a bank with a safe, and the robbers will learn to unlock a safe. So the higher we lift our security, we must also understand that the criminals in the system will lift their operations a little bit higher. I'll tell you that we were still marking things in a register as we did in 1999. We won't have people so ingenious trying to break beavers or trying to alter.
Which was the question that I had. I wanted you to land with that point because I said we would come and ask that question earlier. It doesn't appear that these are random attacks because people are targeting beavers. Because as you have all explained in the course of this program and in the weeks to this, those beavers are now central. You can't change results anyway right there because the beavers can be checked and the number of accredited voters, if it's less than what they submit at the collation center, then of course there's problem and so on. So if the beavers is taken away, after the election, not during the process, but afterwards, when, but all the evidence of the number of accredited voters and so on goes with it. What's the provision? What do you know is our situation when we are confronted with that the election is concluded?
I think Dr. Oluwatola, Dr. Toby puts forward a very good point when he mentioned INEC's live portal, which, as these results are announced, will be placed on. So that's like a security check to what could occur purposely in front. And let's also remember that I think for the first time in Nigeria, I think we have so many massive situation rooms that these reports are going so live. Everything goes on. It's happening almost simultaneously in seconds, like the situation we saw in the happiest place in Lagos, which was is supposed to be Surulere, though the happiest place in Lagos has turned to I don't know, the flashpoint in Nigeria as well as reports are coming in.
Yes, because call it an area of interest.
Yes, an area of very special interest. But if you notice, these things are happening quite simultaneously. So I think because of the massive work being done by the media, being done by CSOs, being done by INEC, and also the government to ensure this, to me, it's going to be quite tight to pull a fast one.
We've talked about moving parts the other time. But you said there's an area of interest in Edo State?
Yes, indeed. We will be seeing the visuals
very shortly. I think the allegations of burning of ballot boxes also in Edo State. I don't know if we have those visuals at this point.
Yes, we'll bring it.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Even I can recognize ballot papers. There we go.
On the floor,
scattered, And this is just into the.
It's still burning, as we can see.
Yeah, we can see some fire. Is that something we can listen to?
School. I got and put fire in the ballot paper, as you can see, because they already know that Obi is winning. Look at it, every police voting this thing, you are seeing it, Obi, everywhere, Obi. So they just came and they are destroying the bond, fire, everywhere. They shot in the air. This is live at Uwelu Primary School. I got and put fire in the ballot.
There is, of course, the need to always emphasize that these are eyewitness videos. And so a lot of what you hear requires verification and reconfirmation. But the report is that some of the electoral materials are in that area of Edo State. But of course, these are all things that one expects that the press briefing, the media interaction that we're expecting from the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, any moment from now, from the ICC in Abuja, hopefully will address some of these points. But it does, I don't know if we have our guests in Abuja back. I can see them on my monitor here. So, Mr. Johnson and Dr. Oluwatola, quite a bit has happened in the couple of minutes that we lost you there. Again, a lot of moving parts. But it seems as if the question I asked Mr. Lawal, about what happens when people seize beavers at the end of election results. And then, of course, we still have the fact that not everything is digital. Even when you have posted everything you've posted, there is still the aspect of the election results collation and delivery that is manual, so which it still leaves a lot of room for possible shenanigans. What are your views on that? Let me start with you, Dr. Oluwatola.
So absolutely, Nigeria is a really big country. Let me start by saying that conducting elections in Nigeria, it's 7 million people. It's akin to, that's a lot more than all the other 14 West African countries combined. So we can expect that there will be incidents in places and parts of the country. And the police, Inspector General of Police said 400,000 people, security personnel were deployed. That's about a little over 2.5 security personnel per polling unit. And they won't all be in each polling unit, they will have to go to flashpoints. So one can expect that isolated incidents will happen. So Nigerians shouldn't get too dispirited by these events happening, and which is why the media and eyewitnesses are important. And to your question, Ayo, I think that it's this beaver snatching is really, I think it really has just one goal in the end, which is to prevent people from voting. I doubt that it will have a significant impact on the results and the collation. It really disenfranchise people who cannot then go through the accreditation process that lets them vote. And again, this is a trick that is as old as the book itself. But what we just have to tell Nigerians is that this is a big country. Whereas that's happening in some isolated parts of the country, there are also lots of the parts of the country where voting is going peacefully and voting is happening well. So people shouldn't get too agitated by that. And one more thing I want to mention on this point is around fact checking. There's a Nigerian Fact Checkers Coalition that is fact checking a lot of claims. This morning, there was a claim that some ballots have all the logos of the parties, and whereas that claim was definitely true, some of the pictures being circulated were 15. So this is just another indication that Nigerians ought to be vigilant, pay attention to what fact checkers are saying, because not every case that we see on the field will be true.
You know, let me ask you, Mr. Johnson. We've talked about, reported a lot of unrest here and there, ballot snatching. I never thought we'd still get here with beavers and beaver snatching itself and all. And the question I'd like to ask you is, we also talked about the fact that security officials were supposed to be everywhere. I thought that in a good enough system, the security officials would have picked up intel that such things would happen. Is it a concern for you that we didn't pick up that intel? We just knew it would happen. We just didn't know exactly where and when.
You know, a lot of times it is always very easy to sit on this side of the divide and criticize and you know, cast aspersion on they put a whole lot into this process, regardless of what you pick up as intel. Take for example, you saw the speaker of the House of Reps. He was, you know, giving his view about the militarization or about the presence of the military guys in some places in Lagos. And I was, you know, telling my friend here that you do not respond to issues based on norms. You respond to them based on necessity. Now, they must have picked up intel about the area. Perhaps that was why they had to deploy, you know, those military guys to those areas. But regardless of what they might have picked up, I repeat that in this case, see, political science, you know, it's not the same, you know, as a pure science, because the specimens are things that you can control. But you can't control man in its entirety. You know, man is the specimen here, and they are subject to change. So whatever intel they picked up was, okay, ceteris paribus, all things being equal. In this case, even we did not even say the kind of things we are seeing. We thought, no, because, you know, of course, you wouldn't be thinking of Lagos with this kind of, you know, event. So unfortunately, they might have picked up, or they must have picked up and responded accordingly. But again, you will have things cropping up, you know, from time to time. But that is why we should also question if the police said they sent out over 400,000, right? Am I right with that figure? And you have 176,600 polling units where these elections, you know, are supposed, you know, exactly. Are we saying that we cannot have two per polling unit, and you put more in some, you know, in some area that are flashpoint? Are we saying that the Civil Defense Corps, are not also there to complement? Are we saying that other security, agencies are not in these places to ensure that we do not have this kind of event on election day like this, especially in urban areas? But I think that at times, if you have, I have been on the field, I have been an observer, so I understand the fact that you have some, I don't want to, be so straightforward, but you have political parties when they are planning, politicians are always looking for ways to circumvent the process. So when they are planning for strategies to circumvent, they take into consideration the fact that you have, security agents, and they also cook their food, with their, with what they are preparing, so that they do not stop them from doing what they want to do. There are cases in the past, in those days, where regardless of what you do in the polling units, the results, may be different. In those days where they just come for the ballot papers and they take them away, and there's nothing you can do. There are cases where the security agencies will look the other way, while these guys will just perpetrate whatever they choose to do in those areas. So right now, we may want to investigate after this election, not just the outcome of the election, but many of these indices, the roles of the security agency, the roles of the INEC officials themselves in this process. And again, the roles of political parties and the fact that we must put in place deterrent. See, there is an approach brought by a scholar at the time, where he said that if people do not receive equal and opposite reaction to an action, you are only enforcing that action. You are only emboldening them to take more of those steps. So I think we should start, making examples of people in these cases that are caught with trying to circumvent the process. So
most
the
certainly,
security guys must have picked up this intel, but there is no way they can pick up what is in the heart of man, that he is here to. That he is here to plan.
That is well understood,
these
Mr.
are
Johnson.
things that are probably just coming up on the election day.
Well, that's it's valid, the issues that you have raised. This is not a criticism; it's just an observation. From what I know of the objectives of the police, the functions of the Nigeria police, the primary function is to prevent crime, not fight it. So if that is what the law says, and the elections already made it clear that, look, we know that these things are going to happen in some states, and it's only fair to assume or expect that such things, should be prevented. But let me ask you, Mr. Lawal, so here we are now, and it is one of those things that should be reviewed, right? Following the whole process and all. So if we thought, this is what, 2 hours and 2.5 hours after voting, and we're still expecting at 12 minutes to 5, the INEC chairman to address us. But what are some of the lessons that we should be taking? But before we do, let's take I understand that Linda, our colleague at the ICC, the national. Linda, can you hear me? Oh, jolly. So we've been waiting for the INEC chairman to address us. It's about 11 minutes before 5 now. Said it was going to be at 4:30. How far so far?
Hello, sir. We are still here at the National Collation Center, and we're waiting. The INEC chairman has just entered into this hall where he's supposed to brief journalists. We're all here, that he had intermittent briefing as the day goes by on what has been happening. Earlier, we saw him talk about the issue, the problem of voting starting late in some places across the country. Those reports.
Well, hopefully we'll get back to Linda shortly. I mean, as she's just reported there, the INEC chairman has just returned to the venue, and hopefully as soon as he's ready to us, we'll take him. Right?
Indeed. There was a question you were about putting across to Mr. Lawal before we had that breaking interlude. But I wanted to follow through on one or two points. The first, of course, is that we are now at the stage of collation and all that. And I want an answer to the question about the manual, because I know that you mentioned the fact that we are no longer dependent on NURTW movement of results and so on. But the truth is that as part of this process, those results having been put on all the various portals and so on, the law still provides there has to be a manual movement of those results to where Linda is in Abuja, where we can see on our screen for the declaration of results. I understand that. Well, I understand that the INEC chairman is back, and perhaps
the briefing has started.
The briefing has started. Maybe we should go on.
I have also seen my colleagues from different parts of Africa. So permit me to recognize Mr. Saka Lafia, Chairman of the Electoral Commission of Benin Republic. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Aliu Momar Njai, Chairman, Electoral Commission of the Gambia. We have our own sister, Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And then another sister, Davideta Lansana Brown, Chairperson, Electoral Commission of Liberia. Another sister of ours from Southern Africa, Mrs. Elsie Ngikembua, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. We have Barrister Isaka Suna, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Niger Republic. We have Justice Jacobs Mwambakele, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Tanzania. And then my good friend, Mohamed Ne, Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. And there are other officials of other electoral commissions. So ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the second briefing of the day. Our intention at this briefing is essentially to give you an update. Some questions were asked in the morning. We said we'll provide update. The first one is the attack in Goza. Goza is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. Some people were injured and they're in hospital. We wish them a speedy recovery, but no destruction of INEC facilities and no disruption of the electoral process. So that is the update on Goza. Unfortunately, we continue to lose some of the model voter accreditation system devices. I reported in the morning the loss of devices in Delta and in Safana local government area of Katsina State. But unfortunately, we also lost 3 Beavers machines in Ayamelum in Anambra State. But we have recovered from all these losses because we have contingency arrangement to respond to any such attack. There were issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing. In Abia, the polling units will remain open well beyond the appointed hour until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes. In Imo, the process is ongoing except a few RAs or PUs marred by insecurity and thuggery spread across 7 local government areas. And the situation in Kebbi State is stable mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but earlier it affected Birnin Kebbi and a part of Argungu, but mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but voting is ongoing. But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa, where in 4 wards, wards 4, 6, 8, and 14, involving 141 polling units, the process was disrupted. We remobilized security. The situation is calm for us to proceed with the process, but the youth corps members express some apprehension of going back. So we met with the security agencies and we have decided that voting in these 141 polling units where the materials are actually intact will take place tomorrow morning. Remember, we're not only doing presidential election, but we're also doing senatorial and federal constituencies. So it's good as much as possible to recover and conduct the elections so that we can conclude the processes. So the youth corps members who are going to serve as presiding officers and other categories of ad hoc staff are agreeable to the election of these elections. In Lagos, we have been closely following the situation in Okota, Mofoluku, Oshodi, and Elegushi. We have been able to normalize the situation in a number of places, including Ikite. Voting is ongoing. So we'll keep our eyes on the processes in the other areas that I have mentioned. Polling units in a large number of areas closed, and sorting and counting of ballot papers have commenced. Between the last briefing and this one, we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting have been concluded at the polling units. I would also like to say that in Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. One of the parties whose acronym is on the result sheets, but the logo is not on the ballot paper, in a federal constituency, amid the stakeholders, the decision was taken, since the materials are intact, to countermand the election. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. That is in the next 2 weeks. We are determined that no Nigerian should and would be disenfranchised. So we have been responding to some of the situations as they arise, and we are going to do so overnight. There may be no opportunity for us to brief Nigerians again between now and tomorrow, but if need be, we'll make an announcement and do a briefing before we then open the collection center tomorrow. So this is the update on the situation nationally. But as I said, observers, the media, and all others are also keeping their eyes on the processes and would like to hear from you what you have seen and what more we need to do. In my earlier briefing, I said that the technology actually optimally performed, generally speaking. We're really happy nationwide. This is the first deployment in a major national election, and the technology has given a good account of itself. Yes, we have lost ballot boxes here and there, but it appears that the target of surgery is now the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. But we will continue to protect the process and will continue to proceed courageously to ensure that we conclude this in a very free, fair, and credible manner. We are willing to listen to your comments and take suggestions and observations. But as I said, we are in the middle of the election. So we'll take a maximum of 3 interventions because we have to go back to the situation room and to continue to monitor the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, INEC. Please, if you want to ask any question, maybe make your observations or make any comment, kindly indicate. The mic will be brought to you.
Good evening, Chairman. Ms. Harry Aworomibe. I report for Prompt News, online newspapers. Mine is, you mentioned when you were briefing us that beavers, from the information you gathered across the nation, had performed optimally. But then the bad guys are targeting beavers. And knowing now, and you've met with the chiefs of security, now counting has started, and those beavers are going to be brought to racks. And the bad guys, especially in Lagos, and I'm from Imo State, Okigwe in particular, Olo also, they're gonna target the beavers and hijack them. What are you doing about that?
Good evening, the chairman, the Jide Anambra Broadcasting Service. What will happen to the results that will emanate from Urokwe Primary School and Umwezilibu Hall or Zobolo, where the ad hoc workers did not come, but voters volunteered and started the work. So incidentally, in some places, they voted, they did the accreditation and waited for some hours before they started voting. So what will be the outcome of the result from that place? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Ogochukwu Okoronkwo, and I report for Radio Nigeria. A colleague of mine that went to vote at Tunga Maji FCT Health Center polling unit said that out of the 5 polling units, that thugs came and made away ballot boxes belonging to 007 and 014. He now said that the people now mobilized and started beating them before the police came, dispersed the people, and later now went out again with the ballot boxes and the ad hoc staff. So for people that were supposed to vote at 007 and 014, voting ended for them. So she's now asking, will there be another opportunity for them to vote, or is that the end of the voting experience for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Sorry, just follow up, sir.
Honorable Chairman to answer those questions, please.
Okay,
Please.
sorry, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are many, many people who have many, many good questions to ask and suggestions to make, but we are in the middle of an election and we have to go back to our situation room. That's why we have limited the interventions to 3. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for us to respond, to hear from Nigerians. After all, in our situation room, we have the ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center, and through our social media handles, you can still contact us live and direct, and we will be able to respond to the issues you have raised. And so many Nigerians have been responding and drawing our attention to situations to which we have in turn also been responding. So I crave your indulgence. I'll respond to these 3 quick interventions, and then we go back to our situation room. The first one is the security of the beavers, particularly now that we are going to the next stage. At the polling units, remember, after the ballot papers have been sorted out and counted, and the result sheets duly signed by the presiding officers and the agents of political parties, will snap the picture of that result sheet and upload on the IREV portal. So the question is, what happens? This is partly why I said in my opening statement that we met with the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense. Yes, people are targeting the beavers, but remember also, in our planning for the election, we have made contingency arrangement. In none of these areas where the beavers was targeted was election not held as a result of the absence of the beavers. The highest number came, as I said, from Safana local government area of Katsina State. And as I said earlier in my first briefing, the police working with the commission have arrested the hoodlums and recovered 3 out of the 6 beavers, and the manhunt for the other people is ongoing. So we have taken sufficient measures to make sure that we protect the beavers' machines. Remember, we'll use the same machines in the next 2 weeks for the governorship and state assembly elections. So we're not joking with this situation at all. It's critical to the conduct of credible elections. Prince from the Anambra Broadcasting Service, results emanating from a primary school where voters volunteered to conduct the election. I know that the commission appreciates the work of volunteers. That's why we rely on ad hoc staff or temporary staff. But these are staff engaged by the commission, not staff who engage themselves on behalf of the commission as good Samaritans. So I'm not aware of the specific details of this situation you describe in Anambra, but as soon as we go back to the situation room, I will place a call to our resident electoral commissioner in Anambra State. So we'll find a way of dealing with this situation. Finally, the issue of Tunga Maji, raised by our sister from Radio Nigeria, that thugs made away with some of the election materials before voting could be concluded. So are we now going to resume voting in these locations again? So what we'll do immediately after this meeting, is to call our resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory and find out exactly what the situation is. Surely, if there are still voters on the queue at Tungamaji, what I have described earlier will apply to that location as well. Anybody who was on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes well beyond the official closing hours of the polling unit. So we'll find out as soon as we leave this place. So once again, I thank you and I thank Nigerians for their understanding and patience. We are making really very, very steady progress and will continue to ensure that nothing truncates our democracy or truncates the will of the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our commitment is to the Nigerian people. I thank you very much. But before we close, in case there is need to issue another statement again, we will at short notice inform the media because they are here. But as a matter of course, I would like to invite you at midday tomorrow for the official opening of the National Collation Center for the 2023 general elections. We hope later tomorrow, we expect to have some of the results of the election coming from the states, particularly for the presidential election. So the situation room, the collation center for the presidential election will be opened at midday tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of INEC, we thank all of you for coming, especially the heads of electoral commissions of sister Africa countries. Thank you.
So it's not only Nigerians. Before we get to what the INEC chairman said, it's not only the Nigerians. We're talking about that, myself and my colleagues and our guests, that it's not only Nigerians who are interested in Nigeria's elections. As we've been told, Nigeria's elections are the equivalent of the elections of all the other 14 countries in West Africa put together. And if you go to other parts of Africa, it's probably more countries involved. But to speak to what the INEC chairman talked about, he did recognize the presence, he began by recognizing the presence of some of those other heads of electoral bodies who are attending this elections. He gave an update on the beavers, which has now become the subject of attack in many areas, saying that they had made contingency arrangements for many of those beavers and had, in fact, replaced the ones that had been stolen. He also notes that voting is going on in Imo and Abia, where they had been disrupted, including by those who took away the beavers earlier. The same is happening in Birnin Kebbi and Gungu in Kebbi State. He says that the elections are now underway. In Kebbi State, the disruptions had affected more than 200 polling units, particularly in Birnin Kebbi, and that the elections will now hold in those particular units tomorrow. He also gave an update on some of what we had been reporting in some parts of Lagos, Oshodi and Ikate in particular, where he said that the situation had been brought under control, and that in the case of, I believe it is Ikate, that the elections have resumed in that, but that they're keeping a close eye on the other areas from where disruptions had been reported. The INEC chairman also spoke about meeting with the heads of security agencies, particularly the National Security Advisor and the Inspector General of Police, possibly to strengthen security and as the processes now move into the collation counting and of course movement of the results stage. He talked about suspending the elections in Esa North, South and Igweben in Edo State, owing to the omission of a political party, particularly in those affected areas. And that the Commission is strengthening security all around, and that it hopes that Nigerians will continue to cooperate with it as it takes on the onerous task of this election and ensuring that it is successfully concluded. The INEC chairman ended the briefing, of course, by inviting all to the opening, the formal opening of the Collation Center, which was where he was addressing us from, at noon tomorrow. That venue will be the Collation Center for the results of this election, particularly for the announcement of the results of the presidential election. But it will be formally opened tomorrow at noon. And he says any other briefing will happen between now and then. There will be due notification for all. A summary of what the INEC chairman did talk about in this second briefing of today.
I'm not sure if you also mentioned Yenagoa, but he talked about
He did. He talked about Yenagoa
disrupted and the NYSC ad hoc staff fears.
Now expressing attention about going back in. I mean, if we take a look, I was asking Mr. Lawal a little bit earlier while we had the break about talking about those, the youth coppers who are posted to these onerous duties in areas where many of them have never been before. They're probably not familiar with the language or the topography and so on, and they have this all-important duty. And one expects that they will perform it to the very best of their ability. In the case of Bielsa, the INEC chairman himself admitting now that there's some level of apprehension on the part of those ad hoc staff about going back in, especially for elections that may now run through the course of the night. And I believe our guests had talked about this issue of the exercise going on through the night. But it's not only in the outlying areas. Let me come to you, before I come to you in Abuja, let me allow Mr. Lawal conclude. But I want you particularly to reference this issue of some of what is going on in the areas that where we probably may not have even thought. The Togon Marsh area that was mentioned in Abuja, where the voter experience has also not been smooth. You know, are you saying? I mean, we've tended to highlight the fact that these are possibly isolated, especially the one we're talking about, but they might be establishing some kind of party.
Yes, it's you will try to say if you're looking at this from a totally non-partisan approach.
Absolutely,
you're going to notice that these volatile areas, I think, kind of have something in common: poor political literacy, a push towards maybe a nepotic support for a candidate, or religious support for a candidate, or one of those parameters. I'll be honest, looking at the grand scheme of things, with the way the concept of INEC was built, state electoral commissions, and this to answer your question even up to the NYSC, state electoral commissions, if they were not so infiltrated by the so-called people, they run under state governors, if they were not so infiltrated, state electoral commissions were actually restructured so as to enable to provide INEC the power to conduct these elections. This is where nobody is even looking at or thinking of. But because they've been a little, how would I put it, behind the person playing the fiddle, you can't entrust a national election to them. Look at the mess they make of local governments and local government elections, which are within their purview. So I think because of this problem nobody's looking at, we've had to rely on NYSC staff and then come down to this kind of situation. Because if to say a state had a full control, or someone who was not just picked as a rec from somewhere else, you'd understand where would be a location where a flashpoint probably be. Rivers State, someone from Rivers will know where a flashpoint will normally be. But because INEC is having to, and volunteerism is not quite a big thing in Nigeria, so we have this kind of issues happening.
In that kind of situation, let me come to Abuja and ask, let me start with you, Dr. Oluwatola. This issue of where we are now, the electoral process has tended to, in the previous elections, close elections that we have had, in many areas have had to go beyond the regular hours where it's daytime, everybody can see what's happening, into the wee hours. And that seems to be repeating itself in this particular election. Does that tend to affect the optimism you had displayed earlier on in our discussions about, you know, this just being pockets of things, and that, you know, there's very little angle or opportunity for, you know, many of these shenanigans. But we're seeing now that INEC's hands, shall we say, are being forced by the fact that this thing didn't start on time. There have been disruptions in some places, and in a drive not to disenfranchise those who have been affected, there is the need to allow the process be concluded, even if that means going on into the night.
Thanks, Ladi. I think that you're right on the point that there is definitely a need for voting to go on into the night, and a lot of civil society organizations had sounded an alarm that INEC might need to extend the voting timelines in certain parts of the country because of the logistical issues that INEC officials had in many cases, and in other cases, some of these incidents that we're seeing play out in various flashpoints across the country. So I think, just along the lines of what I said earlier in the day, we would expect that voting will continue in many parts of the country into the wee hours of the night, and in some parts of the country, like Yenagoa, we had seen reported earlier today that voting wasn't happening in many parts of Yenagoa at all, where observers were reporting on the field, and now with the words of the INEC chairman, quite frankly, I would say, comforting words from the INEC chairman, we now know that there are some states that will be voting up until tomorrow morning. And at the time that collation starts at noon, there will perhaps still be some states and some parts of the country where voting is still happening. I think what the overall point that we're trying to make here, I'm trying to hear, is that our democracy has evolved, our democracy has grown. We cannot pat ourselves in the back that we're perfect, and there are many imperfections still with our democracy, but we have to acknowledge that that there's been progress. Yes, there are imperfections where people on the field are telling us that in places like Sokoto, there were sightings of many underage voters, that in many parts of the country, INEC of materials did not even get to certain places at all, up until at the point where the deadline for voting had almost arrived. There are parts where people with disabilities were disenfranchised by the fact that the polling units did not provide any sort of accommodation for them to vote. But even with those things that we see, and particularly the things that are happening in Lagos, even my own family member, my sister, was trying to vote in Ikate, and she experienced some of these things. So we know that these things are happening, but even so, we have to acknowledge that our electoral process has made significant progress, and we can only look forward to seeing, as we start to see the results coming from across the country. I'm particularly pleased to see what's happening across the Southeast, that there is a lot of peaceful voting happening in the Southeast, which historically, if we're being honest, in 2019, we had 22% turnout in the Southeast. And even in 2015, we had 36%. Historically, these are regions of the country that have been systematically disenfranchised with voter suppression. And we see pockets of that happening here and there, but we have to acknowledge that there's significant progress.
My question is to Mr. Johnson. How does INEC pick and choose? This is saying as in this second briefing, he talked about Yenagoa and Edo and talked about the changes, what Dr. Idahosa called the doctrine of necessity, which appear to be taking place. But for earlier reports from our correspondents in, is it Anyocha Delta, and then another part of Anambra, who said they haven't even seen any INEC ad hoc staff or material. And in Delta was a case of minimal voting materials, and they wanted everything to be there before voting begins. So, I mean, how does INEC address all of these issues?
Well, I think the chairman already responded, and he said that he gave an example of some few places, and he explained that there are some places where machines are being supplied again after whatever happened, and voting is in process in those areas. And again, he said in some places, voting will take place tomorrow morning. I'm very sure that the same doctrine will be applicable to other areas too, like the place you mentioned in Anambra. And I think we'll have a fairly good election at the end of the day. However, we need to also perhaps take more reports, from the different part of the country to be able to situate this in context. Because if you have 176,000 polling units, and you have some of these unpleasant events in about 100, I don't think that is significant enough to discredit the process. It is only when it is running to.
I'm sorry that I have to interrupt you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. We're going to go to a live report from our correspondent Olu Phillips, who is in another part of Lagos at this point. Olu, where exactly are you and what's going on?
Very much, Laddie. We are at Alaba International Market here in Ojo local government. If you know, this place is one of the biggest franchise markets in Africa, as they claim. And incidentally, and perhaps disturbing, is the fact that most of the people standing behind me have not voted. And I'm just going to allow them to speak to Channels Television and to speak to the world on what exactly had happened here today. So, yes, exactly. So, tell us your experience since morning.
My name is Mr. Arinze Nwebu. Here is your name? 06 unit. Here we have 06 A and B. Yes. Now, the issue we are having here now is that they brought only one machine. They brought only one machine, which is supposed to be two. One supposed to be B and one supposed to be A, which they brought only B. So most of the people that voted here is the people that has their own fall into B, while the A's did not vote. That is the people that are shouting here that they did not vote. That is the issue we are having in this place. So we don't know where they kept our machine, the second machine they're supposed to use here. That is the issue we are having here.
Okay, so what did they say is the challenge here?
They said that they forgot to bring the second one. We waited till now. It's almost 5:30. We did not see them. So people here, they are all annoyed because they did not vote.
So you are a party agent. What's the challenge here since morning?
Okay, actually they arrived late. They arrived 11:30 today, and they promised to stay till 5 p.m. But the issue we're having here is that the beavers they brought is not working. Many of the people are not voting. Out of 100 voters, let's say 100, 90 are not accredited. Only 10. At every 10 voter, you saw only one person that were accredited.
We're hearing from our correspondent Olu Phillips in the Alaba area. Of course, that requires attention. Okay, I understand that Olu Phillips was made to understand at the start that we were having some challenges with voting at all. But apparently, from what the witness reports, is not that there was no voting at all, but that there were some people who voted, there were others who didn't.
I don't know. There's a policeman. Yeah, I know. Don't look at anybody.
They have carried the polling list. They have to go along with the polling box. Look at the box.
So they've carried the box.
All right. Well, that it's a developing situation there in Alaba. It's just to tell Olu to stay safe out there, even as events unfold.
This really speaks to the issue I was asking, Mr.
Who's that? Mr. Johnson.
Mr.
Yes,
Johnson
I was going to ask him
responding
to respond.
They're running away, right? How did they come?
Some Hutus, they were running, and we were trying to secure the bus.
Yeah.
They were trying, Imam, come.
Where's the other bus?
Imam, come.
The bus is here. The bus is here. Yeah, the bus. Yeah. Okay, so
The buses were here.
We collected it back. We collected it back. You collected it.
Yes, we've collected it.
All right. So you can see it's a volatile area, and this is the situation we are having here. People being disenfranchised, and also some people coming to snatch ballot buses. But luckily, this has been secured, and the people are all happy that it has been secured. And it's back to you in the studios.
Just to say that you should please stay safe. That was what I was saying out there as you report on this various unfolding scenarios. We've just got enough time. Mr. Johnson, I know I cut into your answer to Millicent's question, and so I'm going to give you just 1 minute to round up that, because we've got to end this segment at this point, and then I will take it from there. So your 1 minute starts now.
Well, clearly we should be careful. Maybe we should just advise the politicians to ensure that they do not create a scenario that we did not all want to see. The youthful population, they don't need so much of these, to get to get on the street. So we should be careful, what we're doing right now. After all said and done, we should all know that Nigeria is more important than any ambition. So maybe we should please advise them to let peace reign in the country by ensuring that they allow the process to go smoothly without any of these chemistries. Because at the end of the day, who will win will win. Thank you.
Well, let me ask Dr. Oluwatola to close with this answer. You have 1 minute. So when you say our elections, our democracy has improved, bullet points, 1 minute, in which areas?
So, I think, like I've said earlier, it's important that that we note that our democracy has improved. We don't have a military man on the ballots this year. We've seen technology introduced into our system, and an electoral act that allowed ample time for INEC to do its job. Is it perfect? No, it's not. There are several things and several reports we're getting on the field, and many of those incidents have a systematic pattern of voter suppression, where certain candidates feel like they may be at a disadvantage, and that's what we feel. But regardless of that, all of us as Nigerians have to recognize that these are isolated incidents, and it shouldn't be sufficient for us to make this country ungovernable, regardless of what the outcome of the voting is come tomorrow or Monday.
All right, Mr. Lawal, a number of people haven't voted. You have 1 minute to speak.
What should they do?
Okay, if I'm going to, from my own opinion and my own vision from what I've seen in Nigeria, the first thing I would advise is that I think Nigeria is a big enough country. We shouldn't try to brag too much as the giant of Africa. I think we should be able to stagger our elections. Pick 6 states randomly, an election, run it over a week. If we stagger this, we would be able to, because of number one, that's the poor number of security, law enforcement agencies. We have 400,000 secured 200 million. It's not possible. So I think if we stagger this, we might be headed somewhere. And I'll say political education needs to go on very supervised. I think it should be inculcated into primary school education, secondary school education, because what we have as political education is not good enough for people to make informed choices. I can tell you that without looking at the ballot today, I can tell you that presidential will probably hit about a 40%. But when you get to Senate and House of Rep, the same ballots are submitted the same day. There will be a drop of about 10% in people that participated in these 2 elections.
But that might also be because some of them are more interested in the number
The president, yes, because we shows the
We want
poverty.
to appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, Electoral College Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Kolawole Johnson, Data Analyst, Political Economist. Many thanks also to you, Dr. Toby Oluwatola, Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you both, and you here in the studio for joining us.
Indeed, as Millicent did point out, we'll be taking a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be doing something slightly different from what we've been doing now that the stage of the electoral process has also changed. So still stay on.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this. And that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop you. Don't let your budget stop you from owning a fully built 3-bedroom maisonette duplex in Ajah for as low as 9.99 million naira key collection deposit and spread the balance over a period of 24 months. For more details and inquiries on how to save millions on a home in Ajah, visit www.meridianparkestate.com.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9mobile Experience Center.
9mobile, here for you, here for Naija.
Country people, the time don't reach where we go choose who go rule us for Obodo Naija. Election na our life and destiny. Make we come out, go vote. Plus, make we not allow any Ijaguda person cause begay for that day. You will be Naija youth. Instead of bass balls for election day, make you carry your thumb. Where be your power? Pack and put them for ballot paper. Naija women them. Your thumb, feel make even your pikin be president. People will get disabilities who call, you get the ability to determine who the next president will be. So therefore, make all of us join body do vigilante so that Kasala no go boss for election day. Happily go download Just Watch our mobile app for your Google Play Store. Now be the security man where go help us report anybody who want cause Kasala for election day. Now Justice Development and Peacemaker Center JDPNC for Oshogbo with support from European Union. They call every man, woman, youth, person with disability. We get PVC, make them go vote for February 25 and March 11, 2023. Your term, now your power.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can he really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent. Oh.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month.
Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who would create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present?
Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking.
To register, call 0906 781 5830, 0802 302 7443. Eloquence Center at 36B Royal Palm Drive, Osborne Phase 2, Ikoyi, Lagos, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My guy, my brother, my blood. E no get wetin fall from sky, we ground no fit carry. We have been through a lot, and we still stand strong. If you remember, together we overcame monsters, battled the darkness, and even survived loss. But we became unbreakable, unstoppable. So guy, shake off the bad vibe. Face the world with your full chest. Because this life, forget, you and me, now we go run out.
You're watching the 2023 verdict here on Channels Television. And yes, we're still covering the general elections, presidential and National Assembly elections.
Have you voted? I'm just asking. And for those who haven't voted, of course, yeah, you can, so long as the line is still open, you can still vote. And Millicent gave us that information the other time. If you have videos, pictures you want to share with us, 2023 verdict at channelstv.com. that's where to send it. It's right there on your screen.
So we're doing something different now. Mr. Ladi will be joining us soon at another. But right now, joining us here is Babajide Ogunsowo, our data specialist.
Thank you, Millicent. We're doing this started.
Well, I can see that. Start with the magic of IREV. I'm wondering, because unfortunately, of course, it's too late for me to register, but how far so far? Because many people would expect that by now results will start dropping, right?
So IREV was meant to be the magic portal.
Like the one you have here.
IREV was the magic one. We wouldn't say it's not yet the magic one. We're still waiting for the results. And hopefully within the next 60 minutes, we will see the power of the IREV. We'll see the results start coming up. But speaking of results, there's something I'd like to share with you.
Okay.
It's exactly 9 years past half a century. On this same day in 1964, Millicent, an unknown boxer, Cassius Clay, defeated the heavyweight champion of the world, Sonny Liston. The bookmakers had predicted that Cassius Clay was not going to be able to do it. So to the Ayo, we're going to definitely make history, because the question Nigerians are asking is, will Nigeria see another heavyweight hit the canvas? And whatever scenario you look at it, just as it happened on this day in 1964, when Muhammad Ali defeated Sonny Liston, a heavyweight champion today will be defeated. Who will it be? Hopefully some of this analysis will give you some insights as to what exactly the results would look like.
I'm certainly there.
Oh, surely.
It is similar to what our colleague said earlier about seventh, the number seven and the spiritual meaning.
Okay, so you said we want to start with Abia State, right? So
yes, we could look at all the zones. Let's look at Abia State, one of the 5 states in the southeast. What exactly is going on in Abia? Based on the reports from INEC, 1.9 million people have picked up their PVCs. All of them will be using their PVCs across 4,050 polling units. The challenge is how many of those that have collected PVCs in Abia State will come out to vote. If we look at what happened in 2019, just about 21% of those that picked up their PVCs 4 years ago came out to vote. But let's still look at what is happening in Abia in 2023. Today, where we see, what we understand by the distribution of INEC is most of those that have collected their PVCs, most of the voters in Abia live in Abia South. And so when the results from IREV starts popping out, we want to focus on what exactly is going on in Abia South, especially Ukwa West, Ukwa East, Obingwa, Aba North, Aba South. In Abia State, Abia South, that Abia South zone, across the 3 zones is where the big numbers are, followed by Abia Central. So we're looking at, as the result starts coming in, what is going on in Abia South and Abia Central. But Millicent, apart from the current situation, we need to ask, how will all the magic take place? Let's take a look at where the magic took place in 2011.
I was also wondering what's happening in other parts.
Here are the facts. Across all of Abia, in 2011, the PDP won all the local governments in Abia State, all the local governments, scoring more than 1.1 million votes. The ACN then scored less than 5,000 votes. Again, 2011, PDP all the way, all across Abia State. But what then happened in 2015? If we take a look at the trends in 2015, same thing. PDP won all the local governments in Abia. Abia South, Abia North, everywhere was green for PDP in 2015. The APC scored less than 15,000 votes, the PDP 368,000 votes.
But it's quite significant that the number of voters dropped, right?
Yes, the number of voters dropped, and that was why, because the PVC. So the challenges we've seen is that we saw high numbers pre the permanent voter card collection. Now that we have the PVCs, we are perhaps seeing the reality of how many people are voting in the states.
In real time. And these are also figures from previous elections. It's also interesting the dynamics coming today in the elections in Abia, because they've also been experiencing some delays with voting and then insecurity.
Experiencing some delays, but when the voters do come out, you remember what happened in 2011? Remember what happened in Abia in 2015? Let's take a look at what happened in Abia 4 years ago. The APC was only able to win 2 local governments, Bende and Isokoto. So what we've seen is Abia, like most other states in the southeast, have voted PDP. In other words, if you look at the trends, since the PDP was formed, the PDP has never lost the Southeast. For Abia State, it has always been PDP. Will that stay the same? We do not know. Looking at the history, we see that no one has been able to snatch PDP outside Abia State. But beyond Abia, let's take a look at another state. Let's look at what's going on in Enugu. Or we could even look at Anambra. If we look at Enugu, we could stay here on Anambra. We see that as of today, 2.6 million permanent voter cards have been picked up in Anambra. They will be used across 5,714 polling units. But where are the big numbers from Anambra? Anambra Central and Anambra South. Those are the numbers voters are waiting for. But let's look at the trends. What exactly has been going on in Anambra in the last 3 presidential cycles? 2011, you see that. PDP all the way. PDP not only did it win all of Anambra, won every local government in Anambra. Second, in 2011, was CPC, less than 5,000 votes, compared to PDP's 1.1 million votes in 2011. What happened in 2015? If we take a look at Anambra in 2015, we'll also see the trends. All local governments in 2015 went the way of only one party, PDP, scoring 660,000 votes versus APC's votes less than 20,000 in 2015. Look at what happened in Anambra in 2019. And if we keep our eyes on 2019, these are the results in Anambra. Ayo.
I'll still go back to the numbers dropping.
Yes, we've seen the numbers dropping across all states because what had happened was the permanent voter cards, people had voted using incident forms. Now for this election, you have to have your permanent voter's card and use either your thumbprint or your fingerprint. But what we've seen in Anambra is in 2011, the PDP won all the local governments. In 2015, the PDP won all the local governments. In 2019, the PDP won all the local governments. In simple terms, it will be easier for the Pope to stop praying than for the PDP to give up Anambra State easily.
Can we say that across for Southeast as well?
And then we need to look at another state in the South. Let's look at what's going on in Enugu. In Enugu today, based on INEC's report, 1.99 million permanent voter cards, and INEC hopes that a lot of those in Enugu will vote across 4,141 polling units. Where are the big news from Anambra East? Anambra East is the region, is the zone where you have most of those that have registered. It's the same zone that those that have picked up their PVCs. We are looking at Nkanu, Enugu North, Enugu South, Enugu, Nkanu. Those are the numbers those that are voting in Enugu are looking out for. But more than these numbers, it is to look at again, will history repeat itself or will the trends change? Let's look at Anambra, Enugu in 2011. In 2011, again, all the local governments in Enugu went the way of one party. Let's look at 2015. In 2015, all the local governments in Enugu went to one party. Let's look at what happened in 2019. All the local governments in Enugu went to one party. Ayo, Millicent. 2015, Enugu did not surrender one local government. 2019, Enugu did not surrender one local government. So what we've seen is a trend where it has gone all to one local government in the last 12 years.
2 things you have to pay attention to as well, or speak to. In 2019, the votes of the lower party, of the second placed party, rose over the years, 2011, 2015, and 2019. And you gave the Cassius Clay example the other time, saying that I want to believe that you are building up to that Cassius Clay moment, right?
Yes, we're building up to the Cassius Clay moment. If you look at Enugu in 2011, we see the big numbers. ACN came second, less than 2,000 votes.
Yep.
2015, APC had a bit more votes.
Yep.
PDP less votes.
Exactly.
2019, PDP 355,000 votes. APC came second, 54,000 votes. APC still had the margin, so PDP still had the margin in excess of 200,000 votes. Yeah. The question is, what will happen in 2022. However,
2023.
In 2023, what's going to happen and when the results start coming out. But the trend shows that Enugu East and Enugu North will determine who wins, like it has always done in Enugu, who wins this election. Don't forget.
In that state.
In that state. Okay. In that state. Don't forget, the trend shows one party across all local governments in the last 3 presidential elections. Another interesting state from the southeast is Ebonyi. Let's look at Ebonyi at the moment and how the distribution.
Just a moment, Chide. I was hoping that you get to that Cassius Clay moment, because obviously there is another player that seems to be playing up a lot more now, right?
There's another player that is playing up more now. But if we look at the trends, the Labour Party in the last election, in all of the southeast states, the Labour Party scored less than 3,000 votes across the southeast. Statement of fact. Now, the challenge is, will Labour Party be able to wave a magic wand to be able to move from 3,000 votes based on its candidates to hundreds of thousands of votes? That is the challenge. Will that happen? We'll have to wait for the results. We don't know. What we can only do is to look at the situation in Ebonyi today and look at what happened in the past. In the past, sometimes allows us to predict the present, or sometimes history does not repeat itself.
It's interesting that you're only staying on, we're only staying on the southeast for now, with the little time that we have, just about 3-4 minutes now to go.
And I was going to say that ABGA, I mean, where do you see, where does that play? Does that play any role in this? Do you see any surprises at all?
I'll keep my personal comment and I'll just focus on the facts. Let's look at the last state in the southeast, Imo. And then we might probably be able to see if ABGA will present some surprises, or the governor of Imo State, being APC, will be able to provide some surprises. And if we keep our attention on Imo, the big numbers will be coming from Imo East, where you have 42% of the voter cards, followed by Imo West, where you have another 40% of the voter cards. In other words, between Imo East, 2.3 million PVCs, 2.3 million PVCs. In the last election, among those that collected PVCs, less than 40% came out on election day 4 years ago. Will we have more than 40% of the 2.2 million that currently hold PVCs? We're not too sure. What we know is the commission has said it is ready for people to come out to vote across 4,720 polling units. How many of those that have picked up their PVCs as at 6 p.m. have voted? We're not sure, but what we're sure about is history will not change. History will not, the present might change. And if you look at the history of Imo in 2011, it will provide some insights to you. In 2011, PDP not only won Imo, it won across all the local governments. It spared none to competition. ACN then scored second, less than 15,000 votes compared to 1.3 million votes that was declared for the PDP in 2011. What happened in 2015? And if you look at Imo in 2015, you see Idiato South. That is the only local government that APC won. PDP still held on to all the local governments across all the zones, but the APC was able to snatch Idiato South. In all, across Imo State, PDP scored 133,000 votes compared to APC scored 133,000 votes compared to PDP's 559,000 votes. But before we close, let's look at what happened in Imo in 2019. APC had picked another local government, Oru East. Yes, the PDP still won 334,000 votes in the last election compared to APC's 140,000 votes. But what we've seen in the last 2 presidential elections in Imo is APC gaining ground. Started with Idiato South, moved to Oru East. Will APC be able to grow its market share? Will PDP win any more local governments? Will win back any of these local governments? Or will a new party spring up surprises? Ayo, don't forget, a wise man once said, sometimes what you cannot see is more important than what's in front of you. Millicent.
Wise man. What about those personal comments? We would like to hear them.
No, we'll share that. I'll share that with you because we need to go to the other zones. What exactly happened in history in the Southwest, in the South-South, and across all the northern regions? We surely need to be able to to look at history, look at the present situation, and let the voters determine what is likely going to be the results when the result starts coming out.
You have to tell us that Cassius Clay moment, because I'm still waiting to hear it.
Again, Cassius Clay. On this day, 1964, February 25, underrated Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, who no one felt was going to win the election, win the fight, defeated Sonny Liston, predicting a lot of people wrong. Almost everybody had predicted Sonny Liston was going to win. In this election, whatever prediction you make, one thing is for sure, one heavyweight will kick the canvas.
Okay.
You're okay, doesn't sound very convincing.
We'll surely be back.
No, it's actually
we'll surely be back.
a little concerning, if I can use that term, because it's not what we have seen in quite a while. But we have to thank you very much, Babajide Ogunsanwo, data analyst. Thank you so much. And
we'll be seeing more of him.
We most certainly will be.
We've only done one of 6 zones. We will have to look at all the zones. And we'll also, as the elections results come in, we need to look at each of the states. A lot of surprises. But again, I'll still be with you to share some other thoughts beyond these facts.
Especially the ones you can't put on air, right?
That's true. We are here throughout the night on, the minute-by-minute update on the general elections. We're going on a short break now.
Yes, we are. And when we return, there is more. Please don't go away. Stay with us for more.
Set to take the African continent and the world by storm. They are giants in every sense of the word, and they will bring entertainment that's just as big. Don't miss the first ever season of Big Brother Titans with 2 African giants, Naija and Nsamsey, under Biggie's roof together. Big Brother Titans starts on Sunday, 15th of January on DSTV 198, GoTV 29, and Africa Magic. Headline sponsor, Bamboo, Flutterwave, and Lotto Star.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9 Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9 Mobile Experience Center.
9 Mobile, here for you, here for Naija.
What is really happening in Akamata markets? It seems these people don't want the election.
It's not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
You always stay in my mind. Me gone. Cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go be alright. And if anybody try you, don't stop. Don't be on side.
Show strong love to your favorite one this season by gifting a parcel of land through Adron Strong Love promo. Enjoy 40% discount on all our spread the balance within 24 months without gift, or enjoy 30% discount and spread the balance within love and power, electric fan, cake, gas burner, microwave, and lots more.
How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend?
Adron Strong Love promo. My love for you is strong. Terms and conditions apply.
Adron Homes, making the incredible affordable.
My guy, my brother, my blood. E no get waiting fall from sky, we ground no fit carry. We have been through a lot, and we still stand strong. If you remember, together we overcame monsters, battled the darkness, and even survived loss. But we became unbreakable, unstoppable. So guy, shake off the bad vibe. Face the world with your full chest. Because this life, forget, you and me, now we go run out.
All right, thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back. I'm sure that Ayo and Millicent enjoyed the figures fest with Babajide Oguso.
Quite daunting.
Yeah, quite daunting.
Quite daunting.
And you guys tried to put some things in his pocket.
Yes, actually, there's still a lot of there's a heavy cliffhanger that still he's put out as a Cassius Clay moment that I'm still waiting for.
For that, yeah, yeah, we're all waiting for that. But as you can see, Ayo and I have been joined by a couple of guests. So let me start from the far left of my hand, and I'm talking about Mr. Suleiman Arigbabu, who is the Secretary, Head Resource Center. Thank you so much for being with us. Sitting next to him is retired Deputy Inspector General of Police, Nwobodo. Thank you so much for Godwin Nwobodo. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, on this side is our friend, in-house counsel, as we like to call him, Mr. G.T. Ogoye. Thank you so much for, as always, being with us. Yeah, we also have in Abuja studios, we also have, I guess, I don't know if you're still with us. Are you still with us, sir?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us. Could you introduce yourself to our other panelists and to the audience?
My name is Kingsley Uzoma, security expert.
Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a day of security challenges, as many people would say. It's been expected. There have been the targeting of beavers. This time, not boxes anymore, not ballot boxes, not the ballot papers. We are seeing clear evidence of that. The beavers have been targeted. But I first of all want to ask you, Mr. Arigbabu, what was your experience like today? I know that you did quite a bit of monitoring.
Yes, thank you. I went around Surulere and then I went to the island. So in terms of INEC deploying, the average time in most places was about 9:90. But then there was a number of places that voting didn't start till about noon, some till about 10:30. There was a particular place where the ballot boxes and papers were not stamped. And I saw that in two places. In Surulere, it was resolved around 10:30 a.m. But there's a particular place in VI at the front of the Eco Atlantic where they started voting at 12 midday because of unstamped ballot paper. Also, the police didn't deploy with the INEC officials. Then I met the police coming after us to drop their personnel. In some places, the fireman, in some places, the NDLA, but they didn't deploy immediately. But in those places, fortunately, there weren't any negative untoward incidents. There are quite a number of places that people were kind of agitated that the beavers wasn't working as fast as they expected. But at least voting was going on in most of those places. But then I also got reports from colleagues on the field that there are places that even as of 3 p.m., voting are yet to start. So, but looking at the big picture, I'm coming to this place now, I stopped at many places and they have completed voting. They have completed counting. So in the big picture, the election, its process and all of that can be said to be not the best we can have, but it's okay. But there are quite a lot of places that either people complain about violence, that the device didn't work, or it was working so slowly, and as of when they are supposed to stop the queue, not many people had, in fact, voted. So there are quite a number of that. How much is going to affect the
outcome? We will have to wait and see. DIG Nwobodo, the security issue. We talked a lot about this in the run-up to this election. The security challenges in various parts of the country. But surprisingly, perhaps, depending on who you ask, the places where the security challenges seem to be emerging from are not the places where we talked about at the time ahead of the elections. Did that surprise you, given the background that you have?
Well, the deployments of the military as ordered by the commander-in-chief, I think really deterred miscreants in some of those places that we thought we will have problems. Surprisingly, it's Lagos now.
where very few people thought there would be
That's
such
where the problem is. In Lagos now that we're having a lot of security challenges.
So what does that say, really?
Well, it means that perhaps compromise. Yes.
That's interesting, Mr. Grace. In your own case, of course, we have come through these election cycles together in many instances, and we have talked about where we thought the challenges would be in the run-up to this. So when we compare what we thought to what seems to be unfolding, and then the argument that the military should not play a role, which the speaker made, that it should be the police, but in some instances, it was the military that was deployed, perhaps because the police was already overstretched. We were told that more than 400,000 of them were deployed. And knowing how many they were in the first instance in total, perhaps they may not have had the capacity to respond to flash points individually. Is that a fair assessment of what you saw?
Yes, what's happening now is not fundamentally different from what we've recorded in the past. It's just that Nigerians are very forgetful about these things. Perennially now about whether military men should participate in security operations during voting and during election exercise. This is not the first time that debate is coming up. And the counter to that debate always had been that, hey, face it, the military before elections is deployed anyway in internal security operations. And so if election is part of what people do normally, so if the military already is deployed, why can't they also participate in that process? More so when in critical situations, particularly at polling booths, policemen who are even deployed are not expected to be armed. So you see them, they're not armed.
So they are not even able to respond when there is
immediately when there's issue and all that. So we always debated that. But again, this election, this time around, in this cycle is beset with logistical and operational challenges. My friend here was saying that, well, there's progress, yes, little progress, because unlike before, we're not postponing a presidential election. Jega did it. This one also did it, but it's not doing it right now. So maybe we have cause to be happy a little bit about that.
I'm still going to have to ask you around that a question around that. Because when we say we have made progress, there are certain critical stakeholders, politicians and political parties. Politicians and political parties. I'll say that again. There's the INEC, then there is the people. So in what areas have we made significant progress? We'll chew on that. We'll come to it. Let's
go to Mr. Uzoma in our Abuja studios. And you being a security expert, I will ask you the same question I have put to my other guests. One would have expected, as Mr. Ogunye just said, that look, this is not really as different as we are making it out to be from what happened in 2019. Do you agree with that, or are you of the school of thought that perhaps there have been a few surprises as to where we are having challenges?
Yes, my submission is that there have been a few surprises because I was able to go out to cast my vote as early as 11:46 a.m. But again, there are security issues. Maybe you can call them isolated cases here in Abuja. Maybe somewhere very obvious around the airport road, there are security bridges. And I got a couple of information from across this geopolitical zone. And one would have expected that given the over 400 numbers personnel, the police being the lead security agencies deployed for the election, that will have a better security. But again, you see that the personnel, these officers within the polling units, yes, they are not supposed to be armed, but in terms of communication gadgets, they are not having any communication gadget like radio radio, walkie-talkie to be able to communicate in terms of issues. Just like cases, pockets of violence we've been getting from Lagos, there where you are. And yes, from here we've been processing, reaching out to security agencies. But we figured out that even the presence of the military could not deter these hoodlums from attacking. That now brings us to the drawing table. Does it mean that the security agencies are complicit on this matter, or the voters or the political parties are the one who gingered these guys, if I'm to use the word, to make sure that they intimidate voters? But again, environment is a determinant of history, in the sense that in Lagos, yes, we know the reigns of thugs. And when as far back as November last year, I remember vividly well that a lot of threat analysis were done across the 6 geopolitical zone, and it was also spotted that Lagos is more likely to experience violence. But again, more shockingly is what we are getting from the Southeast, that also shared from the red spots in terms of violence. Southeast is far more cooler than what we are getting from Lagos. And we've also heard cases somewhere in Delta states across Warri and in Rivers. But again, the voters also plays a heavy role in terms of trying to manage conflict. Like I give you an instance, in my polling unit, INEC officials arrived very late. We almost had an altercation again because the voters were very unhappy, angry with them. And the next thing we heard that, okay, haven't conducted ourselves in terms of allocating numbers. And they were like, okay, that number is not going to work because we have over 2,000 voters waiting to be accredited. So because maybe these people are more now enlightened, that we are able to put them in order to align on the protocol we have already established. So by and large, we expect the security agencies that given some of the security gadgets the IGP just launched, we expected that signals in terms of using drone and what have you to be able to enhance surveillance on an election would have come to play, but I'm yet to see that.
Well, speak to these other things. I mean, you've mentioned the fact that you've spoken around security management for this election and all of that. Speak to 2 things, one of which was what Mr. Aribabu mentioned here, that police officers did not deploy with the INEC officials when they went to the various polling units, and to the fact that in the areas where, as you mentioned, some scuffles, some issues were raised around what happened in certain parts of Lagos. I was asking questions around where are the security men deployed to those particular polling units that were supposed to ensure that such things didn't happen.
Don't forget that that takes me back to the issue I raised. The security men deployed at the polling unit, various polling units, are unarmed. Okay, so the ones that are armed that are supposed to provide their backup in terms of emergency, you see that you don't find them within the street. Yes, they are supposed to be patrolling or stay at strategic locations, mapped out as more likely to have security breach. But the question we have to ask, how do you communicate? You can agree with me that eventually all the polling units you visited, you hardly see a police officer or any of the security agencies with walkie-talkie, for instance. So if they are to make communication, it has to do through via the help of their mobile phone. To what centers? I had also expected that maybe mobile surveillance vehicle would be to the aid of these informations, or given the BVAS machine that INEC has just introduced, it should have a security button whereby if there are issues, the ad hoc staff can just, with the activation of a security button, it should hit a common security control center in order to allow them to come for rescue. But maybe that will be for another day. It still boils down to if these security agencies, maybe from behavioral psychological lens, maybe some of them goes back to relax or decide not to be found there, one thing, but it still takes these politicians to determine who becomes CP and IG tomorrow so they wouldn't want to play into their hands.
Now, given the figures that you have, information at your disposal, what would be your assessment generally? And then perhaps speak to maybe some specific zones of the country, given the information that is available to you. What would be your assessment generally of our performance as a people in terms of security?
Okay, in terms of security, the foundation was previously laid during the campaign period. So you could understand, you would agree with me that during the course of the campaign, we had a little violence as against what the nation experienced in 2011, 2015, and also 2019. So information became very, very critical. Okay, so we can say that instead of having conventional violence, we now have more what we call social media bullies. So the violence that would have happened conventionally, we are more felt via the social media, where people pass disseminate misinformations. Like I got a couple of informations today coming from the southeast that unknown gunmen were preventing them from voting in some locations in Enugu, Imo, and Anambra. I just made inquiry, okay, can you send me videos? Can you send me audios and things like that? Then across the Northeast, yes, it is expected because we also circled certain areas that there are likelihood of violence in those areas. So little wonder of what we got here. But again, South, as we saw in Warri, and if we are to link what happened during the cash scarcity, okay, whereby a lot of financial institutions also suffered hardship, you would also admit that the fact that there is no availability of cash to pay these thugs also reduced violence. Then the ones who are already exhibiting violence already, it works in two ways. Either they are sympathetic to a certain standard bearer or candidate, and they will go back later to play the card of the event of what happened in order to cash out, or they were already contracted to do what they did in order to make sure that they scare voters and there is voter party and what have you. But overall, violence has drastically reduced if we are to compare with what used to be the past. But the security agencies really have a lot to do. The police being the lead security agency, and the military assured them, yes, we'll give you that backup tactically you need. So that's why we are able, they were able to take charge of the Southeast, particularly in Imo State. And we also need to commend the efforts of the IG, because personally, I was very scared of Imo State based on the reports we were getting before today. But the fact that the IG used his wisdom to deploy 3 commissioners of police across the 3 senatorial zone, in addition to the command CP, that also helped to make sure that security is heightened up. But communication is very key, because in terms of emergency, seamless communication is not there.
Well, there are countless questions to ask you, Mr. Uzoma, but unfortunately, we have to let you go at this time.
Point, yeah.
Hopefully, we'll bring you back to give us some more perspectives. Kingsley Uzoma is an election security management consultant. Thank you again for your time this morning. I beg your pardon, this evening.
This evening, yeah, because you haven't left the studio, so it's still morning.
Well, you're right there. But, you know, still on that same issue of security, let me come to you. So, I mean, what's your take on his assessment of our security? I mean, he's touched on one
a few things: the lack of communication gadgets, the question of number, and then the fact that there was no cash to pay the thugs. So
I was going to come to that one.
Work for free, and therefore, you know, that maybe that's also it's not that.
I don't think I have the. I don't think I have the view that. Well, like in the Southeast, I have always said that, like the question of sit at home and all those security problems we've been having there, if the government really mean to stop this, they can stop it. All you need to do, you have military formations, you have police formations in all these areas. When you give people the confidence that they can come out and transact business, they will do so. And today, I've been proved right because they've all gone out to vote.
I want to ask you a question. I'm sorry,
Yes.
at this point that you mentioned, we talk about security operatives, you being one yourself. What arrangements are made for they themselves to vote?
For now, there is no arrangement for security operatives to vote.
Because they are also a tidy number.
Yes, there is no arrangement for them to vote in Nigeria, and I've said it elsewhere in other climes. The security operatives are supposed to vote before the election,
which is what happens in other places.
In other places, perhaps a day to the election, a day or two, because deployments might take the first 2 days or thereabout to the election. So they could vote maybe about 3 days or something, or a week before the election, and their votes are collated and
put curated in one area.
So we should actually have security men voting. I never voted all the while I was in the police. It will shock you that since the advent of this democracy, the first time I voted is today.
Well, you have been able to vote,
and so we should be able to have that both diaspora and security men, soldiers who are deployed, and all those things should be able to vote before the election if we are actually practicing democracy.
I talked about us collating lessons the other time. Maybe
this is one lesson, a very important point.
Very important. But Mr. Ogunye, okay, so here we are now. Part of
we wanted to say you wanted to talk about evidence of the lack of cash.
Yes, but he needed to answer my question as well. Okay, you might quickly speak to that one.
Work on credit, which is what our guest in Abuja, Mr. Uzoma, talked about. That is that they will do it, take evidence later on to go and collect the payment when cash becomes more easily available.
This is why we need.
No, the immediate lesson I'm taking, even from the assessment and reports coming from the field, either from the security angle and other, in terms of participation and all that. The immediate lesson I'm taking is that we can build peace if in between elections, as communities, as societies, as peoples, in our various ethnic groups, we work together and talk to ourselves. Building and sustaining peace is not a one-day event. Mm-hmm. It's not on an election day that you're just going to decree peace and say there'll be peace and there will be peace. Now, Mr. Uzoma said I was surprised about what is going on in Southeast, that they are told that violence will escalate and violence. My own reading of the situation is that in the Southeast, the electorate felt the need to participate in this process. And the reason is not far-fetched. So when you match what is said with what the JIG retired has said about if you want to stop sit at home, you stop it. It is true, but it's not a law enforcement or a police thing. It is if the people, today the people in Anambra wanted to vote, and they went out to vote. Other times they felt like sitting at home. So it was not, in my view, the intimidation of groups that were threatening the people not to come and trade on the particular day that sustained that long stretch of avoiding commerce on a Monday. So we must dig deeper. And when we understand the problems that we're confronting, try to surmount them. Look, some of the pockets of crisis that are happening in Lagos today, it happened the last time. People have forgotten.
Indeed.
Perhaps not on this scale. And INEC then had to postpone the election and reconduct it around that axis. Okay. Because demographic is changing. And so in between elections, we will need to be talking more to one another.
But you haven't come to that issue of in what area have we scaled up?
Okay.
Developed.
Okay.
Which of the critical stakeholders has developed that you can say has significantly affected the entire practice of democracy, this Fourth Republic?
Look, overall, sometimes the ordinary people are not ordinary people who are not so close to power in terms of understanding what is going on inside the government may not know sometimes how, dangerous things are at any particular point in time in managing transition from one point to the other. We have an election today. It wasn't all, smoochy and everything without challenges. And we had it the other time too. My expectation today, just as it happened the last time, is that after tomorrow, if the results declare and all that, just as it happened the last time when President Goodluck Jonathan, that many people didn't appreciate at that time. I have come to appreciate that, very much. I've come to appreciate that. Before the official announcement of result, coming out to concede and all that.
And taking wind out of the sails of many people who are
and I just give the sigh of relief. I'm saying that overall, number one point, the fact that in spite of everything, in spite of the challenges, including the current one that we had on the eve of this election, we sustain an electoral system now for an unbroken period of 24 years, from 1999. Okay?
That is an improvement.
It's an improvement. It's an improvement. And that's why when people started talking about interim regional government, I said, what again? Okay? So, and people who are outside may not know how close to the precipice
that we came.
We came. So we need to celebrate that. That's number one. Number two is the fact that in terms of managing our election, logistical and operational challenges persist. And that's why, in spite of the beautiful provision of the law that envision the contemporaneousness of election, so that the outcome of election in one place will not teleguide or guide or, influence
the outcome elsewhere.
The truth of the matter is that over and over again, INEC has proven, in spite of its best effort, that it's not able to organize an election on a national scale between one time it prescribes and another. So in Borno, we're learning that election wasn't starting until about 2 p.m. Okay? So what then you do? You get fixated to the time you are prescribed,
right,
or you then shift because of the dynamics. So I'm of the view that arising from all that we've seen, one lesson is that instead of just fixing time arbitrarily, we should be flexible enough in order to accommodate all the electorate, to extend periods of voting. So in Bayelsa, for example, reality dictated that they had to shift the election to tomorrow. Things like that, so that everybody will be accommodated. It shouldn't be unduly elongated, though, but I think that that's one of the things in terms of management. Number three is the fact that we've talked about the role of money in our election. This is beyond our electoral system currently. The presidential system of government that we are practicing is so huge. Somebody is expected to be voted for in about 170-something wards all over the 75,000, 76,000, 170,000 all over the country, right? In a parliamentary system of government, it is not like that. Maybe arising from this, we may have to rethink our political system, our presidential system of government. We may have to rethink it because it's too expensive. Okay? And if you doubt what I'm saying, look at what the political parties themselves are doing in terms of zoning and arranging things among themselves. So if you have a parliamentary system of government and somebody is from Remo federal constituency, as Awolowo was that time, and all that, if he couldn't become a prime minister this time around, and somebody from Tafawa Balewa became a prime minister, if that thing had continued, was it not going to be possible at a point
for it to be
for him to that kind of thing? Because the reason why we dumped, or the military dumped on our behalf, because it was General Olusegun Obasanjo and the people that did that, although there's a constitutional drafting committee and the Constitutional Assembly headed by civilians, but at the nudging of the military. The reason why they adopted the presidential system of government was that they claimed that it will bring our people together. That in the First Republic, our people were too divided. Okay? And so you needed the presidential system of government with the president coming from all over.
Figure. Yeah.
Exactly, that kind of thing. So we have to rethink that. Number 4 is that technology is playing in this system. And 2 elections ago, 2 elections before now, we talked about that. Yes. About papers and all that. And so it is encouraging that BVAS is now accepted. But it's distressing that BVAS has now become the new target, not ballot box any longer. So what can we do to improve on that and then secure it so that the process will be better? I meant before now, this lies young, proceeding from perhaps the Osun state election, where results of BVAS were not that contemporaneous. And INEC said, oh, there were initial figures, we had not synced them and all that. In this election now, because they knew that it's a huge percent, we are not going to upload it immediately and all that. So that later down the line, the issue of when to sync it and when not to sync it will not
I guess that answers my question about IREV all the while.
We need to improve on that technology in order to maximize our advantages from it and all that. There are other lessons we can take from that.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to write on that. But let me quickly ask you before we end this segment in a bit. This is where we are now. How confident are you that whatever results INEC declares will, on the scale of percentage, if you can guess, represent the general interest of Nigerians from your observations?
The general interest of Nigerians. I think what's most important is that that people have confidence in the process INEC has put in place. And that's why the kind of communication we have around this process is important. I've been in a similar program today on the radio, and I've heard people calling to say a lot of things. Some you could relate with, some are so fantastic that you wonder where is this coming from. And it is this kind of litany of narratives around the process that will determine how people will react. Now, it is for Nigerians to know that, and okay, so that takes me to before we had the election. You go to many places and they say, oh, this election is a verdict on Nigeria. No, it's not a verdict on Nigeria. It's part of our journey towards having a proper country, a proper democracy. If you say it's a verdict on Nigeria, does that mean that if everybody says it doesn't go, because that's the situation with the politicians, if it doesn't go my way, then it's flawed, and then I'm not going to accept it. Does that mean that the country will break up? It shouldn't be.
I guess what you're essentially saying is the jury is still out, and then we should only be patient.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, continue.
I'm going to give DIG Wobo 1 minute to wrap up this segment. So going forward now, because now we're at the stage of collation, we're hearing results from polling units, but then there's still the provision that those results, having been announced and put on all the various portals and everywhere, they still have to be manually and physically transported to Abuja for the final announcement. As the security people are listening now, in 1 minute, what should they do to ensure that that process retains the integrity? Because that's where people are afraid.
The proper thing to do would have been that the policemen who are deployed to the polling units will accompany the results to the collation centers. And then the same group will, by the time they come from different polling units, you have a mass of policemen in the collation center. You see the points. If you have 10 polling units, for example, and each unit has a policeman, then by the time they go to the collation center, there will be 10 policemen. Because you are going to have more people there, and that place there will be a lot of more tension around that area. And in the final collation center, for example, they will also come, and the topmost, the CP should even be there, or at least the Deputy Commissioner of Police
should
in charge of operations.
Should be following this.
And they should accompany that results also to Abuja.
That is at that point that we're going to leave, as Ayo had said earlier. We've completely run out of time, but I felt that it was important for you to land on that point. So in that regard, let me thank Mr. Suleiman Aribabu. Of course, you all, of course, are continuing with this process with us. So this goodbye is only temporary, as it were. We want to thank you for coming in. The same thing to Richard DIG Godwin Wombodo. Thank you for your time. And then, of course, Mr. G.T. Ogoyo, thank you, as we begin now to look forward to the results.
Well, let's close this segment on this call of a report by Mary Alale Yusuf, who spoke with some residents at Ikati.
No, young adults will always be young adults. Like I've been an advocacy of peace. Things cannot be done in a violent way. There's a better way of expressing your concern. And I keep on telling them, it took how many years of independence to be where we are now? But it can take a split second to destroy. On behalf of all the young adults here, I am their mother. Please, I'm apologizing. They are knucklehead, each one of them. You hear? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the destruction they've done. I am sorry. I'm begging the whole world on behalf of all my youth here. I've been telling you, violence is not the answer. We are all one after today. We're still going to live a happy life together. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood and sisterhood we stand. Nigeria, we hail thee.
For this election, because they are the ones that all indications indicate that they'll make a difference regardless of the challenges. Let's listen to this report about what they feel about this electoral process that they're participating in for the first time.
It's that time again. Nigerians head to the polls to elect those to steer their affairs for the next 4 years. It is also time that voters are added to the register. Among this new set are Deborah, just coming of age, and others who came of age over the course of the last election cycle.
Honestly, it feels exciting because this isn't just like any election, right? This is an election that we're seeing a third force candidate, right? That's actually looks like they're gaining power and everything. This is not a normal election for Nigeria. Like, this isn't business as usual. And I just feel excited to be part of the generation that is making this change happen.
I'm a little bit excited about just doing this for the first time. Hopefully getting my preferred candidate winning the election.
On the flip side, not all will be exercising their franchise by age for different reasons, despite being desirous of printing their thumb on the ballot.
I just felt like it was not going to make sense for me to get my PVC if I was not going to now be able to vote or be able to collect it. So registration might have been easy for some people, but for me, it didn't seem comfortable. It wasn't an option that made sense.
I just turned 18, and then
my dad told me that the elections were coming up and he would like me to exercise my franchise since I'm now of age. So he asked me to register online, and it was a very smooth process. It wasn't too difficult. But then where I had a problem was getting a date so I could capture my biometrics.
With 92.5 million voters eligible to take part in this year's exercise, compared to the 84.5 million in 2019, 43% of them are first-time voters who are eager to effect the change they want to see.
One thing I'm a strong believer of is the fact that we need somebody that has a plan and they would stick by that plan through their 4 years and make sure that it continues after them. Because a lot of the time we see people in politics, they come in, they do a job, halfway, somebody else replaces them, and nobody makes sure that it's continued.
I would definitely love to see change in the transport sector. Like, I'm a huge fan of the idea that we shouldn't need cars to like get around, right? That we should just have public transport that works, that I should be able to like travel from one place to another and I should feel safe while doing it. It shouldn't be too expensive, because look at countries in Europe, look at the US, they have like working metro systems, they have like intermodal transport, and yeah, I would really love to see that if my candidate wins.
Nigeria's youth demographic accounts for 70% of the total population of the country, and this group have shown resilience, zeal, commitment to participate in this year's election to ensure they vote in leaders that will secure their future. Victor Matthias, Channels Television News.
Well, I am back here, and Jide as well. Gusonwo is back with us for some.
And if you look at the front of Jide, I see some very familiar figures. Horses. Jide, what's this about?
Yeah, you know, like we're doing the analysis, talking about how we could only do the Southeast region. One of the key things I also didn't tell you then was that, yes, the Independent National Electoral Commission has said there are over 80 million people that have PVCs.
Yes, 87.
But that's not what we should focus on. We should focus on how many new people have PVCs in the last 4 years. When we were here 4 years ago, now that we're here. And the fact, Ayo, shows that 14 million Nigerians have collected PVCs. 7.7 million of them in the north. Another 7 million spread across the 3 regions in the south. Do you know who those 14.4 million new PVC holders will vote for? I'd like to quickly share the challenges that Nigeria faces today. The first is, never in the history of Nigeria has a southern president handed over to another southern president, or a northern president hand over to another northern president. But that is what the PDP and its candidate, Atiku Abubakar, stands for. It looks like mission impossible. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Not only has Nigeria never had a Muslim president and vice president, there are only 15 countries out of Africa's great 54 countries that have Muslim presidents and Muslim vice presidents. Côte d'Ivoire, Sudan, Somalia, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, Morocco, Mali, Algeria, Djibouti, Egypt, Niger Republic, Libya, and Tunisia. All these 15 countries have one thing in common that Nigeria does not have. They have significant Muslim populations. In other words, almost all these countries I've mentioned have a Muslim population that is twice their Christian population. But again, Muslim is what the APC and its candidates stand for. It does look like mission impossible. One more candidate. Well, Ladi, because of time, I'll continue this analysis tomorrow.
This is what
Your
you call
second
the
cliffhanger.
The second cliffhanger of the day.
cliffhanger.
The second cliffhanger of the day. Jide, thank you for that, and of course, we'll be very much looking forward to this
And the other one, Cassius Clay.
Yeah,
And the other one
Cassius
is
Clay
behind.
bombing.
Oh, he could tell us.
It's a double whammy, as the Americans would say. Well, I'll be looking forward to.
But never forget, on this same day, 9 years past half a century, underrated Cassius Clay defeated Sonny Liston. Will a heavyweight champion fall when the results come out, start coming out tomorrow? And will this horse stand? Ayo, don't forget, in the last 4 years, we were here together. 14 million new Nigerians have picked up their PVCs.
Is that unprecedented, by the way?
Unprecedented. The fact is, they will shape who becomes the winner. Which of these horses will stand up, if possible, or will this horse as well fall down? Let's leave that talk for tomorrow.
Thank you, Jide. It's a good way to wrap it up, because this entire segment has been a cliffhanger. So at that point, we've got two cliffhangers from Jide that we're looking forward to resolution of tomorrow. So our viewers should look out for that, even as we continue with our coverage of the 2023 election. So, guys, the Abuja guys are here. I can see them. I can see Chamberlain, Malkwe, and Nelta raring to go once again from the Abuja studio. Hi, guys.
Well, yes, we are ready to go. Just seeing how some of these events have played out. Malkwe has got a unique experience, unique in the sense that I don't have that experience as of yet. I think Nelta too has, because he escaped from the studio shortly after. But they'll tell us all about that. Yes, indeed. We will be taking it from here.
Indeed. Thank you, guys. So at that point, let's leave it like that.
Well, we will.
We will shortly. Let us welcome you first back again. Yes, indeed, because this gentleman has been here for you, and it's our continuing coverage of the 2023 verdict. And indeed, we're raring to go. You let us know what your experience has been today. Did you brave the sun? Because the temperatures were high and sweltering today. I don't know what it was like where you were, but much later here in the Federal Capital Territory, rain from nowhere, with a mighty breeze coming to calm the temperatures here in the FCT. I do not know what it was like, what it's been like elsewhere, but I sincerely hope that it also calms the tension and the frustration that quite a number of people seem to have experienced today in Yota.
Frustrations or not, the atmosphere out there was really exciting. Everybody there was this sense of anticipation, and everybody was just looking forward to the outcome. And the truth is, where I went to a couple of polling units when I left the studio.
Did you go to vote?
I actually went to vote.
Were you successful?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, congratulations.
And it was real quick. Less than 5 minutes, I was out of that place. But I had to go to a couple of polling units to see what was happening and talk to a couple of voters. And they were, again, all they wanted to do, every voter I spoke to just wanted to vote and wait. Nothing like going anywhere, sun or not. They were all sitting down, talking, and basically having fun. When it was time to do the counting in one of those polling units I was in, you could just see that they were all part of the counting. And
wow.
So it's a whole new ball game. This is not the first time I voted, but this is the first time I'm seeing everyone there, at least in Abuja. I do know that the different stories from different parts of the country.
Indeed.
And some interesting, some not so interesting.
And that's the thing, because all the effort that the National Assembly put into this, Nigerians as well, I'm talking about the amendment of the Electoral Act, was supposed to make things a lot better, such that we don't see the kind of skirmish and violence we saw in some cities, which the INEC chair did speak to during the 4 o'clock hour broadcast of theirs, where he did say that, yes, voting will continue to a large extent, way beyond the 2:30 p.m. time that they're supposed to stop voting. We'll talk about all of those and what people have experienced. But I'd like to remind you, again, tell us, where are you watching us from? How did you vote today? What was your experience like? Did you vote? So what did you make of the process, of course, in your own polling units where you voted, if you did? We'd like to hear from you and be a part of all of that. Don't forget, you can see our social media handles where we wait to get your unique experience. We also did have Nigerians who are living outside this country also watching keenly, and many of them have contacted us. And we'll have our correspondents who will be bringing you a lot of field reports from all of them, most of them. In fact, you have heard quite a number. But here in the studios, we've got some lady and gentlemen joining us before then. Yes.
Yeah,
ahead.
just quickly, just for those who might not be able to see what is on the screen, and I know that we'll be talking much later about that particular community, people with disabilities, who might not be able to read what is on the screen for their advantage or for their information. The handle to use is 2023 verdict at channelstv.com. 2023 verdict at channelstv.com. We're waiting to hear from you. What was your experience? Were you able to vote? If you weren't, let us know.
Oh, yes, indeed. So that is how it will pan out when we do come to you with all of that detail. Yes, indeed. Take advantage of any of those social media handles, and we will be glad to hear from you. So let's get to it. We've got our guest, a panel of analysts here with us in the studios to take us through what the experience has been, having been in build-up in different capacities ahead of the general elections, the first batch of which is going on in some areas, already done for a lot of people who have already voted. On my immediate right, Abosede Alimi is an area analyst. She's also a founder, Willand being Women in Leadership Advancement Network. Glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
And then sitting right beside her is Hussein Abdu, the chair of the board of YAGA. He's also country director, CARE International. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
And then we also do have joining us virtually, Fidelis Allen. He's an ERAD analyst. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's start off here with you, Abosede. I haven't seen all of this. I know different strokes of different folks. It rained in Abuja, if not everywhere in Abuja. Some of the areas it was sunny, and then many thought, oh dear, what a day it's been. But then, what was your experience for today?
So, I mean, today has been a mixed bag, as we've been hearing. But I think, like you said earlier, the excitement is palpable. The determination of citizens, right? People are sharing data. People are, sitting and waiting where the BVAS was not working. I mean, I think that the sheer determination of Nigerians to exercise their right to vote is something that we should be very, very proud of. But I think on the other hand, unfortunately, voting starting late and all the other things that we're beginning to hear about violence in different areas is definitely not what we had hoped for. But I think it's important to note that Nigeria is a huge country, right? And these are isolated cases. But I think it's very important that elections are happening. There's so much support when it comes to incidents, right? So that, you're here where, civil society has a whole infrastructure. So whether you like it or not, if you also wanted to report an incident, if you wanted to check fake news, the infrastructure and the support ecosystem that exists is one that's also very impressive for citizens to believe that their vote will actually count and that this is the election, as many have come to believe, will make a difference in their lives.
Mr. Abdu is one of the CSOs which you referred to, having that huge infrastructure to see, keeping and monitoring what's playing itself out. But Mr. Abdu, I know everybody's looking towards our results. They just want to know what is going on. What can anybody tell us? Can anybody give us a sneak peek into what to expect? So, does that define your experience, or better yet, what is your experience?
I think it did define my experience. It's been quite an interesting day for a lot of people. I knew even up to yesterday morning, there are some who still feel, would this election hold? That was a kind of question. Because people have seen in the last two succeeding elections being postponed on the wee, at a very wee hour. And so people still were asking. So this morning when Hure, everything came up, And the excitement was quite there, very palpable, particularly in Abuja here. We saw that. Of course, the number wasn't looking as higher. We don't have the total figures for now, but the numbers weren't looking as higher as we had actually expected in some of the polling units around Abuja in particular. But the reports coming up from different locations actually shows that level of excitement. The major challenge is the same traditional logistic issues that INEC has historically struggled with. And in my opinion, I actually think it's a struggle that will just not go away. It wouldn't go away because one, the size of the country, and two, the burden of actually managing elections, 90 million plus people across 36 states on the same day. It's just not done.
That is it's going to be tough because I mean someone was telling me just before the show began saying, look, no matter how much effort INEC and everybody puts into this logistic question, we'll always have a huge challenge.
Yeah,
now you say it won't go away.
Yeah, I actually think that we are not discussing it enough. We're not having the right conversation around it. Nigeria is a federation. The basic principle of the federal system is complementarity. We don't trust the state. Ordinarily, state electoral commission should be supporting this process. And that's what applies in major, bigger, functional federations. But Nigerians feel the state electoral commission are just useless. Rightly so, to some extent, if you look at how local government elections are managed. The sort of it is the secrecy surrounding our elections, the whole level of protection that goes with it. That you don't look, ballot papers are printed as if you are printing currency or money. So it is such a big thing. So essential or sensitive materials never gets out until the night before the election. It just doesn't work anywhere. So we need to lessen, we need to simplify. We need to reduce the whole security thing around elections and take a breath and say, look, this is just a day thing. We can do it in a very simple manner. I don't have the details of that, but Nigeria do need to simplify elections, and that's the only way we can deal with this.
But all right, so one of the areas where this challenge read its head is in Mafoluku, Oshodi, where our correspondent did bring us some footage concerning what transpired over there. There are several people who reported challenges with voting, which they interpret as voter suppression on their part. So that happened in Mafoluku area of Lagos. And so it was one of the other areas where you had the skirmish, was wanted and wished that it could go away. So if we could just have that those images of footage just come through, where our correspondent Olu Phillips did bring us that report concerning how that played out.
They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything at one time. They came with Korokwe and this. They carried everything. Look at now. They carried all our police units. Yeah. They carried everything now.
This is actually
and there were a number of reports that came through for Sule as well, in terms of the ugly incident that went through. It was in the same area that we had reports of military men also coming through. So, okay, there you go. So, so different areas in Lagos that did experience this.
Well, sometimes when you just see visuals of violence in one area, it might look similar to another area, but
and the officials are the same.
They confirm it, yes, indeed, and the materials used are essentially the same. That's the INEC box, which is very similar to what I saw here in Abuja today. Okay. And also we see a table, a regular table, which you will normally see. The polling booth is right there. It's a scene that is not a very pleasant one to see, because you can see that people are standing a distance away and they're looking dissatisfied. You can see ballot boxes on the floor, the ballot papers strewn apart. in different areas, and it ought not to be so. It does look like voting, the process has been disrupted. But let me quickly take you up. I mean, while those visuals are still playing, and I know that that is not the only place where we saw pictures like this, especially in Lagos. You know, Yaga had done a report. I think they're to come up with an election manipulation index report, which we had seen just before the polls. I think that was released sometime in January, and it talks about the propensity to manipulation of, you know, of polling and elections in some states across the federation. There were a number of variables listed in, you know, in those in that particular report. One of it was election fraud, voter suppression. We've seen, and Lagos was listed with at least 5 of those variables. So no surprise coming from some of the pictures that we're seeing here. Let me come to you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. So absolutely, you know, so Yaga had published an election manipulation risk index.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that's one of the things that's really important when organizations like that do important work like that, because to your point, a lot of the states that we've seen today, so Katsina, Rivers, Lagos, were already identified as high risk areas for, as you mentioned, electoral fraud. I think there was not as much report on vote buying, thank God, because that was another variable. And I think, you know, there was INEC capture, which I think also has not come through from the records that we're receiving from the field. But again, as I said, the Anambra was also in the high risk index as well. So again, anticipated if you were working with the EMRI. However, we still expect that INEC will respond quickly to get things in order in order for people not to be disenfranchised, because we must remember that that is the most important thing.
And I did say that our correspondent, Olu Phillips, was in town. He was in different parts of Lagos, just monitoring and reporting how the events played themselves out as they did. And here now is one of the reports that he did file.
This is the situation, life situation here from Jai Branco, off Branco Street here in Mafuluku. And there's been an incident here. We understand eyewitness here tell us, especially the people living here, tell us that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see that these ones are burnt, and that's the situation. It tells me that this was an active ward because you can see names on the wall. But is that as this was consigned, EC 330A? I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is a situation, and there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is material that has been burnt and shredded, you can see. And that's the situation we have coming from. And you see this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today, and some guys have come here to set federal government's property, disenfranchising people, ensure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security unit, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book, and make sure that those who have been denied the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by the area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Ola Phillips. Now let's get to Mr. Fidelis Allen, who is also an ERAD analyst, to weigh in on his experience today. It was mixed feelings for several people. Mr. Allen, thank you again for joining us on the 2023 verdict this evening. Go ahead and tell us what your experience was, or if it's still ongoing today.
Well, one aspect of the story of the elections today with regards to voters, Nigerians, registered voters, is that it's a dream come true after a few years getting to another election cycle. The excitement with many people with the elections is something that tells me that this election is different from past elections, especially when we look at the number of registered voters, the number of people with PVCs, number of people with zeal, passion, to be at the polling units to vote. As we know, elections are critical for any country hoping to move to the next level in terms of quality of democracy, quality of democratization. We have a number of issues, reports about violence and hoodlums targeting BVAS machines. Is one aspect of the experience that I think should tell anyone that democracy is a process. Elections cannot be expected to become 100% perfect. In a country like ours, the culture of violence, if we look at the history of elections in this country and the experiences that people, Nigeria has had, over the years since 1959, when the first election was conducted by an election management in this country. Since then, we've had so many election management bodies, but I think this year marks real improvement in the way that elections are managed in this country. We are not there yet. There are problems. Like I said, the culture of violence is something that may not go away overnight. It's something that the security agencies and then those in power.
We'll explore that a little further in the course of the program here today, but just give us a minute. Let's go across over to our correspondent, Emperor Simon, who is in Yola, the capital of Anambra State. He is keeping tracks with what is going on. He did report how the presidential candidate of the PDP voted. He was also supposed to give a press release to address the media today, but I'm not sure what's going on with that because it seemed to have been moved. Hello, Emperor. Tell us what is going on where you are at the moment. Yeah, Emperor, we can't hear you here, but if you can you hear us at the moment? Okay, so that is not coming through yet. We'll fix that connection and get him to speak to us. So he is in Yola, so he'll be giving us what and how things have turned out. Well, yeah.
Very interesting scenario we've seen play out in many of the states that we've monitored today. It looked like it was pretty seamless for the presidential candidates to cast their vote. We didn't see any incidents like we saw in 2015 when the smart card reader could not read the fingerprint of then presidential candidate Goodluck Jonathan. So we did see that. I mean, no surprises there, or were there any?
I don't think there are any surprises. I think the system we use, the beavers are actually much more higher in terms of the grading and the capacity, operational capacity. than what we used to have. I think the beavers emerge as a lesson learning from the previous systems we used. So it was really, really good. Okay, we had that.
I think we will have our correspondent Emperor Simon now, and so he can go ahead and give us his update on what is going on with his Emperor.
Thank you very much, Chamberlain. It's still quite full. I mean, a handful of activities here in Yola, the Adamawa State Council. We've been monitoring the voting process, here in the state. Of course, we know that one of the major contestants in the election is from Adamawa State. But what we saw during the day was the fact that residents turned out in their large number to exercise their civic responsibility, and there was no any security issue reported in the course of the election, except of course maybe in areas that we we couldn't cover. But again, we saw that in terms of the deployment of personnel to various polling units, that went free, and election held across the over 4,000 polling units here in Adamawa State. I have the Commissioner of Police here in Adamawa State in person of CP Babatola Afolabi, who will give us a rundown of what went on in terms of the security situation. Good evening, CP.
Good evening.
Yeah, just to give us what's transpired today in Adamawa State in terms of the security situation. Were there areas where we recorded electoral violence?
To the glory of God, we didn't record any electoral violence due to the security measures we placed on ground in conjunction with other sister agencies.
But we understand that the Northeast region is one of the states that have come under serious security threats in recent time. Where did that in a way show up? Even though you said the election went successfully, but were there areas that you received report? Tell us what the report looks like from across the 21 local government areas of Adamawa State.
Across the 21 local government, there was no advice report because all the security personnel performed their duty credibly well. So far, no problem.
Citizens didn't have cause to worry.
Nobody had any cause to worry. So everybody went to the polling units, cast their vote, they returned home safely.
Were there any case of perhaps attack on your personnel?
There wasn't any.
Thank you very much. That's CP Tola Afolabi. But we also have the man who is in charge of the job here in Adamawa State. That's the resident electoral commissioner, Mr. Udu Yunusa, who would also give us a rundown of what transpired in the course of the day. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Give us a picture of how it went in terms of election here in Adamawa State.
Okay, election started by 8 o'clock, and there's a very good turnout. People turn out en masse. We toured about 4 local government areas in the state. Me and the commissioner of police, and of course the service chief of the state. We were there. People were enthusiastic to carry out their vote, and very good. We traveled as far as Fufure, where up to the time of closing the elections, people were queuing. Over 1,000 people were there, and we say since they already entered the queue, they should be able to conduct the election, to be allowed to finish. And I can say it's 100% success. There was no any incident of any breach of the peace, and people were very, very happy up to the time we left.
Earlier on, when we had Mr. Atiku Abubakar vote in his polling unit, he did mention the fact that he had a challenge being captured, by the BVAS machine. That's in terms of the use of his finger print. Were there areas like that where you recorded such challenges, malfunction of BVAS machines, and how were you able to handle those challenges?
Well, using of BVAS is we use it successfully in Adamawa State. There were no challenge, and in fact, people were very happy because it eases their time to make the time they take to make the elections, and people were very, very enthusiastic. Yes. And there's no, I cannot recall any breach of the peace or somebody trying to truncate the election in any way. It's all through.
So we are here at the Collation Center. Give us a sense of what we should be expecting any moment soon.
We have very far reaching areas like the Madagali, Mubi. These are areas very in the extreme end, and of course we have a very difficult terrain, and we have to, even within the metropolis, people are now counting. So it is only when those nearby they come, then we make announcement on what has happened. So we cannot say it in vacuum. You agree?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunusa. We do appreciate you. So Chamberlain, I guess you've heard from those who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring the smooth, running of the election today. The security chief here in Adamawa State has given us a picture of what transpired security-wise, while the the resident electoral commissioner has also told us exactly what they recorded. Chamberlain.
Yes, Emperor. So what do we know about the presser that was supposed to hold with the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar? Is it still holding?
Yeah, so after he cast his vote, we tried to get his perspective on what he thinks about the electoral process. It was a rowdy session because we had several media organizations represented by their reporters, even from across the country, and beyond the shores of Nigeria. Many who came to see how Nigeria's election would go. So it was a rowdy session, and we could not get a good soundbite. We couldn't get a good interview, and we resorted to go to his residence. Of course, we were given 2:30 p.m. for an interview with the PDP presidential candidate. But after staying for a while, we were told that he had decided to postpone the interview till tomorrow. So we are waiting at the moment to see if by tomorrow he would speak to us. But again, let me add to the point, some of the points he made when he cast his votes alongside his wife, Titi Abubakar. He did mention the fact that he was impressed with what he witnessed, particularly at the polling unit 012 at Ajia Ward, where he and his spouse, performed their civic responsibility. And he said particularly that for the first time, at least, Nigerians may have confidence in the electoral process. But he added the fact that it was at that moment, because he could only tell what was happening at his own polling unit. And then I asked him how optimistic he is about, his outing in the 2023 general election. And he simply said, I'm optimistic.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Emperor Simon, our correspondent covering the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Well, earlier we did speak with the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission on the 2023 verdict as to what their role, their responsibilities or actions going on today and even previously. But at the moment, we do understand that the commission has arrested some persons in Benin City in possession of some permanent voter cards. So what we know is that the commission arrested 3 people, they say, for being in possession of several permanent voter cards. One of the suspects, Africana Esther, was arrested at Ward 1, St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Ikwaboha, Benin City, with 20 permanent voter cards belonging to different people, apparently. Now, she allegedly said that the cards were handed to her by Comfort Moneke, a 73-year-old woman, and Shegun Osamohai, a 33-year-old man. And the commission says both have made useful statements and investigation is ongoing, and we will bring you more as we get them. All right, we do have several other correspondents, but yes, you want to.
Yeah, before we go to our correspondent,
okay.
I just wanted to take it back to our team here, our guest here in the studio. Let's look at this matter of arrival and how the processes went out. I know you talked about the fact that logistics appeared to be a recurring decimal that the government, and indeed Nigeria, needs to resolve once and for all, because even for the staggered elections, that point is like a sore thumb. So I asked a question in the morning to a former INEC official, and I said, Nigeria has a postal service. Can't the postal service, and it's spread across the country, can't the postal service help in resolving this matter of logistics and distribution of electoral materials?
I don't think so in the immediate. But probably in the medium term, on the long run, it could. You need to check the postal service and actually understand the level of rot. And this is with apologies to the people who are working in that institution. But I think the postal service we have today is not just exactly the same as the one we have before. Look, other Nigerian courier companies are doing much better than NIPOS. GIG, for instance, take that. More efficient than NIPOS, and it just started with just a transporter that was just used, people used to send messages, and now completely transformed, doing not just managing logistics, not just locally, but actually globally, with offices in Europe and Asia and all that. I think that our state institutions are poorly managed. And because they are poorly managed, they are not able to serve us the way it's supposed to be. We can transform the Nigerian Postal Service to perform responsibilities like that, but I think we probably need to begin to use logistic companies instead of using transporters associations.
All right, we do have a correspondent. It's their day actually, so just get to the field again and see get with the Daily Omoyeni. He's covering presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. He's live now to give us an update on what is going on where he is. Hello, Dele. So tell us, what is the situation at the moment?
All right, Chamberlain, we're actually back in Onitsha. We're in Agulu throughout the day, where, of course, the Labour Party presidential candidate casts his votes. Now, 3 major things stand out for me in these elections. Firstly, it was all over social media and everywhere that these elections were going to be about young people. Chamberlain, let me shock you. From 87 to 91, we we got a lot of old people coming out to vote in these elections, of course, right here in Anambra State. The second thing that stands out for me is that we all thought that these elections were going to be heavily militarized. Of course, quite a number of people who heard that I was going to the southeast to cover the elections, especially in Anambra and Imo State, said, well, that place is volatile. Well, we wish all the best, but please be careful. But that's not been the case today. As a matter of fact, apart from the time when the EFCC came here with heavily armed police officers to the polling units of the presidential candidates, the only policemen or security officers that you could see around Agulu were those attached to the presidential candidates. There were no joint patrols, no military, no DSS, and yet the process went free. The process went heavily peacefully. The first thing that stands out for me is that a lot of polling units in Anambra State experienced late delivery of a lot of people blamed INEC. They say, for instance, that in the personnel that a bus takes 1 or 2 polling units, goes to drop them, comes back, and that same process goes on. And so we find out that some people started voting very early and some started voting very late. In fact, the governor of this state, Chukwumax Charles Soludo, voted in the late afternoon because voting materials didn't get to his polling units on time. So these are some of the issues that we've experienced here in Anambra State. But the process has been very, very peaceful. The environment is calm. We've not heard of any skirmishes here in Anambra State, Chamberlain.
Well, Dele, the state was in the news for different reasons in the build-up to this day, right from part of what you mentioned, the comments that came through from the governor, some risk analysis, which did say, watch out for that state, and then security concerns as well. But at the moment, do you get any impression, any information whatsoever? Is there voting going on anywhere else from what you know, from where you are, or having come through from Agulu to Onitsha at the moment?
Yeah, there are some polling units across the state where voting started very late. And, the Electoral Act says any polling unit that INEC officials get late, everybody there must be allowed to vote. In fact, there are some places around Ubusi where we hear that the ad hoc staff had to go and get generators because they started with torchlights. But of course, that wasn't being effective. They had to go to get generators so that the process can continue because a lot of people are insisting that they must vote. There's also quite a large voter turnout in this part. So yes, some people are still voting right now. And in some cases, they've just started collating. While, of course, in Agulu, in the polling units where I was, sorting started as early as 3 p.m. because, of course, at about 10 a.m., of course, the INEC officials were on ground already.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, our correspondent Dele Omayeni, covering the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Well, when we speak about security, I mean, getting up this morning and moving around, you get different reports, correspondents in all parts of the country, getting feedback and information almost on the go. One of such was Kogi State, not too far from here in Abuja, where several reports did come through about some activity from the state concerning some local government areas, senatorial districts. And now if you look at some scenario coming through from the senatorial candidate of the PDP, Natasha Akpoti, now this was one of the scenes that played out in some of the areas where voting was supposed to happen. And if I remember, if I get that right, that I think there was a response from the government saying that they had to send people for excavation purposes. We'll just need to get some clarity on that one at the moment. So if we do have Natasha Akpoti, she is on the ballot. So she wasn't exactly happy concerning what played out. So do we have let's just get to hear from her concerning what transpired in her locality. Good evening, Natasha. Can you hear us today?
I can hear you, Chamberlain. Good evening. Good evening, Nigerians.
We did see some visuals, images circulating about you narrating what transpired. So tell us, what happened? Okay, so it's just coming in frozen at the moment, but we will sort that out. And bring her response to you. We'll get as many response from all of those who are in the field in whatever way possible. So just keep it. We'll sort that out and get her back on. And I also do remember that one of the pressers with the EFCC, I beg your pardon, with the INEC chair, some CSOs had, okay, well, there you go. That is, I believe, some of these scenarios that happened earlier in the day today. So we'll get her back and ensure that she gives us her account of what transpired. Well, there was that call, that concern, when they did ask the INEC chair and security agencies, particularly the IGP, protect the few number. I think the number dropped for females on the ballot. We'll come to that. I wonder why that is the case, but we do have her back. Natasha Kpoti, she's back on the line. So please go ahead and what transpired today for you.
Well, it started quite peacefully. And then there about 12 o'clock, we experienced a lot of attacks from the APC thugs. They carried machetes, guns. Those that carried guns, they wore military uniform, but you can tell that they were not the genuine military. And then they collected ballot papers, seized the beavers, destroyed a lot. And at a point, they even tried to abduct an INEC official from a polling near me. So in total, in my local government, that is Okene local government and Okene local government, hundreds of polling units have been destroyed because pretty much we are leading everywhere. Everywhere we were leading. And then wherever they found that we were leading extremely, they had to destroy the ballot boxes. So what happened is, at some instance, the soldiers moved swiftly and like this gentleman there and intercepted them requesting for their identification cards, you know, to show that they are actually members of the force. And to their surprise, they had none. So all these men you are seeing on the floor, there are actually about 30 of them that were arrested. So they, can you hear me, sorry? There are about 30 of them arrested. Only 8 are being displayed there because they were arrested in badges and they were moved to the local command. They were men. They were all fake policemen wearing the military uniform, carrying guns, machine guns, and they were the ones terrorizing voters. Now, I can tell you that now, I already made a complaint to INEC that hundreds of polling units were destroyed across the local government. In addition, the Ganaja axis of Ajakuta local government never voted. Many polling units there, polling units that have thousands of voters, of registered voters, were disenfranchised because the INEC officials was not on site, and the EOs switched off their phones. We could not reach the EOs, and so no material. So there was no voting in Ganaja axis. Petitions have been written. The polling unit agents wrote petitions in that regard, and we are hoping that INEC will allow elections to be conducted in these places because it is extremely wrong to disenfranchise thousands of people. I mean, you should have seen the mood earlier on in the day. People came out in their thousands. It was so peaceful. People were organized. Everything was coordinated until this mishap started around 12 o'clock. So that's the situation now. I've been some deaths with instances where there's some thugs in uniforms tried to shoot at the police officers, and then there was a retaliation, of course. And then, unfortunately, we have some our constituents dead. Some people lost their lives today because the soldiers had to defend their lives. So there was exchange of gunshots.
That's really disheartening.
Oh,
to
and
hear.
one more thing.
But I don't know if you can confirm to us, Natasha, if you can hear me, about there were reports that initially some areas were dug up around your local government. Can you hear me?
One into my community, Yabelo tried by the Nigerian army, and they told Yahya Bello not to. He had no right to leave his local government and enter another local government. He was driving into my community and he was stopped. And I believe at that point, your channel's reporter, in conjunction with TVC, because they were together, they tried to get a coverage of it because it was a scene. The governor stepped out of his car, challenging the forces that he needed to drive to my community, and they were like, no, you have to stay back at yours, sir. We understand you're a governor, but you cannot cross local government borders. and he wasn't happy about that, but they successfully sent him away. Your reporter was on ground at that point. I don't know if he sent you the visuals.
Okay, that's certainly something to note, and we'll certainly look out for that. But I wanted to confirm, I mean, there were stories that made the round earlier today that trenches were dug up around your local government area, making it difficult for INEC officials to access. Can you confirm that story to us?
Yes, 5 roads leading to my community were cut off. The excavation started 2 days ago. Hold a second. I'm on the phone. Stop calling me. I'm on the phone. But stop calling me. I'm on the phone. So sorry about that. We're driving to the collision center. So, but you have to park, please. Let me finish up. Yes, the exercise started about 3 nights ago. We woke up to realize 3 roads were excavated, and then they continued the next day. So I tell you, that was done purposely to disenfranchise us and to prevent INEC from exercising a free and fair election. And the hardship, even though the governor issued a statement that his reason for excavating 5 roads around my community, thereby trapping me, is to curb insecurity. And that is such a lame excuse. Pardon me, it's very lame. Because I can't begin to tell you the amount of hardship the people in my community and neighboring communities had to face because they were cut off. Traders could not access the market spaces, farmers could move, children could not go to schools, commuters had to go, had to create an extra route. Some even had to go through Edo State because I'm sharing boundary with Ipilo. They had to go through a journey that would have just taken 10 minutes, took 1 hour. So a lot of activities crumbled in the past 2 days. At the time, I had to step up. I have some construction equipment in my site and my home here in the village. So we took the payloader and we went around all of these sites and we started covering them one after the other. We covered the last at about 4:30 a.m. this morning. And that is why INEC officers were able to deploy their materials timely today using the route that we covered. But I'd like to let Nigerians know that these roads were built, some of them were constructed 40 years ago. 2 of them actually federal highways. This particular road behind me was also cut off because it leads to Ikare. It connects my community to Ikare. So we had to just cover it up. My concern now is when the rain starts coming, mind you, we only filled the sandbag, but when the rains fall, those roads will be unmotorable, like they will be in deplorable situation. And I do hope that the governor, considering the fact that he excavated this road to curb insecurity, that he will, immediately after the elections, he will deploy resources to fix these roads. If there's any other question, I'm willing to answer.
Yeah, just quickly, I would like to know what the status is right now. You say you're heading, I heard you whispering that you're going to the collation center.
Yes.
Where it does mean then that voting was able to successfully happen in some polling units so collation can take place. Is that right?
Yes, we just have to make do with what we have. So we do, all the other polling units that elections were held successfully, we won. So we just have to, but we're also hearing that there's going to be a lot of intimidation and harassment of INEC officers. Mind you, I told you that some 2 INEC officers were abducted, actually, like at the verge of being abducted. They were dragged, they were saved when they were already pushed in the vehicles, in the thugs' vehicles. So we're just trying to deploy ourselves, like move whatever personnel we have, or to guide and protect our votes and the INEC officials that are there, because we don't want anything to go wrong. We don't want any form of inducement or harassment. So if at the end of the day, INEC decides to announce the results based on the polling units that were successful, I know that I'm going to emerge victorious. But at the same time, I don't want any last minute game, because this is it. Like, until the results are finally announced, believe me, there are people that are going in to make some mischievous changes, and we're trying to avoid that.
All right, then. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us today. Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who's the PDP senatorial candidate. We also implore you to stay safe. Moving swiftly right now to our correspondent in Bauchi, Hajara Aliyu, who is on standby to let us know what the situation has been like in Bauchi. Hajara.
Hello, Markwe. I'm at the Bakari Duku Registration Area Center. It's dark here, and results are coming in from the polling units. I don't know if you can see the ballot boxes behind me. It's really dark, and then there are people sitting on the ground waiting for the process of collection to begin. The INEC
Oh, just when we began to see her right there. But, you know, quite an experience. We'll come to you later, Hajara, if you can hear us. I know that we'll certainly hook up again with our correspondent, Hajara Aliyu, who's about to give us an update of situation in Bauchi. It looks like collation voting has ended there and collation is about to begin. Yeah. But quite an experience that Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has shared with us right there. And I know that you'll be very concerned, Bossade.
Yes. No, I mean, Margaret, I was watching her narrate that, and I'm thinking to myself, women only make up 8% of the candidates who are currently on the ballot for today's elections. So presidential election, I mean, we have just one. And then for the National Assembly elections, you know, about 9% maximum. And I'm wondering, is this what women will continue to go through? Threats, intimidation, you know, why will more women come? And remember, it's a funnel. So we have a number of aspirants, it narrows out to candidates. And then the question now is, you want to disenfranchise voters who will even make it to the ballot to vote for these women. How long will this country continue to intimidate women who come out and step into politics? It just has to stop. I mean, something just has to be done, right? And, you know, I was sitting here thinking, she's the only one we're hearing from. Imagine what else could have gone on in other areas that we don't even hear. But violence against women in elections is something that must be prioritized, must be addressed. The good news, however, is that she said that the security agent responded swiftly. I think that really was something that was, you know, impressive to see. Exactly. And it was quick, it was timely. But I think we really need to address violence against women in elections.
And a lot more. I mean, perhaps, probably, as Mr. Abdul did say, we need to talk about this kind of matters a lot more moving forward, so that all of these issues have got to be addressed. It's 21st century, for goodness sakes.
Yes.
Well, don't forget that the 4 leading candidates that we do have, our correspondents covering all of them and bringing you up to speed concerning who is where, how did they vote, what is the mood or what were the circumstances surrounding where they are. Maybe we should go ahead and take a look. Today we did raise the analysts who looked at this scenario and then mirrored it, looked at the position of the law of that matter in terms of the sanctity of the ballot, the conduct of the polling units, how the law expected them to conduct themselves, and it was exactly easy because they just thought, you wonder, so you see some of them just trying to cover because they don't want you to see perhaps that's what's coming across. But your guess is as good as anybody else. It's an open secret.
Will sanctity of the ballot apply to presidential candidates who are in the race, you know, themselves?
Said some might not even vote for themselves. I'm like, really?
How?
The other people will send vote for himself. He didn't step down for anybody. He wouldn't have.
Are you sure he voted for himself?
You wouldn't know who they voted for.
But he had initial problem with accreditation, but he eventually was able to vote today. So that is Rabiu Kwankwaso, the presidential candidate of the NNPP. And then Peter Obi as well, the candidate of the Labour Party, he did vote, and he spoke to us as well, where he did say from where he was, the environment, having voted, he said he was, in his words, giving them kudos. That's exact words. And then we thought he was going to rate them. Some of them are cautious about rating how the process turned out, because when they start getting fillers from the field, just like the CSOs, when it starts trickling all over the country, you may think, oh dear, is this what it really is? Yeah. So maybe they're borrowing the leaf from that kind of scenario or principle, being cautious about how all of that did go. So those are some of the candidates who voted early today.
Yes, we did catch up with our correspondent, Emperor Simon, earlier, who also gave us a scenario of what happened in Adamawa, where the candidate of the PDP had tried to vote. In fact, he voted successfully. And I think as expected, of course, there was a swarm of journalists around him trying to capture that particular moment. It made it almost impossible for him to be able to address the media, as we did see the candidate of the Labour Party do. Yeah. You can see that the candidate of the Labour Party looked like he spoke well after he had already been able to, go through the process, because we also saw reporters once again swarming around. In fact, the fact that journalists were all present, that's what we'll try to do to get the picture for our viewers and,
so that is the candidate of the PDP. That was when he arrived at his polling unit in Yola. Initially, many had thought that he was going to vote in Jada, for instance, but we did quickly confirm with INEC, and they said the day before or 2 days before that time, well, from their records, he had not relocated or moved his polling unit, so he voted in Yola. And so
Jada, about 4 hours away from Yola, we understand, quite a drive. So it might just have made sense for him to stay in the state capital.
So there you go. He's done that now. He's voted, and all waiting. I can imagine that they're monitoring their own situation room now.
I'd rather not be in their shoes, because right now, whether they voted for themselves or voted for somebody else, all of them will be like, did I win? Did I not win?
Some of them have been running for decades now, trying to get this number one slot.
For him, all right. I do know that this is like the about third or fourth time he tried to for that number one seat.
All right, so there you go. We'll go to break now, but we will return on the 2023 Friday for you in just a moment. Stay with us.
You always stay in my mind. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, those gon' be on side.
Show strong love to your favorite one this season by gifting a parcel of land through Adron Strong Love promo. Enjoy 40% discount on all our land and spread the balance within 24 months without gift, or enjoy 30% discount and spread the balance within 36 months with gift items such as love hamper, power bank, electric fan, cake, gas burner, microwave, and lots more. Adron Glove promo. My love for you is strong. Terms and conditions apply.
Adron Homes, making the incredible affordable.
See my shoulder, make you rest on me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. Money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. no go so far. Cause anything I get now from me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes you feel like saying nobody sent you. That's what I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend?
Get 1 hour of YouTube data for 50 naira or 3 hours for 130 naira on the MTN network. Simply dial *131 *8 *1# today.
Thank you for staying tuned. This is News Track on Channels Television. I am Bukola Samuel Wemimo, and these are the stories we're following for you at this hour. Nigerians are deciding today in historic elections to choose a president and National Assembly members for the next 4 years. While voting has officially ended in some polling units, the exercise continues in parts of the country where the polls don't start on time. The elections officially opened at 8:30 a.m. and were scheduled to close at 2:30 p.m. in over 176,000 polling units across the country. INEC confirmed this week that it has 93.4 million registered voters, but only 87.2 million PVCs were collected as at February the 5th. Meanwhile, the elections have not come without some incidents as the polls were disrupted in some areas. Voting was disrupted at polling unit EC30, B at Ikatelegushi in Lagos, where ballot boxes were emptied and ballot sheets strewn on the ground. Same was also witnessed in other parts of the city. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has suspended voting in some polling units owing to what it says are pockets of violence and disruption of the voting process recorded across the country. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu says the electoral umpire suspended voting in parts of Abia, Kebbi, and Bayelsa states owing to violence such as attacks by political thugs who carted away some bimodal voter accreditation machines. However, he told journalists at the National Collation Center in Abuja that the commission from some of those incidents and remobilized for the exercise.
In Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit. 2 diversions were lost in the process. Similarly, in Safana local government area of Katsina State, thugs attacked one of our voting locations and snatched 6 BVAS machines. But again, were able to recover and use the spare BVAS machines, reinforce security for voting to continue in that location. Some of the polling units opened late, but in line with our policy, anyone who is due will have the opportunity to vote. Some of the reasons why we couldn't open the polling units on time are, one, the perennial problem of logistics in spite of our best effort. But another contributory factor to the late opening of the polling unit is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. The bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS, deployed nationwide for the first time, has been functioning optimally in most parts of the country. And we hear actually less and less of complaints about the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system than we hear about our other processes.
Earlier in the day, the president and his family cast their votes in the ongoing presidential and National Assembly elections in Daura, Katsina State. Polling unit 003, the president expressed confidence in the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct free, fair, and credible elections, adding that his party would emerge victorious at the end of the exercise across the country. And that's it on our abridged version of News Track this evening. We now return to our 2023 Verdict studios for a continuation of our elections coverage. Bye for now.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voting system election. The BVAS equipment uses voters by verifying their fingerprints or unit. Every voter must be verified and authenticated before to vote. Any intended voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured, as no one neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate more or impersonation. One man, woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
My brother, my sister, do you know that winning an election is not only about getting the majority vote? For that your candidate to be declared winner of the election, he or she must secure 25% of the vote in 2/3 of all states, plus the FCT to be president, and 25% of the vote in 2/3 of all local governments of a state to be governor. This is constitutional, and every presidential candidate has had to pass this threshold. Even governors have had to make this mark to get elected in their states. We live in one country with different languages, religions, and ethnic groups. This is why it is not enough to have only northern votes, or southern votes, or eastern votes, or western votes. The only way to get elected as president or governor is by gaining enough country and states. Let us make sure that we know now so that we don't cause an issue tomorrow. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
In an effort to reduce overcrowding and ensure stress-free voting experience on election day, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has moved voters from overcrowded polling units to less congested ones within the same location. All eligible voters can visit cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS or voters.inecnigeria.org to confirm the polling unit where their names appear on the voters register to vote on election day. Also note that the list of eligible voters in each of the 176,846 polling units will be physically displayed at each polling unit nationwide before the day of election. INEC is therefore encouraging all eligible voters to verify their polling unit using the various options before they go and vote on election day. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
The home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our two-day practical training in person.
To register, 0906-781-5830, 0802-302-7443. Visit the Eloquence Center at 36B Royal Palm Drive, Osborne Phase 2, Ikoyi, Lagos, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Mama, them say we must pay before 12 p.m. You go get them. It's Momo. Simple and fast.
Momo, better than cash. Dial *671# to start.
Welcome back to our election studios. The 2023 verdicts are continuing coverage of the 2023 general elections. Well, today we're still with Abosede Alimi, an ERAD analyst and founder of Wilan Being Women in Leadership Advancement Network, and right beside her, Hussaini Abdul, chair of the board of Yaga and country director, Care International, as well as Fidelis Allen, who is an ERAD analyst. They're all here with us, and we appreciate their patience for staying through. Well, earlier we did tell you that some of the presidential candidates, which our correspondents are covering across the country, they cast their ballot. And now let's have you see the candidates of the Labour Party after cast vote.
Well, the process so far, as I observe it, is okay. You know, I thank NEC, and I wish the same thing all over Nigeria, because I can't assess it from my own position here. But judging from that, I give them my kudos and say, thank you. We want free, fair, and credible election. I came there, like you saw, queued up like every other voter, waited for a while. I was number 20-something when I started. Within a short time, I was able to vote.
So there were rumors this morning that you had stepped down for a particular candidate. How true is that?
No. I have not stepped down for any candidate, and I will not. In this election, if there's anybody people will step down for, it's me. Because somebody just said, well, okay, I'm facing too formidable, or is that they were part of those who brought us to this junction. And this junction is not a place where you claim reference for, because it failed. So the only person who is formidable in this election is me, because I'm coming with new ideas. I'm coming with a proven track record of performance. I'm coming with what I can call a clean record and offering a new beginning. The outcome can only be determined by God. Whatever God says, I accept it. It is God that makes it possible for everybody. It's God that will listen and look at the yearnings of Nigerians, especially the poor people who are suffering. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. And I believe God will hear them cry. Well, what I want to do is make sure that they extend the time of voting. You know, that will help. You know, I think they will be able to meet up in the specified time. They can for few minutes. That's my. I'm not authorizing them because I'm not. I have lack capacity to do that.
Presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, well, he had to be aware of fake news almost everywhere these days. There's even one circulating now about INEC postponing certain elections. Well, they've reached us and say, look, disregard it. It's not true. If you don't get to hear from them, probably through us, should put it in the dustbin. That's where it belongs. Well, we also do have word from the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar.
Let me ask questions. Your Excellency, can you comment on the air surrounding these elections? Yes, we've seen the Naira redesign policy, perhaps choking, what we used to know about the influence of money policy. This case, President Muhammadu would be Your Excellency, from Channels TV, would like to know your expectations. You've just voted, and we want to know what you expect from this 2023 presidential election.
Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, talking about his optimism ahead of that. Now, the man who they all want his seat, the president, he also did vote today. And here now is what he said afterwards.
I'm very impressed because I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, as a candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it in so many number of states, in Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
What is your advice to Nigerians as they await the announcement of the results?
Yes, Nigerians should make sure that they have been respected. That means the candidate they want to vote for, they are allowed to vote for him. It is a pity there is only one woman candidate from Adamawa State. So the woman should kindly official changes, and everybody knows.
This is the first time since 2003 that your name is on the ballot. How has been the experience?
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the first time I said, God did, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
President Muhammadu Buhari is speaking about how exciting it is not being on the ballot and watching others fight the battle just as he did. I wonder if it feels like what PlayStation for him now. Who knows? Well, we do have our correspondent Sadiq Ilyasu. He's in Kano covering several persons, including the candidate of the NNPP. He's on standby now to bring us an update on what is going on. Where tell us, Sadiq, tell us what's happening at the moment where you are.
Hello, Chamberlain. Actually, it's been a long day today. The election starts early today, but unfortunately, in so many places, the election did not start on time. However, when election starts, some people are continue voting even after 2:30 p.m. As I am talking to you now, in some polling units, they are still counting their ballots because they couldn't finish the elections early because there are a lot of people on queue. So I was also able to speak to the presidential candidate of the NNPP, and he expressed his displeasure with regards to how the election will be credible. On the other hand, we were also able to get a governor of Kano State who was actually impressed by the effort of INEC, and he expressed also his optimism that the election will be credible. With me here is Dr. Mustafa Muhammad, who is actually an election observer. We are going to discuss on how the election went on and what were his observations. Dr. Mustafa, can you tell us what you have observed? Thank you very much. To start with, let me quickly start from yesterday. The distribution of the sensitive material. I was in INEC. As at 12 noon, already the sensitive material has been distributed through the collaboration with the up to the airport of Kano. And this morning, as early as 6:37, most of the polling unit visited. We have seen the presence of security agents, which is very commendable, and at positive sides. And I have to also appreciate the early distribution of materials to most of the polling stations in Kano State, and the participation or the presence of voters on time, because the voter on the ground, even before the coming of a security agency, that show you their willingness to come out and discharge their civic responsibilities. On the other hand, the delay in providing the electoral materials in most of the polling units is not encouraging, and we are drawing the attention of INEC to identify these challenges faced. It is a human error, so that they can improve in the gubernatorial election. Now, in some places, in some polling units, the beavers are malfunctioning. Sometimes you see the name of the voter in their list, but when you come to the beaver, the name is not there. So that's some part of the challenges faced today. And in some places, you see the material has been distributed, but you observe that there's no ballot paper for rep or for assembly, which will delay the distribution of the material as well. And if you look at this generally, we have to give kudos to INEC, and we have to draw their attention on the need to identify these areas that have some challenges so that they can improve in the gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections. do you think the delay actually affect the results of the election? Well, many people are disenfranchised. Many voters have left because of the sun. Today the sun is so high. The heat was so high. Many voters left and they came back later. I don't think that will affect the results, but many have been disenfranchised, and the delay to some extent, even though there's a complaint here and there by polling agents in some polling unit with regard to the delay, but I don't think that will seriously affect the outcome of the results.
In most of the polling units, I noticed that there are no materials for persons living with disability. What is your take on that?
Yeah, all the polling unit visited, and in the report received from our observer, the magnifying glass were there. In one session visited for the albinos and people with special needs, and the braille machines was not there. I have been to many polling stations, and from the report received from our observers, the braille was not there, the magnifying glass and there. And I think this is something that the Nigerian civil society social group in our engagement with INEC, they kept giving us assurances that they will supply those equipment for the people with special needs. But to my knowledge, I didn't see any in these elections today.
As an observer, would you say that you notice there are some vote buying, or the effort of the federal government has been successful?
Honestly, the effort of the federal government has been successful because from the report we received, from what I have observed, I have never seen where vote buying is taking place like the previous election, where you see pockets of people in different places. If you go closer, you discover that it is vote buying. But nevertheless, from unconfirmed report received, that in some places, most of the parties, they collected account of the voters and they are sending them but this is unconfirmed report, so we will not work with that. As an observer, what we see is what we work with.
So now, can you tell me that you are confident that the election will be credible?
One thing that will make me to say that was that Kano is, the nature of the politics in Kano is different from other places. But from the assessment so far, I have never had either in media or social media or other social media where any of the chieftains of the political party came and condemned the election or showed dissatisfaction with the conduct of the election. From what you just said in your interview with some of the chieftains of the political parties, they showed satisfaction. And to be candid, we say kudos to INEC, and we hope they will improve from some little lapses here and there identified in the next and the gubernatorial election coming in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa. Nice to have you here. As we were just talking, a text message just popped on my phone that the coalition will start tomorrow at noon in Kano State. We will stay on ground to make sure that we keep you posted. Back to you, Chamberlain.
Much indeed, Sadiq Ilyasu. Brilliant.
And so from Kano, let's go on to the National Coalition Center, where our correspondent Linda Akibe is standing by to give us an update on what's going on. Hello, Linda. What's happening there?
Hello, Nota. So we're still here at the National Coalition Center in the Federal Capital Territory, where election results will be announced right here. Will be announced today. The Coalition Center will be officially opened tomorrow. That's according to the INEC chairman. He said this in the number of briefings which he had earlier on with journalists here. Now, one of the things he mentioned here was that INEC is still on top of the situation of all that has been happening. They've been receiving reports from the field about voting starting late in some of the centers across the country, specifically in Lagos and also also issues of thuggery and voter violence. But he says that the Electoral Commission is looking at these issues, and that some places where this thuggery occurred, the elections will continue tomorrow. But he hasn't said, given this this definitive answer in some of the other places where thuggery was mentioned. Now in the hall here, you can see that the place is winding up. It's dark. Most of the journalists have left to reconvene tomorrow, when the collation of results is expected to start by noon tomorrow. So we'll all convene here tomorrow for the collation of the presidential election results to begin.
All right, thank you. So has INEC said anything about the difficulty or anything about uploading the results from tonight?
No, the INEC chairman made no mention of uploading the results tonight. What he said was that the collation results are supposed to begin to trickle in from tomorrow, and the collation of results will start tomorrow from noon.
All right, thank you very much, Linda, our correspondent at the National Collation. We go. Thank you.
We just want to do this. Don't we all? Don't we all?
Everyone's waiting for that.
Oh dear, come on, INEC, do this. Okay, well, we'll go to break now, but of course we'll bring you some gentlemen in the polity who also did cast their ballot today. Aliko Dangote, Dati Baba Ahmed, the VP candidate of the PDP, all did vote today. So we'll let you see that, and we will be back afterwards.
OVMA.
Oh, I wish you were here.
I'm always with you.
But it's not the same without you.
MTN 5G's amazing technology will change how we experience life and the internet. Get ready to encounter the incredible, and remember, no be juju, na MTN 5G.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting. The world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying? Which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check your bias an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
This our landlord and his wife happy fight for Africa, Sha.
Chai, no man demand. With that in nose like our Market Square Junction.
Hey, whoa. Una don't start this now. Again, Abi. Now, mate, they are Akamata Community Square. They sell their votes to politicians for cool 5K. Una sit down here, the moon safe. It's all right.
Mama, make we save go collect our own cash.
Collect waiting. God forbid. So you want to sell the next 4 years of your life for 5K, Abi? We're done. You sabi say this 5K now 4 naira per day. for the next 4 years. Make una get sense now. Haba, na nonsense na they talk. Make month end reach, make una no pay me my rent. Na that time I go see fire. Make una know they listen to people like this landlord. Oh. Election no be business. Now your civic duty to your country to help elect the correct leaders them. We go fit create better life for us and no go get future for our children. Make you no sell your vote. Because if you sell your vote, now your future you don't sell be that. This message now from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9 Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9 Mobile Experience Center.
9 Mobile. Here for you. Here for 9. Upgrade your DSTV package to enjoy all the content you love. That means if you on Yanga and you upgrade to Confirm, you get boosted to Compact. And if you upgrade to you get boosted to Compact Plus. And if you on Compact and you upgrade to Compact Plus, you get boosted all the way to Premium.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
The home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking.
To register, call 0906-781-5830, 0802-302-7443. Visit the Eloquence Center at 36B Royal Palm Drive, Osborne Phase 2, Ikoyi, Lagos, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back to the 2023 Verdict Studios, continuing coverage of the elections. And earlier we did tell you about some personalities in the society who also did cast their votes today. Aliko Dangote, one of which, yeah, there you go. He was also among several other people who went out there to perform their civic responsibility. Today, this is a day that has been building up for lots of people. And now, I know, after this, we're all just looking through everywhere, just as you are looking, waiting for the result. But let's hear what he has to say afterwards.
The process, I think, is is quite good. It's been well arranged, and I think I must thank the president, INEC, and everybody for making this election to be totally a different one. Because of use of technology, and the turnout is very, very impressive. I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen. I've been voting, since 1999 when we changed to democracy, and I've never really missed. But this time around, I've seen quite a lot of people, much more than the usual time. Yes, there's one who complains about somebody not seeing the party of his choice on the senatorial, but I'm sure they're going to sort that out. It's full. Nobody is making any noise, so I think, we must really congratulate the government for, this is a very, very special election, so everybody, and I encourage everybody to perform their civic. There's no point of going out there to register. Then on the election, you just go to bed. And then if you have bad representatives or a bad president, you keep complaining. There's no need for you to complain if you don't vote.
All right, so the vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party also seeking to occupy that position. So they were all doing this today. So Beavers was the process. Before you eventually get your ballot paper, you get to the cubicle, secret ballot, after you just go ahead and then, drop it there. Of course, you vote from somebody. Then, so he did speak to the press as always. As several others did when they vote like this. One of the guests here did tell us that's their oxygen, actually, ensuring that they get their voice out. So let's hear him out.
You can see that both voting centers here, we have large crowds out here. And we thank God that the reports we're getting is the election is fairly peaceful and everything is working, everything is on course. We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work and we have put out our document there. Our documents are covenant with Nigerians and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared. A prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop powers to every part of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President.
Well, here now is the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, also going out there to cast his vote. So what a day it was, and also keeping tabs on how and when those results will keep trickling in. I imagine he might have been thinking about that as well, but he equally spoke to newsmen after casting his ballot.
As the elections are just be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done. If you think deeply, like some people often do, the withdrawal of cash from the system just before elections is more or less a statement on the entire Nigerian society that if the government does not withdraw cash, you're likely to sell your votes. That is most unfortunate. And let us see an election that took place without cash. Let us see, compare it to those that held with cash. If it is a simple matter of traveling around, people have always been able to travel around with or without that level of cash that you have seen.
Okay, so the presidential candidate of the NNPP, yes, we did see him cast his ballot earlier, but let's hear what he had to say as well after he cast his ballot.
Today I came and of course casted my vote here, but when I went to the first unit, they couldn't find my name to the other one in the other class. And I was very happy that we are able to do it correctly and I was able to vote. If I didn't vote, I would have been an angry man that millions of people are voting for him, and I couldn't vote. So I think that is settled. The only thing is people's number is so high, and unfortunately, the events they are using is fairly slow. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, it broke down, and I was told they were repairing it. I believe that INEC should look at all ways of ensuring that people, when people come within a short period of time, they vote and go. And we were told that they started after 11. I don't know whether you came when you came there, but we were told the INEC could only start after 11 a.m. This is something that could start by 8, meaning 3 hours wasted. And 3 hours on top there will mean a lot of problems. So I'm so happy that I was able to vote. My family and everybody who voted, and we are now waiting to hear the good stories from across the country.
Of the NMPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, giving us his impression of what the entire system and how it played out. Waiting for the results. Well, Yiaga, they did put out some facts and figures. Mr. Abdul, you may have seen this as well. Well, it's about watching the vote now. They did crunch some figures in terms of what transpired out there from what they saw. So take a look at some of these ones, which is out there at the moment. Okay, well,
but that is actually a statement now that we're seeing, a statement of concern from Yiaga Africa, saying that they are deeply concerned with the delay in uploading polling unit results for the presidential election on the INEC election result portal. As at 7 p.m. on election day, no result was uploaded after voting, and counting ended in several polling units. Hashtag Nigeria Decides 2023. So that is a statement, a brief statement of sorts from Yiaga Africa there, stating their concern with delay in uploading polling unit results for the presidential elections on the INEC election result portal. It was supposed to be a game changer, the IREV, which INEC had raved about. Apart from the beavers, part of the innovation that we were also witnessing for these elections is the fact that results were supposed to be uploaded with the beavers on the IREV, and that, you know, members of the voting public should be able to have access. But this is a concern that Yiaga is raising, that as at 7 p.m., and we've seen that from a number of our correspondents, collation is about to start in some states. So voting did happen, and voting has ended in many polling units. But as we speak, you know, the results are yet to be uploaded to the IREV. How concerned are you about this? Let me start with Bosity.
I mean, I think it's concerning. You know, by this time, citizens are waiting to start to see results coming in. And I think it's this over-dependence on the power of technology, right? And the fact that we should have contingency upon contingency plans. And so that is what I would have expected from INEC, that, you know, there would be a plan B and a plan C to the IREV portal, whether this is about technology in terms of the system. I think it's also concerning that we haven't heard from INEC themselves to let us know, because that statement was as at 7 p.m. It's almost 9 p.m. now. What exactly is going on? So it's definitely concerning, and I would definitely align with Yiaga that this is not what we were expecting.
You know, before you come out, just add this to what to your submission. I asked Linda a question if INEC mentioned anything about the upload of the results, and from our correspondent Linda at the Coalition Center, she says INEC says it will start uploading results, will start coming up from tomorrow. But I do know that from my polling unit, for instance, they had to go with the INEC officials to the collation center just to be able to upload their results. And some other people have had the similar experience, and reports also coming in here. So how do you think this can be worked out?
I think the result she was referring to are collated results.
Okay.
That will actually be now be received for the National Collation Center. So the IRF is designed to receive result from polling unit. So immediately after voting has stopped and you put everything together, you just send it, and you use the same beavers to send it. So it's not raw result. So it looks more like a scan and a PDF version of that sheet that you use, of the result sheet that you use in recording. That's what you send. The initial this thing we got was that they were having problem with the portal. And at a point the portal was back, but yet nothing was coming in. It's supposed to have run concurrently or even before collations, because this is coming directly from the polling unit. So it's about polling unit level kind of aggregation.
Right,
there should be some result. We used that. That happened in Ekiti, and that was also done in Osun election. And that was a big game changer for INEC.
Okay, because sorry, if I may interrupt, the former INEC official we had here this morning said the technology was designed in such a way that on the beavers, they would upload the results.
Yes.
And even if there's no network, wherever they get to where there's network, it automatically uploads on its own.
The beaver has a camera. Yes. It's just like your phone camera. You put the paper,
you scan,
and you just scan.
Or like an iPad.
Yeah, or like an iPad. Yeah. You just take the photo and then you send you send it. And it goes straight to that portal. And then we can receive it. Anyone, it's a portal that is accessible to the public. So anyone can go to that portal and begin to download the result. And that allows you to run comparison with what is collated eventually to determine where and particularly sitting who is probably the possible winner. They may not, or they are not supposed to announce the result. INEC will have to eventually do that, but it keeps citizens informed. And I think this is what we need this time, and in this kind of election that is so nerve-wracking, and people are looking forward to this. But it's very disappointing, honestly.
If we could bring in the professor to tell us, Prof, you've heard the reports from our correspondents and the testimony of those who participated in the election exercise. Bring that and tie it into what we're talking about right now, which is the uploading of the result and when the results will begin to trickle in. How's this to you? How's it coming out to you? Is it something disappointing, or are your expectations still in order?
Well, I think the political psychology of voters is something that we have to think about negatively and positively. The IRF is supposed to make the electoral process more transparent and create in voters a better sense of confidence in the electoral process. So what is happening now is, for me, is completely opposite of what voters expected in terms of getting the results from the polling units in real time. Now, what this is doing for me is create an opportunity for doubt in the minds of voters, and even for mischief makers who will begin to use this as a point, as a point of making big statements against the electoral process. So I think technology is supposed to help the management of results because that has been a big problem in this country. Efficient and effective management of resource of elections, something that has been missing in the history of national elections in this country. Now, if you look at the 2018 elections in Zimbabwe, when everyone thought that technology was going to help improve management of election resource in that country, it turned out that it was not going to be the case. We know that technology is not everything, but it has a way of helping to boost management of elections in ways that create confidence in the minds of voters. And that is very important, because if voters lose the confidence that they need to have in the electoral process, then it creates more problems. You know,
what would you recommend, Prof, if you can hear me, what would you recommend should happen right now? Because yes, indeed, there was a very big conversation over the introduction of technology into the Electoral Act 2022. In fact, it was one of the major points where lawmakers were sharply divided, but eventually they were able to recognize that. And indeed, the concerns were legitimate. For some people, they said, oh, the network is not going to be so strong in my area, etc., etc., etc. But a situation where we're seeing that no results, even in the places where network can be, where we have 5G network, for instance, that no results have been uploaded to the server, there'll be huge questions to ask as to what precisely has happened and what should be happening right now.
Well, you know, for me, INEC needed to have a plan, an alternative plan, because technology is not something, especially where you did not manufacture these machines locally and you don't have the local expertise and technology to respond to problems. You know, so there has been no statement from the side of INEC as to why, as at 7 p.m. today, no results have been uploaded on the portal. No statements have been made. So it's a cause for concern. I think INEC should begin to think of quick deployment of the knowledge that is required to ensure that whatever problem, whatever it is that is hindering this process, making the technology really useful for the elections, you know, should be deployed. Whatever knowledge that needs to be expert knowledge that needs to be deployed to respond to these issues. Because for me, that is crucial. And we know we can't predict the behavior of machines.
Okay.
Nobody can.
Prof, I'm going to ask you to hold your thoughts for a while. Let me come to our guests in the studio here in Abuja. Let me ask you, Mr. Hussein, I'm just a little curious. We had a number of problems. I'm sure that people had all manner of problem scenarios in their head, you know, especially with the introduction of the BVAS. And of course, people imagined all manner of you know, scenes at the polling units. But after the BVAS has worked and taken, you know, been able to accredit people successfully and voting has happened, I don't think anyone foresaw that as at 7 p.m. or even as we speak, that not one single polling unit result would have been put on the IREV.
No one foresaw that because probably as at 4 p.m., some of us have been receiving people's result that people are posting on their own on different social media feeds. And this is how the IREV is supposed to operate. You just get it. It's very simple. Take the photo. And the portal is basically a simple platform. And it does not give you the total result. It's just polling unit based kind of thing. INEC has assured that, look, it is a very secure portal. Of course, in technology, you can't guarantee 100% that it's going to be secured. And because people are interested in this, there will be attempt to hack it here and there. We didn't have any, or we don't have any confirmation from INEC that it was hacked, but this has possibility. It has happened in other countries. We saw that in Kenya during the last presidential election. These are things we should learn from and ensure that we provide different buffers to ensure that, look, whatever happens, you don't shut it down completely. Should we have, probably, I'm just thinking retrospectively, should we have probably decentralize it and have it maybe on geopolitical zones basis? You have about 6 of those portal, and then it goes to different places. So even if one has problem, people can still be receiving results on the other side. So we didn't envisage it, and that's why as Yaga, we are very, very surprised that this hasn't happened.
Well, that is the latest that we had from Yaga as at 7 p.m. But it does appear now that latest reports coming to us indicates that, you know, the results are now beginning to trickle in local government by local government. So it does look like whatever problem there was is already beginning to get resolved.
We have only about 17, we understand.
Well,
but do you think it's
17 local governments?
Okay.
No,
do you think it's deliberate? I mean, some people are thinking that INEC slowed down the portal in order to...
Sorry, by the way, that's out of 774.
Out of 774, 17 so far. So do you think it's deliberate that the portal was somewhat slowed down to give INEC room to see as it flows in?
I mean, if we're being honest, INEC does have a view that we don't have.
Yeah.
But I don't see any reason why INEC will be deliberate easing those results, knowing that it contributes to how transparent people would take the electoral process. So it's not in their favor in any way. But like I said, we're not sitting on their side. And so there are things that we don't know. However, it does make sense that where there were delays in a lot of places where people started voting late, potentially you want to ensure that there's no huge gap with the results coming in. But we already know this process, right?
Okay, but you know, Mr. Hussein, you talked about the secrecy that surrounds electioneering in Nigeria. Maybe the IREV would have opened that up too much and
no, I don't know. I think the chair of INEC has been very, very clear that no going back on IREV, and that it was a big game changer for our election management system in the country. And for them, a lot of countries are actually learning from Nigeria, and there is no reason why we should be reversing that. Of course, some politicians may not be comfortable with it, but I think in terms of our relationship and interaction with INEC, we could trust the transparency of INEC. We trust the commitment of INEC to this process up to this last moment, but we don't know. We want to believe that it's probably a technical glitch that they experience, and therefore they are addressing it at this moment.
Well, I do know that Yaga has been on quite a number of scenarios. I mean, to that particular, because that statement, that little statement which we read was a tweet, and there have been responses underneath it. I mean, quite a number of people writing about their own experiences. I'm looking at this one from a gentleman. His name is Wisdom Chap Jumbo. It says, in my area, the beavers kept showing server error when INEC reps tried to upload. So they've uploaded using offline mode. So we recall that even, these are some of the kind of scenarios that even INEC already imagined that it might have, especially if network is poor in some areas.
Absolutely.
But as we said, I don't think anyone websites at 7 p.m. not one results that have been there. But let's take a look at some of the other things that which they had captured earlier today in terms of deployment. By some of the targets that INEC itself has set for itself. I'm looking at this one, INEC arrival time by geopolitical zones, for instance. We've talked about how voting has gone in many areas, and I'm sure we're still seeing that. But looking at how, INEC officials arrived at polling units by geopolitical zones, they're using the arrival time of, I think they use 7:30. By 7:30, INEC officials arrived at only 27% of polling units across the country. And you can see the breakdown there, 35% compliance in the Northwest, 37% in the Northeast, 23% in the North Central, 33% in the southwest, 6% in the southeast, and 16% in the south-south. Well, I don't know if anything accounts for this. I know we've spoken about logistics earlier. We've been talking about how there needs to be a serious conversation around the deployment of logistics. And I know it's one of the things that we have spoken to INEC before now as to why it is that they cannot engage, say, private people who have developed expertise in this area. And they say that have to be at the same time in different locations on the morning of the day. And they think that might be too much for any single outfit to be able to carry out. What are your thoughts on this?
So, I mean, Dr. Hussein was talking earlier about decentralizing. We were having a conversation about, can they use drones? I think the private logistics companies have shown us that they have capacity and strength. I really align with Dr. Hussein around the secrecy. So that idea that these the electoral materials must go out, like on the day before or, a week before. And so that just creates some complexities. And I know that they go the whole area, so the racks, first of all, but that just creates complexity because our logistics framework is not as robust. So I do align with the fact that, look, if we could leverage these private organizations who might have regional expertise, right? It might be a case that it's one geopolitical zone where they have a really good network, whether they're using a combination of, transport forms, or they're using a single one, but they can get around. And it differs from geopolitical zone to geopolitical zone. So I think we need to start to think about decentralization.
As a result of this, there are reports that some INEC officials were held, well, should I use the word hostage, but they just wanted them to upload the results in several polling units before they left, because so many people looked forward to that. They wanted to be sure that no manipulation of any sort happened. And so the officials couldn't even leave. And there were cases too where they called us and said, well, at some point, INEC officials uploaded the National Assembly elections, but they said there was no network to upload the presidential elections. And so lots of people were kind of confused concerning that. And so when that, the late uploading of results on the IREF portal,
It's just to ask, as to which results it will allow to be uploaded and which one it will not allow to be uploaded. The big
Who could have predicted?
Do you want to quickly weigh in on this?
Yeah, I actually think that, yes, of course, these presiding officers are trained, but again, we see them in action, confident. But again, if you can't, you can actually convert it to an offline mode. And then wherever you have access, it just goes. So I don't think that there is any difference. Yes, there are different documents that you are scanning. But if the National Assembly one can go, I don't think anything should be stopping the presidential one from going. I think it's a lack of capacity in managing those things, or probably they got intimidated by the number of people around there, and we have also seen that happening. People are very, very conscious about it. They want the right thing to be done, but they are not also providing the right space for these people to do their work.
But in fairness to them, even though we've talked about selective network, the questions as to, one time you can make a phone call right now, it has gone through, and next minute you're calling the person, number switched off. And the person is still very much, right
but
there.
That would be within a very short
do you think
few
that,
seconds.
that could be a possibility that perhaps
It could be a possibility.
Yeah,
it could be a possibility. But when you are dealing with this kind of situation and you struggle with a network, it's offline, just send your thing.
Will the people around there understand that?
They will surely understand, because you will no longer show. You wouldn't be
You won't show error anymore.
You wouldn't show error anymore. It will just go. And then anytime you get to a more secured place, you can actually, you have the network, and then it goes.
Well, many are hoping that in some areas in Bauchi and Abuja, where voting is ongoing as we speak, that that will not be the scenario. They're hoping that at the end of the day, this is Bauchi right now, where voting is going on as we speak. Oh, yeah, I know. Look at that. Hard time torchlight, and but
quite
it's very interesting.
Quite a substantial crowd still there by this time of the night.
But don't forget, last time out where they had the elections, even the one quite unique. Yeah, so choosing their candidates or voting for their candidates.
Yeah, because it's quite a very politically active or conscious state, and the number of voters turnout is always very high, and so if you have a delay, like we've seen in many polling units across the country, you're going to experience this kind of thing. Our biggest fear in Yaga was actually that if it gets dark, the cameras are not able to capture people's faces, and therefore it could affect the voting procedure and could probably lead to some form of violence. But we are happy
this now is Abuja.
Yeah.
I understand this one now is Abuja. And so that is going on at the moment. So
some people say there's a marked difference. I mean, you can see there is a world of difference between what you're seeing right here at the FCT. There is sufficient light. The people are spaced out. They're still very orderly. It looks like there's a generator or at least some source of power somewhere around there. You know, there's a canopy. It does look very organized, even though it's going on into the night. Right there in Bauchi, you could see people milling around the INEC officials, and then there'll be questions. People use lights as to the level of preparedness as in terms of what INEC says it will do and what actually happens right there on the field. Right here, this is the FCT, so perhaps in closer proximity with where INEC is headquartered, we're seeing a better implementation of how it says it will, voting will happen at night. But in Bauchi, which is how many hours away from the FCT, there are questions as to how prepared the commission has been in terms of providing for night voting.
Yeah, but even in FCT, in terms of the timeliness of opening up polls is really very poor. And it shouldn't be for FCT. The infrastructure is a bit much better. Geographically, it is relatively smaller compared to many other states. And yet, we went out in the morning and many polling units are actually up to 9 a.m. So like this one's now they're showing is probably one of those ones that opened very late. And there is no reason why this should be happening in FCT. And I think it's one of the things that INEC need to deal with. Logistics, this perennial logistics challenge should be dealt with once and for all. Look, there is no crime in outsourcing movement of some of those things. You do it efficiently, you can. I always find it problematic, and this with due respect to excellent people doing road transport work. That INEC, we signed a contract with the Road Transport Union. And the union does not own vehicles. These individuals are members of these two unions of road transport workers. They own these vehicles. And the owners are probably not the ones driving the vehicles.
The owners could be politicians.
So they're not driving the vehicles. They use drivers. And so that's problematic because you have about 3 or 4 different layers of people to leading to the action.
Yeah, but
I
know we're talking about logistics, but we cannot ignore the economics of it as well.
Yes.
Some people will say it might be efficient to grant, say, a contract to a logistics company, but at the same time, if you sign a contract with a union, that's some money for that particular union, or that is some money for the people who belong to that union. Some way of also spreading wealth. I know that what we're looking at right now is the efficiency of logistics, but that is something that some people look forward to. At least every 4 years, they know they're going to get something.
No, but there's a cost. There's a cost of not. So I hear you, and I think that itself is a problem, by the way, because that's not sufficient reason for our electoral process to then be committed into the hands. It's not justified, right? And remember, there is a cost of concern that we get when these things don't happen. Because, as we're looking at those things, it means that these people were at the polling units at 2:30, right? And are just determined, you can see we're still seeing some footages, as just determined to actually cast their votes. And that's why they're remaining there. So the truth is, if we're able to get it there efficiently, for us to start at 8:30 a.m. as the Electoral Act states, I mean, the benefits outweigh the benefits to this group of people is what I'm trying to say.
I also want us to put in context the unique scenario we had. And how, far back you can go, or how you can compare with, say, 2019, even for the FCT. Would you say we have scenarios like this?
Yes.
Where people were put into the as a result of the appointment of voting materials?
Okay, I can't remember. 2019, but I knew that even the local government elections in the FCT was problematic.
Okay.
Polling unit didn't open early enough. There were logistic glitches. This was just local government elections.
The area council elections.
The area council elections, as you call them here. So it's just for other people to understand. The area council elections. So this problem has always been there. But my thought is that even if we use logistic companies, they're not going to. They'll still have to use other transporters. No logistic company in this country have the thousands of vehicles that INEC use and boats and all that for the riverine areas to actually handle the logistic of elections alone. So when you do that, what you're doing is that the process of monitoring, holding the drivers accountable and all that, you outsource it, and then you face other issues while someone else handle these ones for you. You're not supervised. It doesn't mean that you will not be involved in managing that process. What they did is to work with the military. The military and capacity because of the capacity. I don't think there is any agency in this country at the moment with the kind of capacity of the military. So we've done that in the past, but that also have its own weaknesses because INEC will have to fund, put up the cost of all those, everything that the military have to do, and that creates its own problem. And then there are concerns around democracy and military actions. So all those conversations were things that we had to deal with before INEC got fully into this. In the past, I think Second Republic and so INEC has a lot of vehicles that they also use in moving distance. They could travel long distance, drop here, move here. But all those things have changed. The complexity of the country has increased, the population has increased. And so we need to do things actually.
And some people did do some things differently. It rained today in Abuja, and they were under the rain.
Yes.
They were gladly under the rain, casting their votes, and it was quite interesting to see that actually happen. Because when I saw some other people in different states, it's actually raining in Abuja, they thought, oh, dear, really? So there you go. That's what's going on. That's how the German people were.
Yeah,
so
they're singing and dancing.
they really did look forward to this period at this time. So it will be a shame if it counts for nothing.
Dr. Hussein, let me get back to you because you mentioned this earlier about decentralizing the electoral process. I mean, bringing in the state electoral commissions to like a backup plan, so to speak. And now that you mentioned what used to be, I mean, I think I witnessed a bit of that, where the military handled the logistics. And during the recent flood incidents across the country, to get relief materials to some of the hinterland, or paying the military to handle, because they'll pay the unions to handle logistics. What's wrong with them paying the...
I'm not sure exactly what's wrong, but I think that there are issues around accountability. How INEC would like things to be done, and also getting the military to be more accountable in dealing with those things maybe. And then two, I think they are also concerned that deploying on the same day, even for the military, it can be overwhelming. Even for the military, they don't have the vehicles to actually move. Yes, they could have airplanes that can easily be moved, that can move and drop.
I'm sorry, but I'm just the sounds from these people under the rain.
Yes, it's what talking about. We're doing exactly. It's what talking about, because if you also know how it rains in Abuja, you would appreciate these people under the rain. I mean, initially, before the rain came, there was a huge sandstorm. And people were wondering, is this rain? Is this just a storm? What exactly? And the breeze that came with it, the winds, something to hide away from before the rain eventually accompanied it. And exactly, and it came with some sort of vengeance. I mean, it's been so hot, and then the rains, falling. So you can imagine, the determination of the people to still stay in spite of all of that under this weather to be able to cast their ballot. I was wondering when I was at home preparing to come to work, how are we going to do this? Because even driving visibility was a bit affected. So for them to be able to stay through all of that into the rain and, insist on casting their ballot, that certainly says a lot about the determination of voters around.
Where one of the things I noticed was the fact that even the voters out there were able to get around the polling units I visited. You see voters who are resident around there going into their homes and bringing out water for the other voters there, just so that let's stay, let's stay and monitor this. So if the voters can be so determined to see something new. I mean, every 4 years, the voters appear to, and we talked about it earlier this morning about the numbers dwindling, and we're actually somewhat like had a bet, as in hopefully the numbers will increase. I was looking at 45 million.
Yeah, prediction. I'm not a betting.
I was looking at 55. We're not betting, but more like optimistic that we'll have like 55 million voters at the end of the day. But if the voters can be so optimistic, is INEC what do you think, Abosede? Do you think INEC is that optimistic to see processes improve with the election cycle?
No, I mean, we have to agree that we had a lot of sharing the signaling, right? But this is election day. Can never predict. So what I think is good, and we are seeing it, is that the voters are determined. There is a lot that INEC can do ahead. Of course, they continue to be the umpires of our electoral process, but most important, they're no complete. So I think what's seeing with the voters really gladdens my heart, and we just need INEC to keep its own side in terms of the IREV and of course the collation, and for those results to begin.
Prof talked about the voter psychology of the voters. Maybe we should go back to him. Prof, I mean, if you can see the footage that's on right now, you see the people dancing under the rain. And we talked about the to stay and see this process through. Let's get back to that psychology of the voter, and how do you think it is today?
Well, the determination we are seeing in the voters right now is an asset. It's a plus for the democratization process, so to say, on the positive side. So we social, economic, and political context of it. And you have who have looked around governance in this country and are determined to see a change. So there's a motivation, and that motivation is very crucial. So we will not take that for granted, and election stakeholders should not take that for granted. Whatever that needs to be done to see that voters consummate their interest in the election process by playing their role should be done. So for me, the psychology of the voter is very crucial. It works on the negative side too. So you find frustration sometimes. When people are frustrated with the electoral process, they will tend to do what they are not supposed to do. They will tend to go violent. They will tend to exhibit political behaviors that are anti-democracy. So it works both ways. But for now, I think it's that determination, that psychology that they have is an asset for the democratization process.
Let's take our viewers right now to Kano,
Yeah.
where we understand there are also pictures of night voting happening in the city of Kano. Our correspondent Sadiq Ilyasu spoke with us earlier on, and we take you right now to Kano to show you pictures of night voting there. You can see a really bright light. I want to imagine that is where the voting is actually taking place. You can see pictures of INEC officials, at least the ones wearing the reflective jackets now, milling around a particular area. But there is a huge light. I don't know if that's a flashlight or could it be coming from a car?
The floodlight.
This is really floodlight. But in spite of the light, what we are seeing now are pictures of youth corps members using torchlights to be able to see what is happening there. So big questions as to the provisions for night voting in scenarios like this. Maybe that light we saw, it could be, I see it again, it's coming in bursts and glitches. But right now what we can see are officials, presiding officials using maybe even phone lights to be able to see what is happening. These are not the most ideal situations under which voting should take place, are they, Dr. Abo?
No. They're surely not the ideal situations. I knew in the past when elections, when we segregate accreditation and voting.
Yes.
The INEC, you provide things like generators and all those in case it leads to this kind of situation. But now we are doing simultaneous and voting, and this shouldn't be. And this is just a function of late start in the voting process. It's only because the polling units have been properly organized, the numbers are very clear, and INEC has actually tested its beavers and could tell you how many minutes you actually need to accredit a person and vote. So it was very clear that within the time defined by INEC, people could still be able to vote and just leave or stay out there. But when you deploy, or when people get the polling at o'clock or 1 o'clock, then you are forced to go through this kind of thing, because once voting starts, you're actually not going to end. People will not even allow you to leave, because if you look at this kind of crowd, they will think you are going to manipulate the process. I actually think that INEC, and I'll keep emphasizing on this, needs to recognize that logistics is a specialized field. It's a specialized, not an all-common thing. Even some of us who run organizations with massive issues around logistics and fleet management, it's a special. You recruit people who are trained on this kind of thing. I think INEC needs to rethink that. We are not doing that well. We're not doing it well. It's not okay the way we are doing it. Perennially, we go through this. We're having conversation with some of our international observers, particularly those of them who have been here in the previous elections, and it's more like Nigeria. You still have this issue.
You're still here.
You're still here. And this is not the this was in the FCT, where things should actually be different. It's a conversation that we must take after these elections and ensure that we break this chain, because it's a shame.
Do we need to change the laws for this to happen?
I don't think we need to change the law for this to happen. I think the whole issue around our elections management, INEC has been given the sole responsibility to do that. Look, INEC does not print ballot papers. It contracts it out because it doesn't have the capacity to print ballot papers. It doesn't manufacture the boxes. It didn't manufacture beavers. So why would INEC do those things and outsource them? I would not outsource a very important way of delivering, like the logistics side of it.
Remember the last general elections when it was postponed for a few days? INEC did also say that we needed to have a conversation about election management.
Yes.
So doesn't that suggest that he wants everyone to say, look, we have a challenge here. How do we solve it?
No, there actually been conversations that sometimes politicians don't take easily. Look, there are conversations around INEC doing a lot, and there is no reason why INEC should be doing that. Our voters roll. I was just telling how we were driving in here, and I said, our voters roll is such that things can go inside, but nothing comes out of it. So why?
As the voters register?
Yes, the register. You can add more names, but you can't remove any name because the only way one can be removed is death.
Oh dear.
But death is not properly recorded, it's not managed, and even if we do that, it's not the responsibility of INEC to do that. That's National Population Commission's job. So if you want to that, so when we say we have 94 million voters or 93 million, it's just not exactly so. It's actually that we have been adding, but we've not been removing. And that's the problem. So if you have a that handles that handles constituency delineations, INEC should not be doing that. So INEC is just left with just managing elections. Constituencies have been fully delineated by different agencies. The role is properly managed. You are able to lift this whole issue around conduct elections. Look, there are experiences of many countries. It's not just Nigeria, even in other developing countries. How many months does it take India to conduct its national elections?
And they have a bigger population.
And they have a bigger population, but they do it over a period of time. Staggered elections. Nigerians will not trust that, of course. They will raise questions around possible manipulations and all those things. But as a country, we have to move on. We can't be held down by this suspicion of this will happen, that will happen. We'll learn from our experience. We run away from some of these things and we still don't get it right. What's the whole secrecy around ballot papers? What's the secret around it? We are lucky INEC this time around did not even print the ballot papers. Probably around, but
you've spoken about two very important things: delineation, because that could also affect, to a large extent, voter turnout.
Yes.
You know, how constituencies or how polling units, because that's how polling units are determined.
Yes.
I mean, I'm a first-time voter today. Actually, ring a bell. But I'll tell you something. It took me 20 minutes. I drove 20 minutes to be able to find my polling unit, and it ought not to be so. I mean, I'm asking if people don't drive. A lot of people who were at that polling unit drove to that polling unit, and ideally, there ought to be no movement on election day, you know. So if people have to drive to their polling units, it's something that INEC has already spoken about. And I keep saying it's a good thing too, though, that INEC also had this help you find your polling unit thing on their app. So if I did not have that, I tell you the truth, I would not have been able to locate my polling unit today because I had to use Google Maps to find that polling. I would never have been able to locate it. That's the truth. So I ask myself, how many people could have been disenfranchised as a result of the fact that the polling unit is not close to where they live, and maybe, you know, organizing transport. There's no transport anywhere today, or cash. Exactly. But even if you had cash, you know, transport workers are not working today. So how are people supposed to be able to vote? You know, when simple questions or it's simple questions such as delineation of polling units and even voting constituencies have not been properly done.
I think for me that's a challenge. INEC has even tried this time around that we've been able to add more polling units. This is what we have not done since our return to democracy. I know during the Gaston attempt was made. Politicians read conspiracy theory around those things, and the INEC quickly dropped that idea. So I think it's quite commendable that INEC was able to do that. Also were able to put a system to support. But again, it can only work in urban settings like FCT. A lot of people struggled, and it's part of our report this morning, that many people struggled to find their polling unit. You can hear Kwankwaso actually saying that he went to one, his name was not there, where he used to be, to a different place, to go to a second place before he finds it. So, and there are a lot of people who probably got disenfranchised as a result of this. We saw that in Ekiti and Osun elections, because new polling units have been created and people were moved around, because it's part of the process of decongesting the polling unit, but that is still a challenge.
All right, so we do have some news coming through at the moment. INEC has been listening, I reckon, because they put up a statement as breaking news right now. So this is a statement coming through from INEC about officials refusing to upload presidential election results in Lagos and Delta. Now, INEC says it has come to the attention of the national leadership of the Labour Party on the electoral impunity going on in Lagos and Delta states after today's presidential and National Assembly elections, where the results of the presidential elections collated in various polling units in the states are not being uploaded in the server. Hold on a minute. This is coming from Labour Party, actually, not from INEC. So apologies on that one. So it continues. It says, the party, as the Labour Party, is alarmed that some officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, in connivance with the security agencies, including the police, are claiming that the beavers deployed in most polling units have suddenly developed faults and therefore cannot be used to upload results emanating from the polling units. We have noted with dismay that these incidences cut across most areas in Lagos State, but significantly in places like Agege, Koshofe, Oshodi Solo, Surulere, and Ibejuleki, amongst others, where results show that Labour Party won convincingly. The statement goes on to say, we also attest similar prominent cross centers. The claims by INEC officials that the beavers suddenly developed faults and could not be used to upload results of the presidential election could only be a tale from the moonlight. We have refused to buy the falsehood. We ask, is it not the same beavers was used to upload the results emanating from the Senate and House of Representatives election that is used for the presidential election? How did they all suddenly develop faults? The party is also worried that our agents and supporters were refused in some of the coalition centers to participate in the electoral activities, while agents of the other parties were given access. Our agents were also told that instruction to suspend beavers for the uploading of results was from INEC headquarters. One of our local government chairmen who dared to question the development was assaulted and arrested by the police. The Labour Party is also aware that some officials of the APC are in the Yaba office of INEC negotiating with the officials. We therefore call on the leadership of INEC to ensure that only genuine and verifiable results generated from the polling units are uploaded and declared. That they respect their oath of allegiance to the nation and also by refusing to be used to deny Nigerians their choice of leaders. Signed by Sir Julius Abure, National Chairman, Labour Party, 2025 to 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's to redo this kind of narrative. What goes through your mind at Boston, for instance?
Well, I mean, you know, considering that was one party's statement, you know, first of all, it's, you know, I think it raised concerns. I mean, it's good to see because I was just looking and I can see that results are trickling in, unfortunately. But I think that confidence is so important, whether it's at the, you know, voter level, whether it's at the party level. We need people to be assured that this is a free, fair, and credible process. So I think it's important that if the party does feel that way, you know, they've come out to express concern. INEC definitely needs to make a statement sooner than later, is what I would say. And we cannot wait to hear from them because what, you know, I'm hearing is they believe that there's some violence, and that's obviously we will take with a pinch of salt at the moment until we hear from INEC. But I think it just raises a concern about the fact that at almost 10 p.m., right, on election day, this is not where we thought we would be.
Well, Mr. Allen, Okay, you want to say something? Let's go to Mr. Allen. Prof, could you tell us your impressions about these kind of narrative when you read these statements coming through from Labour Party? I know you've also put in a lot in terms of the build-up to these elections. You may have had certain expectations of these elections, given what you might have been told or heard for preparations by INEC and several other agencies. So what do you think of this, what's playing out now?
Well, it's unfortunate that that this is happening, given an opportunity for a major contender, major political party in the race to suspect, beginning to think that there's a conspiracy. That for me is unfortunate, because the essence of good management of elections is to be able to give parties, political parties and activists, a level